Only 4 yards to go. How do they call this here? Is it going to be a run or a throw? But it looks like we have maybe a freeze in the playback here.
Looked like he audibled out of that run. Pass play into a run play. Open up the middle. Up, here comes the run. Sweep to the outside. Tackled for a loss. Brings up 3rd and goal from about the 10. This is the amazing thing about seeing one person's point of view here, because we could kind of see the plays before they're coming.
Yeah.
We're reading into the future a little bit, something you don't see in live football.
That's true.
Everybody tries to read the plays as best as they can, but we see it on screen, willing and able.
All right, nice pass up the center. I feel like those 2 receivers off to the right side were just a distraction. They're going to pick up some yardage. It's 4th and goal.
I think in the playoffs here, you got to get the points. You got to go for the field goal.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what they have done. Yeah, the angle there was a little bit hard to read, but 3 points on the board for Syracuse. That's a good start, and they're going to start with the lead. Okay, so
another cookie cutter kickoff there. Going to the touchback, going to be starting on the 25-yard line.
I've noticed that seems to be the meta right now is it's pretty difficult to run the ball and get much further than the 25, so might as well take the touchback, start a little bit better field position here for their second opportunity in the offensive drive. Can they have more success this time? Last time was definitely a letdown, but they're starting off hot with a nice juke from the first down, some extra credit to boot. That's a good pickup.
Yeah, got about 20, 25 yards there off of the cut. Looked like the exact same play they ran first on the last series. However, just a much different result.
Okay, here we go. Can they continue down the field? We're seeing the defensive options being chosen from Syracuse here.
Big
and a
pass.
perfect pass. Wide open all the way into the end zone. No player there to stop, and that's a way to answer back. Looks like Texas Longhorns getting a little bit more comfortable in this round 1 matchup.
Yeah, it looks like Banjo took the lead there with an easy strike down the left-hand side. As we see the replay here, going into the extra point.
Okay. Now, this isn't too bad for Syracuse, though. They just have to match the level of success on offense from here on out to maintain the lead. I've noticed the player to score first, it's such a big deal to score first because of how good these players are at scoring in general. You should expect that on every offensive drive, it's probably going to find the end zone. So far, Syracuse, if they're able to find the end zone here, they will regain that lead. Keep in mind, we are on a slightly adjusted rule set here, now down to a 5-minute quarters, no accelerated clock. And a quick pass here, wasting no time at all. They're going to gain 3 yards off of that play.
Yeah, looking great. And just a reminder for everybody at home, Syracuse is Gaston Early College and our player Seaforced. Texas is Forbush High with our man Banjo.
Thank you for that. Okay.
All right, looks like we're about 3rd and 7 here. Syracuse needs a big convert here. There's no way they're going to go for it on 4th down. They need this 3rd down conversion. Scrambling out to the outside, still buying a lot of time. Not able to convert, unfortunately.
Okay.
Got to punt here. Can't go for it. Still early in the game. I know we talked about defensive stops, but I think you got to punt the ball away here.
All right, and we're going to close that out for sure. It looks like the kick is
big shank.
Is that intentional, you think, or just a misinput?
Maybe. Might have been intentional. Guess that I know. I'm more on the real side of football, but maybe on the video games you're just trying to limit as many returns as you can. The special teams could not be the best. Ball back in Texas's hands. Let's see what they can do with it.
All right. Looks like the ball is going to go. Wow. So fortunate to have that forward motion, get the incomplete pass. That could have been bad potential fumble situation, but just barely gets this throw off, as you can see in the replay. That could have gone from bad to worse.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like defense going for a blitz perhaps here. It's going to be held a handoff and a quick.
He got the corner. Oh, he made one miss.
The juke as well, and finding the end zone with no problems. And all of a sudden, we've got a massive lead here.
Yeah, it turned to what looked like it was going to be a close game into a quick 14-3 after this successful extra point.
Okay. Looks like Forbush representing Texas currently in the lead. And they're going to get the upright, like you said, 3-14. 11-point lead is pretty big deal.
Still a two-possession game, though, whatever way you break it down. Still a two-possession game. The field goal early did help to keep it within 2 possessions.
Okay. We have seen the touchback
gonna
typically.
bring it out this time.
Yeah, interesting decision. Maybe seeing an opening, but.
Like we said, though, touchbacks come out to the 25, and he only got that out to about the 17, 18-yard line. So lost some early yards there with that gamble of bringing it out of the end zone.
A gamble indeed. High risk, high reward is the name of the game here in college football 2025, though. We're going to see a quick handoff.
Got the blocker out there, too. Oh.
Dodged his own teammate there. Runs into the opposition, unfortunately.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to follow the big guy. If you got the big guy out in front of you, you might as well follow him, and he went the opposite direction and got lit up as a result.
I see that a bit where players sometimes juke a little too much and end up juking into the defense.
That right stick finger gets a little twitchy sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you just can run forward, believe it or not. Forward pass, but intercepted. And is anyone in position to stop him?
I thought that was going to go all the way for a pick 6.
Oh,
that's unfortunate timing. They were just starting to build momentum.
Yeah, now Texas really taking control of this game. I mean, if they're able to find the end zone here, this is all of a sudden a 3 drive difference. So Texas
got to get a big stop here on defense if you're Syracuse, and not sure. After the past few drives, I'm not sure if they can do it.
Okay, here we go. What's the play here? They will pass it off, and it's going to be an easy first down, and Syracuse has had a lot of issues stopping the progress. They're going to have to do something here, or this game's going to get out of hand in a hurry.
Yeah, after that first drive, Texas couldn't get anything going. They got a huge 4th down stop and a sack, and ever since then, I don't think they've had a play for negative yards. And I cast her curse right there, and there's the sack.
First time for everything. Hey. Nick's not usually on the desk, but no one is safe from caster cursing these players. Now, decides not to throw. Season opening now finally finds a wide open receiver despite there being multiple defenders out there. Gonna shoot the bow and arrow into the audience with the celebration as well. You'll love to see it. 20-3, and we're not even done with the first quarter yet.
No, still plenty of game left, which is the crazy part about it all. Syracuse and Gaston is not out of it just yet. However, the odds are diminishing as we keep going.
Forbush with a commanding lead now, 18-point differential here. And if you're on the side of Gaston early college, you really have to start moving the needle here.
Yeah, the big thing in all football and all sports, it's like you can't get it all back in one play. You got to take it play by play, keep playing your game, and get it back piece by piece. Unfortunately, there's not a 18-point play out there in the book.
Right.
So you gotta keep just buying your time, as it is just still the first quarter. Plenty of time to get back into this game. Keep getting positive yards. Keep chunking away at it, and hopefully get some defensive stops on the other side.
You make a great point. You got to lock in. You can't get too desperate as well, because then you start to take too many risks, and you might run into some more interceptions or fumbles, taking those bigger risk plays. You got to just play your game. Now, if they're able to score here and then defend and then score again, that's kind of the path you got to start thinking. You got to be like, okay, I have to guarantee that I find the end zone and then also find that defensive stop when the ball trades hands. Should be all they're really thinking about here is a careful march to the end zone. Looks like just 2nd and 5 now. What's the play here? Do they hand it off and run? Looks like that is the decision. It's going to be faked
got a
instead.
Defender off the outside.
And the blitz is successful. 3rd and 14. And this is looking rough right now for Syracuse.
Yeah, like we said, Eli, they needed to keep going forward and avoid the negative plays. And unfortunately, there was a big negative play there with that defensive end coming off the corner. And then again.
Oh, no.
The wheels are just falling off for Gaston early college right now. Texas playing the guitar. Quarterback looking injured. Punting out of your own end zone. I don't know.
Yeah, this does not feel good. Texas, how do they play this? They're going to start.
Oh, and kick catch interference. We're going to have 15 yards from that spot. Should be starting at about the 30-yard line.
Kick, catch, interference. I have not seen that yet in all of the college football that we have casted.
Not necessarily allowed to run into the individual that's back there that's receiving the punt. He is, by definition, a defenseless player. So you got to avoid him at all cost and just plowed him over and gave him the free 15 yards.
Starting at the 30 now.
Things are just – hey, 2nd and 1.
Didn't
get all 10 there.
That's true. They did. There's still a chance to stop this first down from happening, but if history repeats itself, this is looking like another score for Texas. They don't have too much to go, and they've been so good on offense. They will find the first down, now just 10 yards from that end zone as well.
Yeah, putting yourself in Gaston Early College shoes there, 2nd and short, you expect them to throw the ball a little bit, and they run it off tackle, pick up a lot more. Just the defensive matchup there wasn't quite aligned.
Feels like right now he's kind of in his opponent's head. He's picking these plays fast, not giving them a time to react, not giving them a chance to collect themselves and start to turn the tide of this match. It's been a very dominant performance so far.
4 seed in Forbush is definitely showing why they are such seed.
Absolutely, yeah. The top 4 seeds expected to win round 1 across all of our games here. And, man,
he's going to get the edge. 3rd and 1. Whew.
Yeah, but the end zone's also 1 away at the same time.
Yep.
You have to imagine he's just going to go straight for it. What do you do with the defense here? I mean, you don't want to leave a hole in the center where they can just walk it right into the end zone.
You got to stuff the box here.
It's going to be a wide route, and he will waltz his way into the end zone once again. And, Forbush commanding lead. It is certainly their game to lose at this point, 27-3 domination on the screen here.
Yeah, and like we said, when you have the ball, you expect to score. So I think Texas is doing what they're expected to do on the offensive side of things. However, Syracuse and Gaston Early College just hasn't been able to put some offensive drives together. It's hard to stop in this game. Just missing the opportunities to score when you can is what's going to put you behind early.
That's a good point. And Forbush, we've talked about since the beginning, defense so important. It's so impressive that Forbush has been able to stop so many offensive drives, only allowing a single field goal so far. So even when Gaston Early College was in position to potentially score, they forced a down situation. So if this continues, it could be a massive blowout to start the day. Still a lot of game left.
Yep, Forrest maybe taking a sip of water there, waiting to select that kickoff return.
I think that's a good idea.
Hey,
you really
doesn't hurt to take a deep breath every once in a while.
You really need to. And maybe he's not because
see if he brings it out this time.
Yeah, it does not take the touch back. Maybe thinking he has to take more risk, but I don't know. I think you just start immediately in that 25-yard line. Give yourself the best field position for your first touchdown.
Yeah, I think it's too early. I think those risks that you're taking a little too early might come back to haunt Forrest here in the end. I think should have just taken the touchback there.
Absolutely. Okay. Now, while we watch this, there's still an early part of the offensive drive. We can talk about the bigger picture here. This is the Western region, which includes TBK, who is the defending champion and who everyone predicts will win the state championship. So these players have played against arguably the likely best player in our league at some point throughout the season. It really looks like Forbush maybe has learned some things from him because I'm seeing a lot of similarities in their play style. They're also going to find the first down here, but this is just step one in a larger process here en route to becoming a potential state champion.
Yeah, not sure how this tackle is made with that right pinky here, as you'll see coming back into the screen. Gotta love some video game physics sometimes.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting physics as we watch this game. This game's pretty polished, though, for the most part. There's a few oddities here and there, but I've been impressed with college football.
Yeah, and speaking of TBK, actually, he's the number 1 seed in the Western region. Mm-hmm. Actually received a first-round bye for his number 1 seeding. And we'll be playing the winner of this match. So whoever is lucky or unlucky enough to see him in the second round, I do not envy that individual one bit.
Tell you what, if Forbush continues this and ultimately gets the win, I mean, I like the way they're playing so far today. They seem locked in and ready, maybe could give TBK a run for their money.
Yeah, that first drive that they had where they couldn't get anything going, maybe the coffee just hasn't kicked in yet. They're still waking up. Everybody needs that warm up time before they start clicking on all cylinders. So maybe this is good for Forbush and Banjo. A little warm up map before you go into the big one.
I think you're exactly right. This is a single elimination structure. Loser of this match will be done for
the referee
season.
Needs to get out of the way there. Oh, sorry, guys. Watching the referees again.
Nick is
almost had another interception.
Yeah,
but somehow completes the pass. 4th and 2. With 2 minutes left in the half here, yeah, I think you have to go for it. I know we said we're trying not to risk too much, but I think you have to go for it.
Yeah, still has
pretty spread. However, he does close up here. I would almost audible out of this run. Oh no.
Okay.
Wow.
They will find the first down. So
there you go.
Progress made. Still plenty of time on the clock. They also run out of bounds, which pauses the clock. Minute 35 left. That's a good time to pause it, I would say.
Yep. Clock is very crucial here going into the end of the second quarter and the end of the first half here. Got to be mindful of it. You still have all 3 of your timeouts, but minute and 30 seconds to get down the field. Got to keep things either tight to the sideline or you're going to have to burn some of your timeouts.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a long pass play here. No, it's going to be the short pass instead. Nice juke. Very clean. Does not quite get over that first down line, but great forward progress nonetheless.
Yeah, clock's going to be ticking here. Trying to get another play sorted real quick. Get to the line. Looking like we're going to have a run here up the middle.
Nice.
Got a few yards, got the first down, calls your timeout. Yeah, kind of when I was talking when Texas had that 2nd and 1 earlier. Maybe you take a shot there in that short yardage situation. No need to get the first down there and then waste the timeout. Maybe take a shot and it stops the clock on its own.
That's a great point. And finally, set
up a nice little screen pass. Go to your blockers this time, please.
I mean, this is the best offensive drive we have seen yet from Gaston. They have been making some strong progress down the field. See if they can find that end zone before this second half concludes. Clock is ticking. Don't have a ton of time to just sit around and think. And
throws into double coverage across the middle, and it's picked off. And hopefully somebody makes this tackle. We got to stop the bleeding here.
And the celebration coming out from Texas. Love to see it.
Second interception out of Forbush today.
Forbush really feeling it right now. Probably going to try to score before the second half themselves at this point. Why not? Got a lot of success on offense so far. That's just going to take a few throws down. And it is a nice pass down the center. Clock still ticking, but expect another fast option here. Okay.
Trying to get in a defensive set here, trying to figure out what Forbush can call. Finally picks the play. Texas trying to add insult to injury here and score before the end of the first half. Nice little pass. Caught inbounds, calls a quick timeout to conserve time.
Okay. Setting the stage here. 1st and 10, 35 seconds left. Plenty of time to find the end zone. He has not needed that much time, but okay.
That should be an incomplete pass. Yep, they rule it an incomplete pass, and by they I mean the video game.
The AI. By the way, the challenge system in this game very interesting. You can challenge quite a bit of things, and I've seen a touchdown get turned over by the in-game challenge. So definitely an interesting feature. If something seems a little bit weird, might as well go for it. Even the AI is not perfect and can be corrected.
Yeah, Eli, when we were testing this game out early in the season to see if it was something we were going to be running this year, I actually challenged a few plays just out of pure curiosity as Texas keeps pouring it on here.
Yeah, it's been
with the little two-step.
Yeah, the celebrations coming in, and I don't want to say it's over already, but this is at the point where it's going to take a Herculean comeback.
Herculean. I'd love to see the Greek mythology coming out here.
I mean, this is starting to look like a David versus Goliath. The crazy thing about this, though, is now going into the next match, is it going to be similar but the other way around? Because, like we said, winner of this faces off against TBK, the favorite overall in the entire league. So
Yeah,
there's levels to this.
Forbush may have an easy route here. Maybe. Game's not over yet. I do agree, but it's going to be a totally different match in that round 2, even if you make it out of this one.
Okay.
I think
Here we go. Okay, so they will.
See, Eli, this is where I completely disagree here. It's like you take out the 2 earlier kickbacks. You've got 16 seconds left on the clock. You might as well gamble at that point.
Send it, right?
Yeah, you might as well. You can't work backwards. You can't work backwards. You got to be consistent throughout the entire game. Take your risks when you're going to take your risks.
I mean, he's probably thinking his only option is to go for a Hail Mary. Might as well start the Hail Mary from a shorter distance, perhaps. This is a very nice catch, but and then immediately using the timeout. So good on them for that.
Not sure how he completed that catch. Got uprooted almost immediately. Truck stick engaged. Looks like he's kind of running the similar play here. Going to be a wheel with a tight end. I don't know if he's going to have enough time for that. Yeah.
And it's going to be out of bounds.
Incomplete pass, unfortunately.
Yeah, 6 seconds. Got to think that it's either this play or the next, if they even have a short enough play here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the throwaway option was, but that definitely looked like he was just trying to buy himself another play here and just throw that away. Got some options on this.
Fake handoff. Good catch.
Somehow another completion, however, time expired. I wasn't even aware of clock status. Going into halftime here, 3-35.
Interesting celebration from the Syracuse play. That's where the AI is like a little bit off. He's like still celebrating the pass. Like, nah, dude,
that literally didn't matter. You're just padding your stats, bro. You're just padding your stats.
Oh, it's kind of funny to see some of those, but
yep, Forbush still with the commanding lead here, 35-3. Start of the second half. Let's see if he brings it out.
He does. Juke's a little bit early.
A little spin move, a little juke.
Starting on the 15 now. So kind of a second opportunity to get on the board here.
Yeah, Eli, unlike the first half, I think this is where you got to be a little bit more risky. You got to go for some chunk plays, and we just chunked in the wrong direction.
A chunk indeed. That's not the direction they were looking for. At this point, you're worried about getting sacked in your own end zone.
Would love to see a safety on TV.
Oh,
man.
Okay, this
opened up a hole. Got 1 or 2 people to beat.
Oh.
Decent cut. Running out of gas.
Okay, is this the momentum builder that he needed?
That was massive play there.
Huge. Absolutely monumental. And now, what's the play here? Okay, backtracking a bit. Short pass, a little bit risky.
Ooh.
Like we said, he's going to take a little bit more risk. Got to be careful how risky you play, though. You don't want a third interception. 2 yards picked up, though.
But what will it hurt you at this point, right?
That's true.
You're already 32 points down. Might as well. Go for the gusto.
Okay.
Huge block on the outside. Should be able to get the corner, but runs out of bounds. Pretty sure he had a path to the end zone there, but
I don't know. I think that was okay there.
Yeah.
The defender was definitely barreling towards him. You also got to
in
keep
real life, yeah, you don't want to take that hit. But, hey, in the virtual world, if you get licked for another few yards, go for it.
In some cases, you don't want your players injured. We do have injuries on, though.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes after the play,
we don't need the backup.
Yeah, the little injury will pop up there. Solid gain of yards here, 3rd and 6. This is getting scary, though, because we've seen how effective Forbush has been on defense. Could absolutely see a reality where they don't allow this to get into the end zone.
It sounds like C-Force listened to me a little too much there. He ran straight into his blockers that time. Instead of avoiding them like the last time, he ran straight into them and went down.
Okay, this is a good pass, but unfortunately it doesn't gain much. 4th and 4.
Why is it recommending a field goal in this situation?
That's where the game maybe doesn't have human thought at all.
We need some analytics here. This is a go all day. 4th and 4 from your opponent's 7-yard line. You just got to do it.
What is the play?
Little sweep pass to the outside, wide open. Jukes just for the fun of it. Gets the touchdown. Gaston Early College with their first touchdown of this game.
Some important.
It ain't over.
Yeah, some important momentum for sure. Now, after getting this extra point, They're going to have to really make a statement on defense as well. Scoring this not enough. You're going to have to stop multiple offensive drives from
Oh, a little
Forbush.
flea flicker.
Oh!
Oh!
And
Oh, but wait.
it doesn't matter. But, I mean, you got to kind of respect it, though. They're down by so much. Say that extra point might make a difference. I don't know, though.
Something a little fancy. Going for the onside kick here. Like we said, you have to at this point in time. One-handed pickup.
Hugging the leg of the other player as well.
A little tap on the helmet, a little celebration here.
Okay. Where do we go from here? Starting pretty far.
Forbush with a big strike
Okay.
out the gate. Somehow tackles him at the 1 yard line.
Like inches out, I think.
Man.
Ball lands right on the line, essentially. Props to Gaston Early College. They're not giving up.
No, still staying in there, staying strong.
Still really picking their defensive options here. I think there is a chance they could stop it.
Goal line stands, all that's needed.
But doesn't matter if you
Oh,
can.
the high stepping into the end zone.
And a little two-step as well.
Hey. The old Texas two-step.
That's right.
The old Texas two-step. Forbush putting it down
Yeah, this
on
is
Gaston Early College right now.
trying to make a statement early on in the bracket. There's a lot of other strong competitors left in this Western region, like we mentioned. Maybe sending a message to TBK, who is likely watching here.
First round bye, yeah. He most likely is probably watching this game, getting a little scouting report on what Forbush and our boy Banjo is doing out here today. Benefit of being the number 1 seed, being able to scout your opponent's day of conference championships is a huge advantage.
Absolutely. And it is going to be ran once again, now taken down on the 19-yard line. And you see the defensive difference there in the graphic that popped up. 3 sacks for Forbush so far. Looks like a run play. Actually not going to be successful here. Another good defensive play from Forbush. Going to force a loss of 4.
Little draw play, expecting the run, keeps getting the openings on these runs.
They've had some strong jukes as well.
Yeah, I think Forbush is playing for the pass because if you're down astronomically as you are right now, I think you have to pass. And Gaston Early College is saying, you know what? No, I'm going to take some draw plays and eat up the yards while your defenders are 20, 30 yards away from me and get easy yardage. Little reverse.
No, not here, not now.
Oh, luckily a big defensive lineman picked it up, so it was easy to get tackled from behind.
Wow.
Texas all over. Forbush, dominating performance so far.
I mean, what an impressive forced fumble there.
He just
shoved him over.
handled. You know what? Unfortunately, if this was real college football on this fine Saturday evening, this would probably be the same score of this matchup in real life. And Texas strutting into the end zone again. Do we see another Texas two-step? Nope, just
Check
game time.
What time is it?
Yeah, what time is it?
What time is it? It's time to jump on your opponent's head because he just scored a touchdown. Oh, man.
It's also time to take a beautiful look at this App State Stadium for all of our high school students out there. Went to UNC Charlotte myself, however, App State another viable option in the state of North Carolina if you want to stay a little bit closer to home.
Okay, it looks like Forbush maybe having a little bit of fun with that one. The fake goes for the fake field goal as well. Not going to find the end zone, but, I mean, up by 39 points. You're feeling pretty good about your chances. Third quarter, minute 46 on the clock. And we're nearing the territory of the
old-fashioned mercy rule.
The mercy rule is lurking here. I mean, it's one field goal to meet that 42-point threshold. Is there a time in the game that you have to have that lead by, or is it just any time?
Anytime. After halftime, actually. After halftime.
Okay.
So we are clearly after halftime and approaching that 42-point differential. Big stuff on the outside there. Looks like we're setting up for another draw play. Hopefully catch the defense slipping. Nope, they were well aware.
Okay.
Oh, might have a man down here. Speaking of your injuries on, looks like number 1 hops up, one of their star players.
All right.
Brought the pressure again. However, somebody gets through the screen. 4th and 13. Not looking pretty.
This is tough. It's very tough indeed. I mean, Forbush, more effective on offense, more effective on defense, and we're starting to see why they have finished top 4 here. And long throw is caught, so that's one of the best plays we have seen so far.
Oh, we got a tight little sideline view here, but ain't got time to look at that review. We're on to the next play.
I have always wanted to watch these replays. These players don't care what I want, though.
They do not care.
They want to get into the next play. All right. Can this be another score for Gaston Early College?
I think at this point in time, Eli, you're just trying to make it respectable.
That's a good point.
You've only lost 1 match all season, and you're getting handed right now. You're just trying to put some more points up on the board. At least hold your hat high.
If I'm not mistaken, I think these 2 players played each other recently, either week 5 or 6, and it was a close match. So I'm a little bit surprised to see the
Huge
blowout
game.
here.
Oh, no, dropped the pass. I thought they had the completion there across the middle. Yeah, especially when you play an opponent for the second time, you learn what they do. A lot easier to play somebody twice. Oh, no. Not sure how we didn't get the sack there. Still buying some time. Scrambling out. Runs for the first down and maybe more.
I mean, that's the best, one of the best pickups they've had for a while as we end the 3rd quarter. We're now in the 4th. Like we said before, though, no accelerated clock now in the rule structure, so this won't be a very fast 4th quarter. That means Syracuse technically has time to get back into this, but it's got to be perfect play into an interception into perfect play multiple times over to get back into this one. Right now, just trying to find the end zone. Step 1 has to be
met with a gang of Texas Longhorns there. Nowhere to operate.
Yeah, taken down very quickly. That's been kind of the story here, though. Forbush's defense has been incredible. I think on the other side, you've got to just somehow be unpredictable. I mean, it feels like he knows what he's going for quite frequently here on defense. Finds a short pass. Will be taken down. Gain of 4. Some forward progress, but can't feel amazing about that.
Yeah, 3rd and 7. I don't even think we're looking at the downs now. We're obviously in 4-down territory throughout the entire game here.
Yeah.
So you don't need to get all 7 here, but we haven't really seen many small plays. They've all been big chunks. As we run that screen, nice little juke, picks up the first down.
Okay. Really good opportunity here to score. Really would hate to get an interception thrown again.
Oh, or you're putting it out there in the
putting it out
universe,
there.
aren't you? Run through the middle. There we go.
Okay.
Making it respectable.
You love to see it now. 2 touchdowns. You think he goes for the 2 points here?
Oh, why not?
It's it's looking like the wall's closing in just a tad here for Gaston Early College, to put it lightly. But a nice touchdown for sure here.
Nice touchdown. Style points. Respect. And we're just going to, unless this is another fake. Nope. Just going to get that 16th point on the board.
16?
That is the weirdest looking college mascot I have ever seen. It looked like a...
It's an orange.
Oh, it's an orange.
Yes.
Didn't necessarily look like an orange.
Yeah.
Let's go for another onside kick here. Let's see if the receiving team one hand catches it again. Nope.
Yeah, I've never seen an orange with a nose quite like that before.
Nope, that's definitely a first. Definitely a first. But Neither of these onside kicks here by Gaston Early College have even been close, Eli, and that makes you think, you need to practice all facets of your game, You might have been winning a lot in the regular season, and you're like, I'm never going to need to onside kick it. If you practice these onside kicks a little bit and at least give yourself a better opportunity to get the ball back, doesn't look like they were able to do that. Neither of those onside kicks have even been close for them being able to recover it.
It's definitely a tricky mechanic to use properly. I've really only seen it have maybe a 10% success rate. It's quite difficult to get it to.
Another huge pass across the middle here for Texas.
Yep.
And Forbush.
Yeah, now if Forbush wants, they can just burn a lot of clock here. But I think they want to pad their stats a bit, maybe send a message to the other competitors.
Yeah. They might have heard us, that TBK's out there watching. It's like, look what I can do.
A fumble, turnover.
You know what? If I was Texas here, I might want to challenge if that was a forward or backwards pass.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That was pretty close, because if that was a forward pass, it's incomplete and they can retain possession of the ball. But they're saying that was a backwards pass, and therefore Syracuse and Gaston Early College have the ball back.
Yeah, I think it was just slightly backwards. Small angle difference there. Okay.
Flits up the middle. Whoa.
No one.
Like you said, we almost had our third interception of the game. Speaking of TBK, welcome in the chat, TBK.
Let's go.
Looks like you're going to be facing Forbush, Texas, Banjo in the next round.
Banjo, no slouch at all. I expect it to be a good match, but TBK, like we said, likely the favorite here. Number 1 seed in Western, previous winner at VESL. But what is the play here? I mean, honestly, Gaston suddenly coming to life a bit here. I mean, sure, it's a massive lead still, but all of a sudden, you kind of wish they were playing like this at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it's almost, unfortunately, as much as we hate to say it, just a little bit too little, too late.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That was almost interception as well.
Yep, I think Eli's trying to get that third interception.
I mean,
preying on their downfall now all of a sudden.
No, I mean,
the story's been written.
History repeats itself. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Oh.
We'll find the first down. Takes 4 guys to take that guy down as well. Referee a little bit too close to this play, in my opinion.
I would completely agree. Poor mechanics there. That's going on our training tape next week. You do not want to be there. You want to keep that cushion as the back judge.
Yeah, this game's unrealistic. They didn't make the ref look like Nick Lavid Thug Nasty.
No, they did not. I would love to go in there and rewrite their referee mechanic. As a wing official, you see that wing official there?
Yeah.
We never spot the ball. That guy in the middle of the field about 10 yards down, that's his job.
Oh,
and
no.
there you go. Eli's prophecy has been fulfilled with our third interception of the day by Forbush and Banjo.
Yeah. Now I think if you're Banjo, like you might as well run the clock a bit here, get this thing over and done with. You can take all the time you want, but
give yourself a little extra time. Go make yourself a meal. Get ready for your next match.
Doesn't look like they're interested in that strategy at all.
They are not. Not one bit.
Okay. Another first down for Forbush. Not quite as explosive as they have been on other drives yet. It's like a potential right side throw here. It is. And they're going to not quite make it to first down.
Another fumble. Syracuse comes up with it.
Wait.
Wow.
That actually happened, yeah.
That happened.
It didn't show the camera pan, so I wasn't sure if it counted, but it certainly did.
Yeah, I didn't see the red fumble indicator at the bottom of the screen, but
it's so impressive, though, how many times Gaston Early College has had the ball and Forbush has just only allowed 16 points.
Yeah. Massive. Flag. Not even sure if I saw what it was.
Delay of game, perhaps?
False start, something, delay game, no idea, must have missed it. 5-yard penalty, we move on.
Offensive.
Yeah, it had
flag.
to be a false start or a delay game, one of the two.
Yeah, I don't think the clock was quite at 0 yet, so probably false
Nope, we're going to have our 2-minute timeout here. You might as well take a shot to the middle of the field. Doesn't matter, incomplete, 2-minute timeout. 2nd and 15.
What's really interesting, look at this. It's actually, Gaston Early College has had more first downs than Forbush. It was 18-16 in that department. So
They got their chunk plays, and they scored points off of them.
that's impressive.
The boomstick goes crazy. You are not wrong, TBK.
So we've seen a lot of incomplete passes now.
Yep, stops the clock, unfortunately.
Yeah, 3rd and 15.
Trying to find the right play. Trying to figure out what to do here. Trying to get some more points on the board before the end of this game.
Yeah, options certainly running low, and it's a long pass into
pick number 4.
Goodness gracious.
Perfect timing user pick.
So impressed by these interceptions. It's not easy to do. You've got to control the right player, hit the mechanic for the catch.
See, now this is the big difference between TBK and Forbush here. TBK would still be going to try and score 1,000 points. I'm not sure how Forbush is going to play this. Looks like they drop back. They're not running anything too crazy, and they throw an interception of their own. Block should be able to get this in. Beautiful pick 6 by Gaston Early College.
It turns out it's easier to find the end zone off of the interception than it is off a normal offensive drive. They're going to take.
And here is the ugly orange yet again.
If I see that in the supermarket, I'm not putting that in my bag. I'm just saying. There's something wrong. There's some kind of growth on the side of that orange.
Yeah.
Not about it.
Not sure how a mascot's a color either, but they had to pick one.
That's true. Okay.
Now, wait a minute.
All of a sudden,
it's not happening,
that's
right?
a 25
Just
point
can't
game
happen.
Still. Yeah, I mean, they still need.
Let's see if this onside kick is any closer.
Nope.
No. Not even giving himself a chance.
Just going to take it right there.
Yeah.
Can't blame him. All right. Now, what is the play here? Okay, 1st and 10. Gaston Early College would like to get at least one more touchdown, I think, before this game concludes. It's only a minute and a half on the clock. I feel like at most they could get 2 touchdowns maybe, so it is feeling like a almost guaranteed victory for Forbush.
Oh, did he get the foot in? Even the assistant coach on the sideline
Wow.
dragged the toe, maybe even got 2. Good enough for the NFL, good enough for college football.
Impressive.
I did like how the coach was there, like, did you get that foot? Did you get that foot in? Did you get that foot in? Huh?
Okay.
Oh, another jump ball, however, does come down with it. Calls the timeout. Why not get some more points?
Yeah, they're taking this seriously. Can't blame them.
We all wrote it off long in the 3rd quarter.
I mean, let's be real. Forbush has been stuck at 48 for quite a while, and the counter just keeps going up.
Yeah, like we said, defense wins games.
Okay.
Defense wins games.
That's true.
There you go.
You
5th
make a good point.
interception of the game for Banjo and Forbush. Wow.
Is that it? Oh, coaching. Okay.
We're going to
the depth chart. Making some adjustments here.
Yeah,
It might be a little bit late.
No, we're benching Kyle McCord. Get out of here, buddy. Oh, and you can't challenge it.
Well,
all right. Banjo, what are you going to do here? You going to run up the clock, or are you going to keep trying to put some points on the board?
taking their time on this play for sure. Okay, it's going to be the handoff. I mean, they have found these wide open gaps in the defense far too many times this game. But honestly, Gaston has played pretty strong defense the last couple of quarters here.
They really have. Like you said, he's been stuck on 48 for quite a while, got a few interceptions of their own. Lion, welcome to the chat. Hope all is well. Hope you're ready for your match, or if you just got done playing your match and are watching the end of this one.
Lion in the Sandhills region, one of our best players. I think he's first seed, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So he is both the first seeds taking an eye on the competition here.
Yep. Hey, That should be a note to all the competitors, right? If the top seeds are out here watching the other streams, you need to take notes. You need to do the preparation. Lion, what was your score, if you don't mind sharing with the group here as we watch the end of this match?
You know, I keep mixing up Lion and Dion.
Lion is the 4th seed.
Okay. So Dion must be the number 1 seed. Sorry, I keep mixing those two players
Lion
up.
with the early win, 48-13.
Love to see it. Probably will face off against Dion then, so we'll see a Lion versus Dion. Okay. Nice run here.
Quinn Ewers with 309 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception.
That man got to be tired. Someone give that man a break. It's a lot of yardage. Okay, looking for the open pass. Will
straight across the middle. Keep that clock running. Nope, we're going to call a timeout. Why not?
Interesting. I mean, yeah, you got him on board. Why not?
Point differential doesn't matter anymore.
30 seconds left. Want to make this a more emphatic victory than it already is. Okay.
Impact player here trying to use the defensive swim move. Caught across the middle. Clock should be starting here and now. Come on, video game. There we go. However, they're quick to the line, quick to snap the ball, quick to run it up the middle, and quick to score.
The exclamation point.
Oh, there's the good old Texas two-step. We knew it was coming.
Exclamation point on this match to just make it an even more emphatic victory. 19 seconds to go. If you're on the side of Gaston Early College, maybe you go for the Hail Mary bomb here. Get some more game time out. This will probably conclude the season here. Just a moment for this player, but on the other side, Forbush starting to think ahead, right? They know that TBK is coming up next. Be as warmed up as you possibly can be going into this next game.
2-point conversion is good. Adding insult to injury, you know. However, that's the nature of the tournament, Eli, which is unfortunately sticking with me. Somebody gets to go on to the round 2. Somebody else's season's over. It's unfortunate, but it's just the nature of the beast.
That is the way of the beast indeed. And let's see, what's he's just gonna run? Okay, yeah.
No. He thought pretty sure he wanted the touchback, and he didn't know if he was in or out, and if he would have ran back in and got the safety, that would have been a clip.
Okay, here we go.
Just knee it out. Yep, that's what we're hoping for, Lion too. But they're just trying to put on a show.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last play they get to have.
Whoop, and 6th interception.
Now feeling like maybe I should have just ran the clock out. Because
yeah, run it up. See, that's why I said TBK. I knew you would be about running that score up. You're going to be putting up 125 until you can't no more.
We respect it. Oh, and let's just throw – they're just playing catch out here at this point. I mean, we love
it back and forth.
The good
nothing wrong with that.
You know, what's 2 teams playing catch out in the field, you know, having a good time. 3 seconds, very likely to be the last
goes.
Play.
You just got to throw it up, hope for a prayer.
Send it.
He didn't want that person running a wheel. He just said, go.
Send it. Send it. And it's why not?
They're just playing catch.
Why not?
I think that's 3 or 4 back-to-back interceptions to end this game. Man.
Wow.
What a first game, though, Eli.
That was impressive. Yeah. I mean, Forbush came to play. I'll be honest. He said in the chat, we asked him, hey, are you ready for this match? He said, yeah, and I'm going to win too. That's what he said.
No doubt about it.
I mean, he knew. So props to Forbush.
Yep. And C-Force, congratulations as well for making it this far.
Yeah.
Unfortunate end to your season. However, Banjo closing it out, 56-23.
Wow, great first matchup that we have here. Lots more action to go as well. Forbush really impressed us with their defense. I feel like they kind of were slacking off a bit in the last half of that game, if I'm being honest. Maybe they built such a lead that they're just like, oh, I can just mess around. But in my opinion, you got to go hard until the very end of the game. You got to make a statement here. So
start to finish, no quit, no stop. Should be going 110% all the time.
Absolutely agree. So We've got more action coming up for you. I believe we're actually going to transition into Overwatch for the next match. We might have a talent switch as well. So don't go anywhere. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to a break. We'll be back here shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Still want me to talk to you? Oh, there it is. Now I can hear myself.
It is the one on the left. We figured it out. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the VESL 2024 fall season. Back again for some more CMS action. My name is Andy. You've seen me periodically throughout the entirety of the season for Overwatch. Who I got over here, it is the boss man himself. We got ourselves Nick, man. How we doing? You got to cast some college football to start off, and now you get to tread some waters in the FPS realm.
Yep, doing it, loving it. Hopefully not making too many mistakes.
That's what makes it truly wholesome at the end of the day. As I was stating, Overwatch 2 is on the horizon for us here. We started off with a lot of teams for Overwatch 2. The turnout has been absolutely astounding, and we've whittled it down to our top 8 teams. Winners round 1, of course, is where we're going to be starting off with. Palisades is going to be on our stream first and foremost. They will be going up against Kata, their A team. Brackets should be coming up here sometime soon, and there it is. A lot of matchups that are spicy to start things off. Palisades A versus Lexington Seniors is going to be a must-watch, but Audrikel, some personal blood is going to be spilled on either side. That's tough.
Yeah, they were a little upset in the chat the other day. They were like, "Oh, come on, we're doing this round 1. Come on." And they're like, "Hey, that's just how the cookies crumbles. That's how the tiebreakers fell. That's how the standings ended up at the end of the regular season." But you know what I'm looking forward to?
Tell me.
I'm not a forward-thinking individual, but that Sun Valley and Palisades match, round 2, that is going to be one spicy meat a ball.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. Again, I mean, those are two teams that actually face each other throughout the regular season. Sun Valley played Palisades A very close, and I mean, the entire stigma of our entire broadcast is that Palisades, a very tenured school, every single team one way or another through all of our seasonal games found their way in towards playoffs. So they are very good at esports. Same thing could be said for Audrikel, but Sun Valley have definitely brought the pain to a lot of different teams that they have faced. Definitely surprised a lot of ones along the way. But tell us a little about what everybody's playing for. Of course, if you win, it does mean something, but even more so if you make top 4.
Yeah, some honorable mentions here, unfortunately. Yet again, we were only able to take our top 8. Everybody 4-2 or better. 1-5-1 team and 2 teams that are 6-0. Audrikel A and Palisades A. But some honorable mentions to some of the teams that were 4-2 and did not make the top 8. Unfortunately, only losing 2 matches all season long, but just based on some random qualifiers and tiebreakers, they weren't able to make it. Providence, North Mech, and Charlotte Engineering Early College all finished the season 4-2. However, just weren't unfortunately able to make it into the top 8 this year.
I remember that conclusion of a match in week number 6 in between Charlotte Engineering Early College and Lexington Senior High School. We quite literally had win in your in mentality right there. It was everything for the win-loss record. Lexington Senior High School were able to find their way in towards a playoff bracket again. Their road is not easy by any stretch of the imagination, let alone being able to face Palisades A, our number 2 seed in your opening matchup. Of course, when it came down to the number 1 seed of Audrikel, some pins and needles had to get pulled for map differentials and for percentage differentials, but we got there at the end of the day. But I gotta say, we do end up having 8 teams. It's not going to be the last time in a 2-week span that we're going to end up seeing these top 4 teams. They still have a chance at the end of it. Obviously, top 1 does make it all the way to states, but we do have that wild card weekend coming up as well.
Yes, our 2nd through 4th place teams from this conference championship weekend will be advancing on December 7th to the wild card weekend. A lot of conferences are thrown out the window at that point in time. It's everybody's fighting for one last final spot in the state championship. Going to be crazy. However, again, no slouch on our match that we're going to have coming up here. It's the 4 versus 5 seed in Palisades B and Kata A. Palisades B, just because they're the B team, doesn't mean they're no slouch.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, at the end of the day, we end up having these numerical differences. And you and I, we watch a lot of college sports, and the way we always end up seeing seeding is like, look, it's the 5 and the 4. Numerically, this should be a banger, but it could also be ending very, very quickly. I will say this much about Palisades and their B team is that they do have one individual. His name is Quirky Turtle. His Cassidy, his hit scan play is just bar none a step above everybody that they faced so far. Obviously, there's some different weights that you can end up pulling through if you are looking at the tank matchup, support differential, but Quirky Turtles always end up finding a lot of influence throughout the entirety of their series that they played so far in the season, so definitely a player you want to watch out for. I think it's also important that we probably mentioned this is a best of 5. We are doing a much more of like a pick process, not so much as like banning directly, but map 1 is already going to be decided by the higher seed, which naturally would end up being Palisades, and their B team had chosen to start off on Nepal, and then as we go in towards map number 2, the loser will end up picking the mode and the map, so long as it's not escort, so on and so forth until we get a winner in the best of 5.
Yeah, no, definitely looking forward to it. Definitely got what should be a great match ahead of us here. I've been watching a lot of the Jake Overwatch videos. I'm down to get into the nitty-gritty here and have some more of the player details that you've been able to experience throughout the regular season.
Yeah, hey, shout out Jake. He's all the way across the pond watching OWCS World Championship at this moment in time and took all the time throughout the entirety of the regular season to put together all of those free videos, by the way, which are on the Not Work platform for crying out loud. Even if you don't play Rocket League, get on there, watch some Chief Beef's videos, and you'll be in a real good spot to be able to hit GC in the upcoming season. Game 1 is ready to get underway. Winners round 1. It's a single elimination bracket, not a whole lot of room for error at the end of the day. Palisades B versus Kata. Let's get it on. Be trying to work through, maybe trying to get ourselves some game audio, but we should be picking at least teams here sometime soon. Don't worry about what it says on the screen as well. This is not a first to 2. Technically speaking, if it's anything, it would be a first to 3. That is how a best of 5 works.
That is how the math quite maths.
It does math that way, yes.
Here we go. Got some agent selects on the screen here. You want to talk us through some of the compositions on maybe what we could expect from in this first match?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Palisades B going to probably rely a lot on Quirky Turtle in that Cassidy. You'll recognize that they do have that one Wombo combo. They've been relying on some rando on the Sigma. You do have the Gravitic Flux with the Riptire. Everybody's suspended mid-air, and they just drop into a very big rolling bomb. And also the Deadeye is a good combination for that as well. On the opposite side, Kata are looking to brawl. Junker Queen, they're picked for Texas Red, is a very good hero. It's bolstered up with a lot of hit scan damage, so if anybody becomes weak and starts bleeding from the axe throw, could be absolutely crucial for Kata's success as we get underway here. Opening salvo will then favor those with the speed boost, and that'd be Kata so far up on the point first.
Yeah, looking like they're able to hold him at that choke point since they were able to get there first, able to hold him back just a bit here. Junkrat providing a lot of damage here at the front door.
Corgi going to get cut down, just trying to overextend a little bit. And some of those percentages of damage difference that you're starting to see. Quirky Turtle's actually fighting a lot of damage. He's already halfway charged towards his ultimate for crying out loud. And Kata just get completely bullied all the way through the point. The first blood found from Quirky Turtle, and they cement their victory with their early percentage.
Yeah, Andy, sometimes being first isn't always the best. They might have rushed into something and got pushed right back off of it quicker than they could even establish themselves on the point.
Definitely doesn't always pay to be first. You heard it here first. Here comes the flank all the way through the elephant statue. Kata trying to find their way in, but again, just overextend. Texas Red will take down a lot of the support on the opposite side, but overextension has been Palisades eating other words, but on the opposite
almost
side.
Almost a full team swipe there. There it is.
Yep, finally comes through. Should be interesting how you can try to rework your way back in if you are Kata. I mean, you're waiting on some pretty key ultimates, but expect Quirky Turtle to probably flank in this upcoming team fight to probably hit a massive Deadeye.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates on board for the side of Palisades here. Just waiting for the push, waiting for them to get up there to utilize everything that they have on deck.
Corgi hanging out up top. This is a very interesting crosshair we also have on our screen. I feel like it definitely deserves a mention, but Junkrat set mine up in the air. Quirky Turtle plucks them out of the sky. And again, that first blood comes through so early for Palisades that they can just keep all of Kata trapped inside of these choke points. Nowhere to go. Palisades didn't even take any ultimates to win that fight.
It did not. They've still got 4 on deck for the next team fight. Running away with it here, 70% to 0. Got this guy cornered and an easy finish.
Even in the 1v1, just so confident. As Quirky Turtle, he's been sitting on his ultimate since yesterday. The only ultimate that they're missing would be LJW in that coalescence from the Moira, but that would just make a payload of ultimates. Kata are lacking a lot of heals, though. I mean, you do have Sephiroth swapped over towards the Mercy. In theory, it is good healing, but there's no burst healing, so they really do have to work these picks very early. Texas Red feeling the pressure, 95% all the way towards your ultimate. Rips the Rampage, booped up in the air, so just yeets themselves all the way in towards the defender's area. No tank in play. Quirky Turtle rips the Deadeye on the opposite side. Same thing could be said for Gaming, but doesn't work out in their favor. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Up on the point we go. Some randos still alive. Use their ultimate in the opening of the team fight. Same for the Zyphy in that Fox Rush ultimate. Kata find the numbers on the point. They flip it to boot. It did get expensive, though.
And right at the buzzer there, too. 99%. Only just needed another tick on that point to win the round. Whew, what a clutch.
Do have the Soldier 76, that tactical visor. Game hitting a little bit of a flank all the way through the Elephant Stairs, staying a little bit while longer. He's starting to get pushed upon as well. Corgi just trying to react to wherever the push might be coming from, but for maybe a little bit of a flank. You can get damage boosted from Sephiroth, could make the difference. He's just playing straight up. Shield's going to get bursted down. Wolf does have a Riptire, probably going to be watching out for that one. He's so
Junkrat
incredibly
is
low,
done.
and that's a 1-for-1 trade. You traded a support for some big burst damage, but it just meant that Palisades are overextending. Quirky Turtle up through the gut is able to at least find 2 picks, but the push comes through on the Elephant Stairs size. Kata still have their supports alive. They will win the team fight. Up in percentage they go.
Yeah, Palisades has got to get out of here. They've got to regroup. They already lost the entire engagement. However, they're just hunting them down and still getting the kills, and now we're on staggered spawns, which is never a good thing to have in a team game.
Still building towards these ultimates, though. And if you are Palisades, again, it does take one good team fight, but we're still overextending.
Yes.
It's those staggering spawns that you keep talking about, Nick, that is just helping Kata in their adventure to get closer to 100.
Yeah, they got to wait for support here. Don't even do poke damage. You just got it. You got to wait. Let everybody get in. Attack. You've got two ultimates on board, but so does Kata.
It's about to be very important when some rando does get this ultimate online. Like I was talking about, they do have the Wombo combo. The Coalescence should help them get in for the Gravitic Flux Riptire combination. Let's see if they can get it done. Already through the opening of the choke point. Tactical Visor is going to get ripped, and it's just damage. Coalescence on the opposite side. It helps some rando get indoors. Wow. The Rampage comes through on the opposite side. Kata did have at least a health advantage, but just through sheer velocity, the Riptire comes through from Wolf. They flipped the point. Got a little bit scary at certain points of time. Kata still able to get 91%.
And whip off the ultimate just for the fun of it anyway. Then, yeah, no, talk about 2 totally separate runs. Palisades goes up 99-0. And then Kata rips off a 91-0 run of their own, but only for Palisades to come out victorious at the end of round 1. Wow, what a round.
Yeah, no, that was massive. I mean, I really did feel like Kata were going to win that team fight. I mean, they had every single tool at their disposal. You had the Mercy Valkyrie ultimate to bolster up with the Soldier 76, but Corgi seems that they're more willing to play alongside of the tank instead of going for those big flanks off of Palisades Brawl, but can't really blame them. I would also feel safe if I had a Junker Queen next to me. So it's a 1-stage differential here as Palisades looking to take things here on the Village Center.
No, not much different here. I expect in round 2. However, I do expect the wide angles to be played by those Cassidy's a little bit more like you were talking about Quirky Turtle. There's definitely some wide unexplored angles on this map to the point that go unused. Let's see if they get used this round.
A lot of high ground could be accessible should you win this opening team fight. Per the charge, some rando now over towards the Reinhardt, looking to get a little bit more brawl intensive, is bringing it in towards play. That barrier incredibly low, trying to isolate a target, and yeah, Corgi gonna have to hightail it back inside of the kitchen. Sephiroth was already dealt a swift hand, and Kata are losing their numbers quite quickly. Palisades win the opening team fight with ease.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we had any team comp chains outside of that Reinhardt. It's looking like it relatively stayed the same.
Texas Red is back now on the Malga, but it's only going to be a brawl for a brawl. The biggest difference is that Quirky Turtle has a giant blue rectangle he can just kind of cower behind, but Kata's brawl is that much more damaging, especially once the damage over time comes through from the Malga and that primary fire. Definitely want to be on the lookout for that, and it's just cleanup duty. Kata putting on their janitorial pants will flip the point.
Yeah, they won that first fight quite handedly. They got some early time there, but that was the first actual big team fight win going in the favor of Kata. Waiting for them to come off spawn. I'm surprised to not see them holding up just a little bit higher there.
All right, just trying to enable Quirky Turtle just to be up on top of this high ground. You can already see some randos trying to push up top here of the village area. Kata just seeing where it's located at.
A lot of big damage.
The shield's gone, and they're still trying to push all the way through. Game does have the Deadeye available. Wolf finds a massive pick onto the Soldier 76. The brawl is still on. Kata still trying to hold the space. The Deadeye will be used. The Wolf will be traded. The Resurrection comes on the opposite side. Now Kata do have the numbers. Here comes Game all the way up top, flanking around the town, and Quirky Turtle might have found the trade, but the cage match will lock everybody in place. Just comes down to some rando on the Reinhardt. He'll be spammed down. Quirky Turtle thinking he can get away with a Deadeye like that. That was egregious.
Wow. That turned one way a lot quicker than I thought. I thought Palisades was going to be able to have the opening there. However, the flank from Kata on the Cassidy came out and caught him off guard.
So now you can try to hold them here. You do have big ultimates online for Palisades in this upcoming fight, which you had a Fox Rush to maybe try to get your Reinhardt into a position for this Earth Shatter a little bit easier. But this is the possibility with Amalga on control. The momentum and just being able to full-on rush to where the choke point's coming from. No support for the Moira. Didn't have the Fate available. Game just drops down in the enemy backline. No support required. Has Quirky Turtle dead to rights, and he's not in the fight. That means there's no assistance for the front line, which means Texas Red and Coke can continue to push forward. Kata still maintain the numbers, and it's another team fight win.
Just so quick. Again, coming off spawn here. They're trying to watch all the angles. They're not sure where they're going to be coming from. I think they found the first pick under the bridge there.
Even with Lucio, Deadeye going to get charged up. Not enough time to get to the point. Yeah. I mean, that's as decisive answer back off of a very close stage as you could possibly ask for. Kata's Brawl looking good.
Yeah, they got the first 19%, and then Kata said, this is our point, and we're not giving it back to you guys anytime soon. A decisive round 3. I don't even know which way I'm leaning. After that second round, I would have to say Kata, but, man.
And you can see them feeling the pressure. I mean, like the Reinhardt is a bold pick just from the spam that you did have available from Kata. The damage boosting, of course, coming through from Sephiroth very consistently. And it's calling Palisades' hand to maybe swap up support characters. Some randos back over towards the Sigma. Kind of upset. Maybe we would love to see a Roadhog here as far as the Sanctum Center is concerned, but not going to be the case. So here we go. Back to the Wombo combo for Palisades. Kata, again, having that speed boost available from the Lucio. You're trading bursts, healing for some speed. Can't blame him. Definitely helps to be there first from time to time, but you heard us back in the first stage. Doesn't always benefit you, and Kata is just trying to play a little bit more reactionary to what Palisades are trying to offer. Palisades is trying to look for the trade, and as far as positioning is concerned, they'll catch Kata inside of the Mega Pack room, and this is where Wolf can start to get to work with some of that explosive damage from the Junkrat. Same for some rando. Kata had to concede the space. Some have dropped down, and this is isolating them for maybe a nice little flank to come through from Quirky Turtle, who actually overextends. Kata turn what almost looked like a bait for Palisades to find themselves an opening pick. Kata take it with relative ease.
Yeah, I know we were focused on Quirky Turtle early in the pre-match, but Game on the Cassidy on the other side has proven to be the difference maker so far, and Kata going up early here in this third and decisive final round.
I mean, look how much just focus healing came through. Sephiroth and Seismic are about to have their support ultimates for Kata at the end of this fight.
Wow.
That's very impressive to make that work. I mean, it's a very old-timey 2016 Overwatch support duo of seeing a Mercy and a Lucio together, but from the brawl and the simplicity that is to hit scan players of Kata's DPS lineup, they're doing quite well for themselves. Very low. There was Game.
Yep, got some heals, though. Was able to escape for now.
Big isolation. Mercy had to go to the aid of the Cassidy. Texas Red on the Malgo will be dealt a swift hand. But also just look at the retreat as well for Kata. I mean, they understand we're not winning this team fight. Corgi will find one on the trade, so they thought about lingering around for a little while longer. That's going to come back to bite them in the rear. But I do love the idea of maybe just conceding and just waiting for our numbers.
Yeah, huge momentum shift here. I honestly was looking a little bit of over, unfortunately, for the side of Palisades. But they come out strong off of that last wipe, and they're able to push them off and gain control of the point all at the same time. Back in control, Palisades again in another tight one, 22-47%. Some ultimates on board, as we were just talking about. Ready for this next engagement to get underway.
I think you're quite happy if you are Kata the way that team fight ended before it even truly happened, because it meant that you could still walk into this one and almost have a full rack full of ultimates. Palisades very close to that point in time, just missing the Fox ultimate.
Wow, he got
burned. Corgi down for the count. Resurrection coming through. Game also needs healing. Dead, maybe. Tactical Visor invested. Damage boost coming through. It's a 2-for-3 trade. Palisades might have the numbers, but Texas Red is still alive. Now comes the cage fight. He'll lock at least some rando in towards the place, but he is just absolutely happy to live in the middle of the cage. He'll walk away with 2, and Kata sent back packing.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that res there. Kind of we're already a few numbers down. Didn't need to really put that res off, but ended up losing the engagement after it's all said and done. Palisades still rolling. Let's see if Kata has one more fight left in him to get this back.
Last fight territory for a big match feel here in map number 1, winners round 1 of conference championships.
And it came quick, and Palisades gets the first pick.
Big first blood for them. Cassidy now out for the play. The resurrection will come through, so now we're back to the full HP. They dealt with the rip tire. Some random also will go down. There's no wombo for the combo. And you also have a coalescence being utilized for Zyphy, but he's just going to get rushed. Quirky Turtle now with the Deadeye, just trying to hold the line. 93%, somebody from Kata has to touch. And that means that it's immediate death. Here comes the damage from Quirky Turtle.
This is
He's
it.
not here alone. Zyphy's also buying some time, letting some more reinforcements come through.
Cassidy.
2v2, isolating the Mercy, gets a body shot. There comes the flank. The headshot will end up for the flip, but then it all ends up in favor for Palisades at the end of the day. I think they all either stepped off the point. I think we just had a C9.
They did not C9. Not in the first game. That couldn't have been.
I don't know.
Yeah, we were focusing on the Cassidy v Cassidy fight. We missed the other person if they were on the point or not. But wow.
We're going to have to confirm that. We are for sure going to have to confirm that because, I mean, Kata in the last 2 stages of this map number 1 just brutalized their opponents with the brawl. I mean, it looked way too good for them to potentially lose that map. And in the 1v1, I mean, they were holding it all together. So, I mean, I genuinely think that they might have C9 the way that the percentage looked, but I'm going to have to wait for Prod's confirmation on that one because that was definitely something.
Yeah, no, if I could say one thing, it's just if that's any indication of how this series is going to go, back and forth, runs after run, close, minor details going one way or another, we're in for a roaring Game 5.
Yeah, we sure are. Again, I mean, very close affair in between the DPS. You saw at least like the mental warfare in the brawl compositions. We saw a lot of tanks being played. The Zarya towards the end of stage number 2. The original for Sigma, looking for that wombo combo that Palisades B have been benefiting from all year long. And it didn't work out in the last 2 stages. The Malka pick coming through from Texas Red was just massive for them just to abuse the space going forward. And again, you got to shout out the supports as well for staying alive and as lucrative as they were, being able to keep Texas Red alive as long as they were and their DPS afloat.
Yeah, no, it was crazy. I think Palisades just made the wrong hero picks there and then made the right selections going into round 3, and it obviously showed up, and that's why they won the round.
Oh, we're waiting for the loser of map number 1 to then pick our upcoming map number 2. Again, as far as these pick system is concerned, we are putting it in towards the players' hands in a best of 5 for Overwatch. Again, it doesn't feel the severity has settled on in for a lot of these students, but it is a single elimination tournament. So once again, you only have one opportunity.
No, your rope is not very thin before you fall off into the murky waters.
Yeah.
You know, it's unfortunate one person moves on. I think we're getting some behind-the-scenes information and intel here. Andy, Kings Row, what do you think? What map mode they can play?
I mean, Kings Row, I'm honestly here for it. We're going into hybrid, so loser's choice for the mode for hybrid going into Kings Row for as far as the map choice is concerned. You know, surprisingly, I think that this actually does benefit Palisades, funnily enough, just off of the Sigma composition, having that shield to be able to navigate through streets and some of these different choke points that will be available for them. So I think that it's one of those things that it could help out for the Sigma play, but sometimes, at the end of the day, it's all just information. And information is just as useful as a ball of paper that you can just crumple up and throw the heck out the window, because the brawl composition coming through was very, I guess this is going to sound very tinfoiled hatty, but like it was well controlled. It was like controlled chaos, and they looked really good on that. You can abuse that on the streets of Kings Row. Yeah,
the only 2 things that I know we're going to say for certain. Game is going to be on Cassidy, and so is Quirky Turtle.
That's very true.
It's the only thing that we know for certain. Everything else still left on the table.
Yeah, I feel like I think I've seen Quirky Turtle play like an Ashe one time, and it was like all until like his ult charge reached 30%, he died, and he immediately switched back to Cassidy. I mean, going through a lot of their different match stats throughout the entirety of the season, everybody keeps saying it's like Quirky Turtle is like the hard carry, quote unquote, but like some rando also deserves a certain amount of credit as well. And I think that it's one of those things that you definitely have to tip your hat to the success that Quirky Turtle has found throughout the regular season, as that, yes, it does come down to you hitting some really nasty shots, and we got to see some semblance of that in the map number 1, but it's the space being provided for some rando. He is going for these counter picks to try to win the 1v1 up close so that way Quirky Turtle can succeed, just as much as the Mercy from Sephiroth on the opposite side is doing everything within their own right just to fly from body to body to make sure that their DPS are enabled.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to hear you say that the Kings Row actually favors the Palisades comp. However, this was the pick of Kata.
You have to think that it has to be some sort of comfort. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Kings Row has been in the game since 2016. We call it Scrims Row for a reason. The reason being back in 2016, back before hero picks were there, we were playing 3 Lucios, 3 Winstons at this point in time. And the meta was you just get inside the lobby. Didn't really matter because we're all playing Winstons and Frogmen. And you just get on Kings Row, Scrims Row, immediately.
Hey.
It's always been map 1, and very historic map. The map hasn't gone through too many changes as well, so there's still a lot that is viable. Long-range hit scan, brawl compositions, dive compositions, all fit could be completely viable.
Yep, no, definitely looking forward to the second map, and hopefully it's as much of a banger as that first one was, because, man, that had me on the edge of my seat.
It was a really good fight. I mean, first stage going all the way to overtime, 100 to 99 to start things off. A milli-wop in stage number 2, and then a very close stage number 3. So, yeah, if there's anything that this map number 2 should be any short of amazing, I can only imagine that. Not too sure where we are at hopping in towards this map number 2. Should be happening very, very soon as we are underway, not only just with this matchup, but everything to do as far as the CMS Conference Championships are concerned. Western's happening right now, Sandhill. There's a lot of competition happening again. Top 8 from 3 different conferences.
Yeah, be sure to hop on in the other stream as well. You're currently watching us on stream number 2. Stream number 1 is just over there, but just a few links away as well. So be sure you're catching all the action. We're going to go back and forth between Western, CMS, and Sandhills between both games and both streams, so you're able to get a plethora of all things video game related.
Should be interesting. You know, I will say this much. Like, I'm not trying to compare, like, apples to oranges or any other fruit for that matter, but
I feel like you were just watching our stream because we had the Syracuse oranges on last stream.
well, it's a good thing I'm colorblind, so I don't really know what that color truly looks like. But I'm just saying, in general, your knowledge of Overwatch is impressive. I will say that much because, I mean, casting with Trey, I almost felt like I was going whew, man, y'all been seeing it from the CMS broadcast. I almost felt like I was Professor Proper at some points in time, man. You know ball.
No, the only thing I don't know, and that's why no cheating over here. But it's like I've got all the agents up because some of the new people, I'm not so sure. I don't even know. Oh, you know, we're here. We're open. We're honest, ladies and gentlemen. I do not know who Junker Queen is, and I do not know who Mauga is either. Mauga. Yeah, new individuals have no idea what their abilities are, but everybody else played for the longest time.
If you had to guess who Mauga was based off of, who would that be?
Maui.
Yeah. That's
Moana 2 incoming, ladies and
so
gentlemen.
excited.
Hashtag not an ad.
I really do need an IRL version of that, just like a live studio production of Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
They're filming.
Are they? I forgot about that. Wait, no, I saw that on TikTok this morning. That's actually insane. We're rambling because we don't know what else to talk about at this point, but look. As far as this entire season is concerned, it is coming to a screeching halt. Obviously, the spring season is very much so in the air about the games that we're going to be playing, so make sure you guys are keeping up to date as far as the Discord chats are concerned, the Not Work platform as well. Those videos ain't going nowhere anytime soon, so you got some free curriculum videos made by The Buzz if you're interested in playing in Smash. #1, multi-time #1, world champion. You got MVPs like Jake making videos as well. It's just a really cool access that you do have on the Not Work platform that you could use these coins to also get cool prizes.
Yeah, a lot of good videos actually should have dropped yesterday. We have one more video releasing the week after Thanksgiving, so be sure to watch all of them. They'll be up for as long as you want. But if you want to get an edge on your opponents going into these conference championships and wildcard weekend and into the state championship, be sure to watch these videos as they provide useful information. I wouldn't have been able to say half of what I said if I didn't watch all of Jake's videos this season. Luckily, I had a refresher going into this. So Thanks. Shout out Jake, Dreeny, DaBuzz, and last but certainly not least, Chief Beef.
Yeah, no, Chief Beef, honestly, like, we're not actually doing, like, awards at the end of all of our season, but Chief Beef definitely wins the intro. I mean, by a country mile. Like
no question.
His intro was so good. It was so good. And also the insight that he's also able to bring, again, professional players. So, like, yeah, definitely somebody that you want to highly regard. So, almost getting close towards match time again. Map #2 moving over towards Kings Row, where at turn of events, Palisades were able to hold on, win that map #1. So, they'll take that 1-0 lead as far as the series is concerned versus Kata A. Again, Palisades B throughout the entirety of the regular season as far as Kata is concerned. Both of them did finish 4-2, 8-4 as far as map count is concerned. So, again, map count could not be closer off of Palisades being able to win that map 1.
Yeah, Palisades winning that map 1 really showed, and like you said, reflection on the standings. They're both 4-2, 8-4 on the rounds. It's like I said, can't get much closer between this 4 and 5 matchup. Everything we asked for, and then some. Unfortunately, not like our 4-5 matchup in college football, which was a little one-sided. However, this is what we signed up for.
Look, like I said at the top, you got 4 and a 5. Like, as a numbers guy, technically that means it should be close. Sometimes it's not always the case. Map number 2 just about to get ready, and we definitely have much more of the former rather than the latter. This series has been an absolute banger so far as we get underway with map number 2 in a best of 5. Are we guaranteed to go 4? Or is someone going to put on the hot seat?
I think this is going game 5. This is going game 5.
I feel this is a big match feel for an opening round matchup. Again, this already feels like what grand finals might be at the end of today. Again, we are going through a top 8 single elimination bracket for 2 seasonal games today. 2 more tomorrow. Hope you're strapped in because it's going to be an absolutely fantastic time as we are about to be getting underway here. Seems that Quirky Turtle, the whole crowd going mild. He's back on that cast.
Yeah, Andy, to be honest, the biggest part that's not going to surprise me is if this first point gets held. In my opinion, this is the hardest point to capture on this entire map is this first point. Not many places for you to go, but through that little archway there. Let's see who can hold it down.
We got a Jay Silly being played by Wolf. Has been playing that hero all season long.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rest of the comp. Not seeing too much changes from that round 1 and round 3.
So the Junkrat probably going to be the one that benefits from all of the spam fire through these choke points. Some rando showing off their flexibility again. Over towards the horse this time around is going to be the animal like for the tank being played. On the opposite side, you do have at least a Ramatra. So the brawl comp again is what is immediately on the docket. There's the game audio. I mean, it's loud, but like now we in there. Oh man, it feels like a big match feel now as we get underway.
Soldier with the first pick there. Woo! Palisades getting pushed back pretty quick off the start.
But they're able to confront the opposition through Hotel. That's what makes this first point so volatile, but again, the brawl and just sustain. This is the biggest difference for Malga compared to Ramatra. Ramatra does have a barrier. It's a very weak barrier, but once you get to that space, you can set up players like Game and Korg, who have been very accurate all season long to win that team fight with relative ease. They're about to have ultimates in the next fight, Nick.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Like I said, I was expecting that first point to be held a little bit longer, but I was proven wrong very quickly. Kata coming out strong.
Good isolation here, just around the bar elbow. Texas Red, 50 HP.
Junk is doing damage.
I'll say. I mean, almost evening up the
Gotta
damage
get this
percentage.
finish.
Isolated.
Is he going to get out?
Nah, Ramatra's a big tanky boy. Can he get around the corner? Nope, not going to be the case. So that's a big isolated elimination coming through for Palisades as they attempt to get back. We'll try to get the overhead banners back up for you guys, but just understand, you see the Quirky Turtle, you know it's Palisades be. As at least the cart gets through the car wash, and this is where things might get problematic as the Wolf can just continue to spam through.
Yeah, that other checkpoint's a little far away. This is going to be the choke for quite a while.
It do be high tide. That's Quirky Turtle ripping the Deadeye. Hook comes
Not
through.
seeing it.
You know, the one thing that we didn't talk about is some rando did come back to this fight on the man-bear pig thing, on that Roadhog. And the thing about this Roadhog pick is that it really doesn't do anything besides the user playing that tank. And it can isolate targets, sure. You do at least have the Mud Trap to combo along for maybe the Bear Trap out of the Junkrat. I mean, they are a duo for a reason. It's just unorthodox, Nick. That's all I'm basically trying to say. Ultimates are online. As we do have Kata trying to push through the choke point. Game very low. Deadeye gotta get ripped.
This should be a huge, I don't know what he waited for. He should have pulled the trigger.
They get around the corner of the bookstore. Wraps the corner. The skull still gets pulled. That's a lot of healing now out of the way. Zyphy almost was staring death right in its face, but here comes the bowling. Retire on the opposite side from the Wolf.
Wow.
Finds 3. No way to isolate that one. And the Ramatra ultimate just gets expended at the end of it. What a turn of events.
Fight over. Your spawn point's basically there anyway. If you die or not does not matter. Palisades trying to push the cart back in the opposite direction. Huge win, huge Riptire. Waiting to see everybody coming up spawn, and it looks like they're going to take this fight a lot sooner than I expected. Jumping right back into it.
Oh, Quirky Turtle. We missed shots ever so
Another.
slightly. Both DPS, the Wolf and Quirky Turtle showing up. Quirky Turtle was down to like 35 HP. Still pulls the Deadeye, finds 3. Just like the last team fight, it was the Wolf that made the difference. Game will make Quirky Turtle pay
Huge.
for it in the end. But he's probably dead to rights here. 5 HP, does he get away? Does he get heals in time? He does.
Waiting for a full hog coming. It's the only ultimate left on the Palisade side.
Do have the Coalescence. It's about to be online for LJW. Just
Yeah.
needs to stay alive. So here comes the Tac Visor, hooked all the way through.
Wow.
I mean, that's certainly one way of shutting down an
Yeah.
ultimate. Now Game does have the Deadeye available. Coalescence still available on the opposite side.
got
Wonderful
slept,
sleep
massive
dart
sleep.
coming through from Zyphi. That isolates Game for an easy 2-tap for Quirky Turtle. And now the tables are quite literally turned for all of some rando to continue to push forward. Use the whole hog throughout the entirety of that, but doesn't even matter. What a team fight win, back to back to back.
Huge ultimate usage there across everybody. Riptire getting 3. Cassidy getting another 3. All of the ultimates being put to proper use. And they've got another 2 on board as soon as we come back.
Riptire found 3 the last go of things for the Wolf. It can get so annoying with the Riptires. It can climb up angles that you would not believe through the streets of Kings Row here on second. Still plenty of time to work with. We saw 3 minutes on the board for crying out loud. Let's not forget they did win that opening team fight, which is why they have such a bolstering time bank. But big pick comes through. No mercy on the side for Palisade, so our kill will stick. That's a massive anti-nade, though. It does land on the 4. Corgi's still able to turn down Zyphi. And now it's all down to LJW. He is dead. You also have the Junker Queen in your face. Even if you get grappled, it doesn't even matter. Texas Red right there for the axe to call the life of some rando. This point should definitely be capped.
Yeah, they should be getting this second checkpoint anytime now. Texas Red pushing up, just trying to slow down. Palisade's coming back into it.
And again, it's the brawl coming through. The Ramatra just a little bit too slow. Couldn't stop the Junker, or the Roadhog, excuse me, pick by some rando. But the Junker Queen's a good pick. Good trap combination. Just screams, just gets out of there, resets.
Yeah, Palisades might need to start using some of their ultimates. No need to keep those in your pocket as you're getting pushed in here. Watching Game working the flank per usual.
Riptire's up top. Riptire's up top. One of the DPS isn't looking at it, but the beat comes through. Wonderfully played for Seismic, and now the Rampage on the opposite side. It catches all 5. Deadeye gets pulled. Roadhog just rips Texas Red off the map, but everybody from their team is just dead. They're all gone. Point will march on, even if they don't have their tank in tow. Texas Red is smiling in the death screen as all 3 points will go captured here on Caps.
Well,
Kings
so
Row.
much for that second checkpoint. They ran just straight all the way through. Not sure how those ultimates didn't get used. Kata runs through, quick win.
Wow. So it seems that competitive rules weren't on.
Yeah, because it should have went to the second.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that.
Hmm.
I guess now they just have to flip sides and run it back.
I guess so.
I'm not sure what the time or tie going to be for that.
They're
We might have to whip out the rule books, ladies and gentlemen, but
They're all just confused. They said this. I was wondering why the time bank was so high. Why was the time bank so high? Oh, man.
welp.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, no, this isn't normal.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, the lobby rules are wrong. Oh, here's the overlay. Oh, we got the overlay now. We're good. We're good.
Wait, they're hitting us with the whip. Wait. Oh, hey, that's us, ladies and gentlemen.
And we're back.
Yeah.
So, seems that we need to try to figure some stuff out coming through. So
Yeah, Andy, this is the unfortunate part about sometimes when we're wearing multiple hats. It's like you got to put on the commissioner hat, you got to put on the RD hat, you got to put on the match coordinator hat.
I just wanted to be sweaters. I don't like wearing hats.
I don't like wearing hats either.
I-
That's why I
yeah.
wanted to be behind the desk today.
Yeah.
I wanted to let everybody else
wear a
handle everything,
headset,
but,
wear like a sweater, like look really nice because you look magnificent.
man,
today, I
thank
gotta
you,
say.
thank you. That sweater looks
It's very
woolly.
soft. Yeah, it is. It
Woolly.
is very
Loving
soft. I think it would probably be applicable for us to probably throw to a break while we let League Ops try to figure this stuff out. But that's just me personally. So we'll get that all prepared for you, just trying to get things figured out as far as what to do moving forward. It's still a 1-0 lead as it currently sticks. As far as Palisades are concerned, we're going to throw things to a very short break, but when we come back, should be that map number 2 in between Palisades and Cata. name is Andy. Joining with me is Nick here. We're going through CMS for Overwatch, and it's a 1-0 lead for Palisades as we got things figured out. Kings Row, for realsies this time, map number 2.
I swear, this is going to happen.
This one's going to stick.
You know what? I'm even calling that first choke. They're not even going to get past that first point. Totally different than what we just saw. Flipping the script. Let's see what happens.
It's a bold call, Cod. We'll have to see if it works.
We'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, I mean, like, in the obvious sense, you got the read. You got to see the rollout. So, like, maybe
you can stop it now.
It was that opening team fight that Kata did win so decisively that just, like, turned into a massive steamroll. And, like, you got to see some, like, the different hero compositions that are probably going to be played. I know. Everybody's surprised. Quirky Turtle picked Cassidy. I hate to give you the spoilers, but it happened.
Didn't see that coming.
I know.
Didn't see that coming one bit.
Yeah. Texas right over towards the Junker Queen, though, to counter pick against the Roadhog and the Ana, I think was also like a really good pick as well. Again, the Tribal Shout is a very good counter as far as the Bionade is concerned once you do get hooked, and just eating those hooks in general away from your DPS and other your squishy members from getting yoinked out of your backline is quite imperative. So Kata, gonna run it back here on competitive settings for Kings Row. Map number 2 for realsies.
Thought we had some agent locks there. However, false alarm. I don't expect any changes from what we just saw.
No, there's no reason to.
Palisades could have had the stop had it been for the competitive time settings.
I mean, yeah, they held them for, what would you reckon, like almost like 2.5 minutes on streets? So they probably would have only had like maybe about a minute 45 on third.
Agreed. Ready for battle.
Because again, as a traditional sense, you do get 2 minutes and 30 seconds if you capture the first point, a minute 30 if you capture second, and then whatever time is left over. Hey, whoa, overhead glitching.
So from the Coliseum here, you can see at the top of the screen, this is actually...
Oh, there's the rest of us. Okay, I got scared. I thought that was real life for a second.
Did you think you were half of the person?
Am I half the man that I'm meant to be?
Would you rather be the top half or the bottom half?
Probably the bottom half.
Okay.
I wouldn't be as annoying by then.
You'd have a lot less senses. That's why I would pick the top half.
But I'd be very fast.
Would you be 2 separate legs, or would you be just 1 leg?
2 separate personalities per leg, having arguments with each other. I will lead this strut.
Speaking of that, shield goes down at the choke point that I was talking about. However, does not matter. Immediately push through, and it looks like we're having a very similar start as we did to the last time we played this.
Yeah, same exact hero composition. So, I mean, you definitely love to see the reps coming to play as far as this crucial opening fight is concerned. Some rando will find that first blood onto game evening. And well, that should spell disastrous. Is now the statue is a free flank. Some rando going to get pushed on the opposite side. Quirky Turtle was
surprised
also
they're still trying to push this,
overstretched.
but at the same point in time, why not? Your spawn point's right there. You might as well put a little bit more pressure on it, get some damage, build up some ultimate points, do what you can. But at the same point in time, you're giving those ultimate points right to the other team.
I mean, if you found the pick on a Quirky Turtle off that repush around the statue,
yeah,
maybe. But, like, hanging around the choke point for a little bit too long, you're not absolutely wrong in that sense. But Texas Red still goes back to spawn nonetheless. He'll swap over towards the Malga. It was quite potent towards the end of that control map one.
Yeah, if I'm the Junkrat, I'm just sitting there spamming that choke literally the entire time.
Has a rip tire for their efforts already. Was able to find a 3K in one of the quote-unquote fights that we had in that guest host of map number 2. Here comes the Riptire around the back. Does take down Sephiroth.
Huge.
But that's such a massive pick because that's your targeted healing now down for the count. Nobody there from game evening. Corgi's soon to fall as well. Palisades B win the next team fight.
You know what? I'm not trying to speak too soon here, but you know what? Why not? First point being held as I called. It was a bold call, but it's paying off for me.
Now, you feel real smart right
I
about
feel
that.
feeling really good.
Feeling really good. Vegas called, by the way.
The odds were in my favor.
Kata, do you have at least that Lucio Ultimate Online? The sound barrier is very good for the Wombo combo that is some rando using the Gravitic Flux already. Don't know how long you have if the Deadeye can get charged long enough. Also have an Nano Boost available to kind of bolster that damage that you want it. Here comes Kata A on the re-engage.
Yeah,
trying to get through it. Gravitic Flux immediately pulled up. Riptire doesn't get called, and I love that call from Quirky Turtle. No Deadeye. The Nano Boost used in return. Some rando just struggling to stay alive. The Valkyrie also invested. Kata A taking this as an opportunity to push forward. Tactical Visor now used by Corgi, trying to cement a couple of eliminations. And Texas Red will be able to find the charge forward and a secondary elimination on towards the tank. Kata A should capture it here.
Yeah, misuses some ultimates there. They let him get through the choke when I felt like you could have used that Graviton right at the choke point. got used a little bit later, didn't get anything off of it, kind of got pushed around the pole and got pushed off the point, and then Kata secures.
That was just a good response. I will say that much. Again, the beat was always designated to deal with that combination that was coming through. It has been vital to Palisades' B success, and whether Kata A, this is a download from that map number 1, or they have watched some VOD, which is very possible, either or. They have that scouted. So now the Deadeye still available for Quirky Turtle. Also the Riptire available is where we saw them find their 2-3Ks previously. Malga overextending because that's just what he does. And, I mean, he overextended into no man's land.
Yeah, and off to a good start here in the exact same spot where they did good last round. Pushing that bus all the way through. But Palisades just cleaning up kill after kill here.
And the cart, it doesn't get all the way through the car wash. So this is re-engageable if you are Palisades, as we stutter step our way back in towards the next team fight. And yeah, you do have that
already
dynamic
massive
cover,
damage.
but
It's already a loss before it even got started, Andy. I don't know what they're doing here. It's kind of working, but it's kind of not.
I mean, by the time Seismic even got to that choke point, he had like, what, like 3 detonates at
Yeah,
his feet?
I was like, you're not. But still, they got the tank on the point. They're pushing it a little, but at what cost, in my opinion? At what cost?
Oh, well, luckily enough for you, the Wolf already had his Riptire at the end of the previous team fight win. Kata are still electing to try to push this, albeit that they lost their Lucio. He's back in towards the mix, that speedy little frog. Diving in towards the back line. Here comes the cage fight. Trying to reap the benefits from that was game evening. In the Deadeye does clean up the Wolf before he could even call the Riptire. Everybody just so low that a cold breeze is all that's required. A couple melees in the kill feed as well. Kata get control of the point.
Wow. Finally got through what held them so long last round. Got through with ease this time. Trying to run ahead there. Pressure them off spawn. Like, all right, took a little damage. Time to get out of there.
Palisades should be able to get back here to recontest. Coalescence going to open things up. Retire gets called late, though. Everybody should be trapped.
Not
the sound
sure
barrier.
where it's going.
The sound barrier. It stops the Riptire dead in his tracks in game. Evening shoots it out of the sky. Coalescence next up to bat for Palisades. You have a nano boost should you need. Some rando. Does take down Seismic. That's a lot of healing and a lot of speed boost out of the way. Corgi does have the tactical visor ready, but everybody just gets dealt a swift hand.
Time to run.
Palisades.
Jimmy Neutron said it best. Got a blast, ladies and gentlemen. Palisade back in control, pushing them all the way back.
Kata was 1 death away from actually capturing that point. If they were able to get the opening pick and stop that from happening, they probably are thinking, how are we going to try to contest over by 3rd? But now we're down to 60 seconds left, Nick, and they only have 1 ultimate to rely on.
No, yeah, it really came down to that Riptire that got stuck up in the middle of no man's land. Kind of set things off for disaster.
So here we go, trying to re-engage around the corner of the bar. Game evening, found the flank on the opposite side. Quirky Turtle will even things up. You still have the Mercy in play for Sephiroth. Might be thinking about a resurrection on the game evening if it's actually off cooldown, but the push comes through on the opposite side. It's actually the damaging orb that gets called in by LJW that will find that elimination. Seismic gets revived. Here comes the nano boost onto some rando. He has a Gravitic Flux ready. Quirky Turtle also has a Deadeye ready. That could be quite crucial in this upcoming team fight. Sub 30 seconds remain.
This corner, they gotta use it.
You can see there, I mean, they're priming for it. Corgi, he's overextended, gets stunned up by the accretion. Not going to get eliminated, not quite yet. Gets back up towards top
Pushing
boiler.
Back, no rush, I guess, on it either until they come around that corner.
Oh, Corgi was thinking of flank. He went top boiler. He got slapped, and now it's a 4v5 around the point. 6 seconds remain. Deadeye, Gravitic Flux, still online. Plenty of time just to keep this thing charged and primed. Was it called a little bit too early? Is able to step up top. The 3rd elimination comes through in abundance. And Palisades, they hit the stop sign. Kata can only get so far.
Woo! 1 round, 110.18 meters. That's what is needed to win.
Look at the good e-sportsmanship coming through from Texas Red, even saying good round. The golden checkbox of victory will not see the 3rd point here. Palisades, to your point there, Nick, they know what they got to do.
They know what they got to do. But again, my dreaded first checkpoint. See if they can even get that bus out of the shop and moving down the street.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be impressive, right? Like, for Kata, they've shown more brawl than they have anything as far as, like, a stationary, like, we're going to hold a shield in this area. That's been much more like Palisades' MO this entire time. So, like, how did Kata try to manipulate the entirety of first point with the picks that they have shown so far? And, yeah, I can only assume the Ramatra had to have been the pick.
And maybe they hide behind this desk. For the entire round, they just stand here, and maybe that's the play.
It ain't much, but it's honest work, working that bookstore.
I'm curious if they're going to try and take a little bit more of the aggressive angle or safe here on holding this statue. Looks like my answer has already been answered. They're pushing right past the bus, talking through the door. Hey, how's it going? What you guys doing in there?
No spray, though?
No.
It could have been way more BM.
Could have been so much more fun.
No compositional swaps on either side. I mean, the usual suspects that you have to watch out for. Normally the supports, some rando over towards the tank. Texas Red is the only one to swap up heroes, and it's over towards the Ramatra, the same that they saw on offense for their attempt. Now here comes Palisades on theirs.
Yeah, it does seem like Cat is being a little bit more aggressive on the defensive side here. Let's see if it pays off for him or not in this first engagement.
Ooh, Corky Turtle dropped down incredibly low. Needs some healing from Zyphi. Probably broke LOS, but once the healing comes through, the barrier from some rando just gets eviscerated. Cat A holding this choke point, to your point, very aggressively.
Yeah, like I said, it's paying off for him. Not much, just a bunch of tick-tack back and forth, heal this, heal that. Not much progression has been made on either side, and it's paying off in Cata's favor.
Nano Nade already used. Game Evening gets healed back up. And we're just jostling for position in this opening choke point. So much for the fact that 60 seconds has already gone off the clock. And Palisades are thinking, maybe we just charge some ultimates. Because, to be fair, some rando is absolutely farting Texas Red. They get the big arms out.
There's a trade.
Push Quirky Turtle all the way towards the death screen. Texas Red does go down, to your point. 4v4. Palisades do have numbers.
Here we're starting to roll.
Some rando getting very close towards that gravitic flux as well. And Corky's starting to get isolated over on the backside of the statue. That is a massive help, as the Wolf almost went down. And also has that Riptire available. The Wombo combo already online. The Nano Boost soon to follow. And Kata A are just staggering, trying to get the heck out of this area.
Yeah, the aggression didn't quite pay off. They got the one pick, and then just was able to push the issue and able to get all the trades that they need, secure the point, start escorting that payload. Moving along. Another 2 picks. Again, putting themselves on staggered spawns, which is never what you want to do in this game. Fighting 3v5 is never fun, and then 2v5 again. Not what you want to do.
Especially in a game like Overwatch. Like, if you die off of spawning close where the original spawn is, you spawn in Bufu. Like, all the way past where, like, the third capture point comes through. There's no secondary spawn. It's the first spawn on defense, and then the very far spawn. Here comes some ultimates on the opposite side. Valkyrie going to be bolstered up alongside of the tactical visor from Corky, but it's all just chip damage. Look at Palisades just give up the space. They're about to have 5 ultimates online. Some rando, I can only imagine, is just chomping at the bits because Seismic just threw out the sound barrier way too early. Probably doesn't even need ultimates.
No,
2
you might as
eliminations
well.
come through. Palisades just on cleanup duty.
All 5 in the pocket, able to use on this next team fight. And actually, they don't even have to get it to the checkpoint. They just got to get it past another 70 meters or so.
You just yeeted that rock down Main Street. That was crazy. But what's even scarier, too, is Kata, they completely wiped the slate clean. Game Evening got off the Cassidy. He's the only one close enough to an ultimate to stop an onslaught of 5. How do you want to win this map, Palisades? What's the Wombo combo going to be? Does everybody press Q at the same time? Gravitic Flux, Riptire comes through. Anybody going to get dealt? No, Texas Red actually just punches the Riptire out of the air, but Texas Red still goes down. Quirky Turtle doesn't even need an ultimate. That snap headshot was disgusting.
That was
Don't let
sick.
me think that I had that one go unnoticed. Just down to Seismic to stagger the point. Won't happen at all. This Quirky Turtle will just charge it. It is just a pirouette for the victory. Golden checkbox of victory, where it was looking so grim for Palisades. They flipped the script. They go for the hold on second, and Kata A find themselves down 0-2.
Yeah, still very back and forth game. It was even through every stretch of the imagination. Palisades, again, squeaks out another close one here in Game 2, and let's watch this play of the game. I think we all know what it's going to be.
That's just a quick little flank coming through from the J Silly. And again, it's so potent on defense, and we got to see that from the Wolf.
Whew.
Was a little slow to start things up offensively, but
Yeah.
I mean, once the train started rolling, that's what I'm saying about Kings Row, especially for a Sigma, Reinhardt, being able to maintain the space rather than trying to push said space. You feel like that the Death Ball is probably going to do better than the Brawl.
Oh, of course. It was great to see executed there throughout that entire map. Again, got some more picks coming in here. It will be Kata's choice yet again on Game 3. The decisive, maybe Game 3. We'll see what they choose here coming up shortly.
Yeah.
What would you recommend here, Andy? What do you think they should take?
I mean, you have to go towards something that's going to benefit for the brawl. So if I'm thinking plainly, if you want to take the Ego Chow versus Quirky Turtle, I'd probably go towards Push. Push allows you to be a little bit more mobile. So like the Malga could probably be a little bit better. I would probably try to push over towards a probably an Esperanza or a Coliseo. Flashpoint can get a little zany, especially on New Junk City and especially on Sorivasa, where a lot of these more shielding tanks, where the Sigma could be a lot beneficial. The Wombo combo has been successful for Palisades beyond the weeks that we had in the regular season when Flashpoint was being played. So if I'm keeping it real, I think that you have to go push at this point in time. You need something that's going to allow you to work your way back in towards the series. And in the way that this best of 5 does work, you can't repick game modes, so Hybrid won't get picked again. So at least you're guaranteed that map number 4 would be Flashpoints should you win this map number 3.
Yeah, I think some confusion in the thread on what the pick needs to be. So we're going to try and clarify that as soon as possible and try and get this match started. But yeah, hanging on by a thread. Unfortunately, though, I think Cat is not too far out of this. I still would love to see a Game 5. Just not sure what we're going to be able to get.
Yeah. Again, Game 5 would end up going down towards Escort again, as you cannot tie that game mode. So very, very important to be able to settle as far as a best of 5 is concerned, but only time will tell. It will end up being a very crucial pick as Texas Red is thinking ever so wisely in our match chat on where we should be going. But again, I just think that Push is probably going to be the best bet. I mean, you have in between Push, Flashpoint to choose from. And although like both could be good for like Malga compositions to maybe try to go for the brawl, I just think that Push would be a little bit more stationary and I guess like stagnant for them to be able to find some success. But yeah, should be a good one. Again, this has been a very close series. I think that stop that came through on that second point of Kings Row was probably the most decisive that we've had ever since the 100-18. It wasn't even Palisades that did it.
Yeah, no, it was like I said. The score definitely indicates a 2-0, but the series is a lot closer than that.
Yeah, surely it is. So, go ahead and throw up the stream schedule real quick so we can see how everything is going and where we are headed. So far, things are trotting along ever so wonderfully. Again, round 1 as far as all games are concerned here on the Saturday. College football and Overwatch being played. Just over, we're getting closer to halfway through the day, but still a lot more games coming our way.
Yeah, no, just working on the CMS side of things now. We're going to be hopping over to some college football out of the Sandhills regions, jumping into round 2 or our semifinals. Not sure what match we're going to have yet on each stream as we continue to build those out, but this is the schedule for the rest of the day. Again, conference champions for CMS, Western, and Sandhills automatically advance to the state championship. However, places 2 through 4 are going to go to our wild card weekend on December 7th. Lot of positions left to be played for. However, it's no easy task for anybody involved. So we're going to see who's going to come out victorious. We're crowning we will have at least 6 teams guaranteed going to the state championship this year after the day is over.
Which is crazy to think about. I mean, like, when we all kind of, like, walked on in towards the studio this morning, it really didn't feel that severe. But, like, when you put up against the numbers, how we started off with over 250 unique schools, that is well over, like, 300 teams as well, because Smash just blew it out of the park.
Oh, did they ever?
We had to start off with, like, even 8 today compared to, like, the 30 that some conferences did have. And now we're just getting down to 8, and you're telling me we have to get down to 1?
1. That's all we need. 1 today.
Yeah.
Crazy. Here's another look at the bracket. Again, we're in the Palisades B, Cata A matchup here on stream number 2. A lot of matches still left to be played, but again, just 3 rounds, single elimination tournament. As you can see in the bottom right corner, that conference champion is the only individual out of this entire bracket that is guaranteed to go to states. Wow. Pressure, no room for error. Gotta win or go home.
And we got the map pick coming through. It will be Flashpoint for map number 3. We are going to New Junk City. And again, it's like pick one of your better of the halves. Like, this is what I was saying. Like, Hybrid probably shouldn't have been their game choice of a game mode. It probably should have gone to Push or Flashpoint because the brawl is that much better for them. So they're electing to go to Flashpoint. And if y'all are watching this at home, you're unaware what Flashpoint is. It's very, I guess, close to King of the Hill. The hill does move multiple times. It's almost like Control, the same mode that we played in map number 1, but it's not stages. It is one gargantuan map, and that hill will be moving. Very neutral spawns on each one of the sides. Should you lose the flashpoint, funnily enough, the next flashpoint will actually be closer to the team spawn that lost the previous one. So it does have that comeback mechanic.
Well, there you go. You know, you love the blue shell about it. And,
the blue shell
blue
is crazy.
shell mechanic. But nothing wrong with that. But yeah, no, it sounds from the sounds of it, Andy, it seems like you need to be a little bit faster and be able to get to where you need to a lot quicker than being able to sit there. So a Brawl Comp fits this perfectly for them.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So as we get underway, you see that glaring 2 up in the top left side. That is the Pumas out of Palisades ahead of Kata, their A team that are trying to start a reverse sweep again. No margin for error whatsoever. It is a single elimination winners round 1 match. Can Kata win their second map pick here? They would then have to go back-to-back on winning at least one of Palisades' map pick for a reverse sweep. Seems unlikely, but it definitely seems probable with how this best of 5 has gone.
I'm pretty sure we know what's coming. There's 2 things that are certain. 1, we're going to see a banger of a map 3. 2, Quirky Turtles on Cassidy.
Yeah, that one could have gone either way. It was like, there's 3 things certain in life, Andy. There's death, taxes, and Quirky Turtle playing Cassidy. But I like the direction we went. So.
Yeah, we that one's overused.
Game Evening actually electing to hop over towards the May.
See? That's why I didn't say. Because, whew, I would have been wrong there.
So Corgi's now going to pilot the Cassidy. And you know, Cassidy obviously does have the revolver, 6 shots traditionally. Comparatively to the Soldier 76 that we have seen Corgi on quite often. It's going to be enough to deal with the onslaught of damage that's coming from the Wolf and that Junkrat.
Yeah, Kata coming out flying. They know they have to be fast.
All right, here we go. Lucio out of Seismic has been imperative to Kata's success against the Gravitic Flux. Great wall. Just didn't have the damage. And at least the Gravitic Grasp comes through, and some rando just gingerly floats out of the team fight. And now Kata have to concede the space. They back up towards the point. Some rando getting a lot of space for his team. Zyphy looking for a very good anti-nade. And boy, ever do they find it. So everybody down for the count. Kata nowhere to go. No burst healing at all. They'll win that opening team fight. And Quirky Turtle will capture the first point with a smile on their face.
Yeah, no question. It was easy. And again, they had the quick push. They had him in that room. They had everything that they needed, but some rando just was able to escape, not sure how, but that was the difference maker. They had the advantage. They just weren't able to capitalize on it.
All right, so here we go. Back in towards some of these narrow choke points. And again, the conversation comes through is that the Wolf is just absolutely feasting from these narrow choke points. Nick, he's about to have a Riptire in this upcoming fight. Now, you can only probably imagine that the Wolf is going to wait for some random to get their Gravitic Flux to maybe try to go for that wombo combo. We have been seeing that time and time again through this best of 5, already up to 50%. Here comes Kata trying to bully their way forward. Somebody all the way up on top of the high ground, but here comes the Gravitic Flux. The Wolf, no Riptire, might not be required because at least the mine comes through, claims the kill required. Seismic did get that beat, but not enough time to stop the Flux.
Yeah, it might be time to just, it doesn't even matter. Again, 3 off the table. Hold those ultimates. No need to waste them here. Continue the advantage. Continue taking up that score.
Go new. Just go new. If you can find exits, that's great. But as soon as the point does at least get captured, you need to posture over by new very, very quickly. And to be fair, Palisades off of that captured, Nick, they did see Kata escape, so they should be mirroring this rotation.
Yeah, of course. It looks like they're already moving on over to the new one. Should have, the advantage here. Let's see if they're able to capitalize on it this time, especially with, like you said, that King of the Hill point being a lot closer to their spawn now. Should have the theoretical advantage.
Okay, we're back. Okay, wait.
We're doing things.
At least
there's math. There's Maywalls.
At least we were truly confirming just like the accuracy of Quirky Turtle there for a second, but
yeah.
It's well played. Right click actually comes through from Game Evening. That's a lot of damage coming through. It's a critical projectile, so no follow-up damage comes through, and Quirky Turtle down for the count. No mercy res, so Palisades just have to hold the line and wait for their teammate to come back through.
Yeah, you got to be patient here. No need to push the issue. You're up 1-0 in the map already.
Whoa. That is a very nimble Samoan man. The Wolf will find that opening pick on the Seismic, and now the beat is down, but the Blizzard also gets engaged and nowhere to run. Is some rando just headshot after body shot for game evening, as the Blizzard will garner 3 eliminations. And it was looking grim losing their Lucio so early, but a team fight win is a team fight win.
Yeah, can't complain about it. Got the job done. Thought a lot of chaos was going to be caused in that room. Only a few ultimates were popped, but Kata wins it and is able to hold on to 4 ults of their own. May spraying the wall, taking some time, taking a deep breath, knowing that they're in control of this hill.
Looking to meet them at the gate zone, just trying to put together where this push is starting to manifest from. Summerando getting closer and closer towards that Gravitic Flux. Again, that has been one of the 2 crucial ultimates. Nice barrier comes through, but Texas Red just eats himself in.
No.
The Sleep Dart comes through before the cage fight actually gets fully channeled, and that's a big ultimate now out of the way, and Kata are just down in a horrendous way as far as HP is concerned. They have to give it up. Palisades flip.
Uh-oh. I hope the wheels haven't fallen off here because it looked like Kata was in control. Palisades with a huge team fight win.
And again, what did it cost, Nick? No ultimates.
Not a single one.
The biggest turning point for that was Zyphy hit a crucial Sleep Dart, and Texas Red's ultimate is now down for the count. But you still have the tree. Most important for that Life Weaver ultimate to be used if you are in possession of the point. A lot of healing can be coming through. But Corgi does at least have that sustainability at their disposal when they want to feel the Deadeye be pulled. But the Gravitic Flux is online.
You know they're all back there.
They're clumping. Oh, they're clumping right now, but not in a position, at least for the Deadeye, but the Riptire is more than an option. Texas Red, he's dropped down incredibly low. The tree too late. And you've already lost your tank. The wall at least blocks away the high ground, but now Kata are trapped inside of this elbow, and they are just going to eat so much splash damage. Gravitic Flux comes through. The Wolf, no Riptire, and that was very strange. Again, you're holding on to this Wombo combo, but the nade will do its justice, as now it is just cleanup duty. The flashpoint gets secured. It's 2-0 lead, and Palisades now are just 1 more flashpoint away from calling the 3-0.
Happened really quick, happened right before our eyes. Looked like Kata again was in control of that, had the advantage. Just again wasn't able to capitalize. You feel like it's slipping through their fingers. Maps 1 and 2 were very, very close. This one, you feel like the mentals are just not going in the right direction.
Doesn't seem that way at all. New flashpoint is right outside the gates for Kata, so they will be here first to have those DPS ultimates online. The May Blizzard in the last fight we saw, Nick, did find 3.
Yes, that was huge into that little cubby corner.
You have 3 ultimates on the opposite side, 4, excuse me, for Palisades. Again, only using the Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, Palisades find the first pick.
And it's on Seismic. He didn't have the Lucio sound barrier, but what a crucial mistake coming through. Sephiroth is very, very low on that Life Weaver, and you need to support your supports to make sure that you can at least sustain the flank that's coming through. Turn around the corner, headshot, blam! Game Evening will be right there to at least find a trade. It's 2 for 1 as far as the kill feed is concerned, but Seismic's trying to get back towards his teammates to assist them in their endeavors on trying to flip this team fight. It ain't gonna happen.
No, losing that Lucio up there first, it's all but wraps on the team fight. Once you get that healer down, you have nothing that left that can be done. So easy win for Palisades in that team
Texas Red! Oh, you just had to leave, buddy. Sephiroth wasn't there yet to go for the healing. And Zyphy with these bio-nades, the sleep darts. I mean, Texas Red is just going to have nightmares about Ana players at the end of the day.
Yeah, this isn't the same Texas Red team that we saw in the first 2 maps. It seems like they're playing a little bit different. I'm not sure what has changed, but they're seeing a little tilt push, a little tilt, just mistakes that they weren't making in the first 2 rounds.
Nick, it is at 85%. Here comes the Blizzard.
This is it, ladies and
Creachin will
gentlemen.
get caught. You need to find value off this push. The Wolf, he's not even in the Blizzard. Deadeye from Quirky Turtle takes down Seismic, and these are the last moments for Kata. Overtime's going to get hit. It's all just down to Corgi. Pulls the Deadeye, but once that gets de-channeled, it is Palisades on the cleanup. What a decisive 3-0 from Palisades here on the Flashpoint. They had to work hard for it in the first 2 maps, but that one was decisive.
That was a very decisive win in Game 3. Congratulations to Palisades. Let's see what we got here from May. I think we know what it's going to be. It's that
first point Blizzard right in the corner. It was so good. And this is where we got to see like all of the cogwheels turning as far as the team composition is concerned. Just being able to find value in the brawl and being able to be all over the place at one point in time. When they can dictate the pace of the fight, they're in a wonderful place. But that's Palisades' MO. You have to clump up to try to take advantage of that team composition. And what are you walking into? Spam nades from Junkrat, flanks from Quirky Turtle, some rando just belittling you with pre-fire as well. It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough. A lot of damage and a lot of things coming their way. Not much room for escape. That was a very decisive Game 3 win by Palisades.
Sure was. So the bracket will be moving along again, as that is an unfortunate end as far as Kata A is concerned for their Overwatch. Big shout out to them. Making top 8 for conference championships is no easy feat.
Yeah, it's nothing to be slept on whatsoever. Congratulations to them for making it this far. Look forward to having it in future seasons. But Palisades moving on to play Audrey-Kell A or B. So they're playing them one way or another.
Yeah.
We're just not sure it's the A or if it's the B.
And you know there's going to be a certain amount of anger coming through from either of those 1-2 teams. Again, that is on the upper side of the bracket, so we will end up seeing, of course, Palisades be going up against one of the Audrey-Kell members who have to go for the team kill very, very early. But this is going to do it, at least for the opening block for Overwatch 2. Plenty more matches to come our way. Again, we started off the day with 8 for 3 of our 4 seasonal games. Today, we are just looking at college football and Overwatch. We have to get down to 1. But on the other side of this break, we're going to jump back over and move the chains forward with some college football. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Everybody, and welcome back to the Super Saturday. We're doing conference championships. This time, we are going to be hopping back over towards the college football quadrant for this side of the stream here. We call it the blue room and the green room. I don't know what it's actually labeled as, but my name's Andy. Joined with me is Nick, the expert for college football, is back, everybody.
Hey, that's me, everybody.
Tim. This guy knows ball, and I mean the pigskin, on the field and off the field. Of course, we're going to get some really good insight when it comes down to it. We're going to be hopping in towards Kearns Academy versus Shelby B. Shelby B with the upset round 1.
Yeah, huge upset round 1 over Henderson High School. Final score 63-27 for the 6-3 upset to put them against Kearns Academy, our number 2 seed, and into the semifinals already this evening. We're only down to our top 4 teams. Had 8 to start the day, down to 4. Trying to find who our final 2 are.
There's an opportunity for Shelby High B to potentially go back-to-back upsets and write something that is probably going to end up happening on the opposite of the bracket, because we do have our former VESL Madden champion on the opposite side, TBK, there for Shelby A, ready to get back in towards states again. Probably who we will see in the grand finals, but at least you did make it this far for top 4. You do extend your season that much longer, but would be a really cool history moment for both the Shelby players to play for the championship.
Yeah, no, Andy, that's a great point. Everybody in here has at least guaranteed themselves into the wild card weekend, which will be on December 7th, securing that top 4 finish. But we are trying to figure out which one of these 4 teams will be going to states.
Yep, that's absolutely the case. Again, making yourself top 1 definitely matters as far as your conference is concerned, but making it this far throughout the entirety of the season is no easy feat. I will say this much for college football. Again, started off with a lot of numbers, and we've been seeing, at least for these top 8 teams, just getting better and better as it goes along, especially for the CMS region. Trey gets very, very colorful when it comes down to college football 2025 for our broadcasting. He loves to be able to see the old man football. Run for 4 yards, go for the field goal, stop going in for 4th down when you're already in your territory, these types of things. And I'm sure that when we do get in towards this matchup in between Shelby High B as well as Kearns, I think we're probably going to see a good bit of that.
Yeah, and one of the big things that we saw in the first match is defense wins games. It's video game. Everybody's going for the big flashy plays. Everybody's not trying to get small amount of yardage, but it's when you get that stop. You plan on scoring every time you have the ball. So once you get stopped, the odds tip in your favor. Let's see if that happens in this upcoming match.
Yeah, defense is definitely the hardest of the 2 sides of the football, I will say that much. Here's an update for the bracket as far as how Western is going for college football, and like we were talking about, you did at least have that bye as far as that winners round 1 is concerned, but Shelby High going up against Fort Bush A, that is on the upper side of the bracket. We're taking a look at that south side matchup, Kearns versus Shelby High B, and again, Shelby High B with the upset versus Henderson. Again, that was our number 3 seed coming into this this entire weekend.
Yeah, I know we were talking about some Audrey Kell, a little self-on-self violence inflicted. However, you know what I'd love to see in the finals is a Shelby-on-Shelby matchup. TBK would not take it lightly on his friend King Mode.
He definitely hasn't taken it lightly this entire season. Again,
no.
Part of the about influencing as far as the score differential is concerned, the mercy rule, if you will. TBK was hitting that quite often in his early round matchups. Like his week 1 through week 3, he was hitting that by the end of the first quarter. Kid's pretty good. Yeah,
Shelby King Mode over here putting 63 points down in the first match as well has us thinking that he might do the same in this one. That's all, folks. Kearns Academy definitely has their work cut out for them in this second round matchup. Even being the number 2 seed, definitely got to watch out for Shelby B coming out hot.
We're going to have to remember that moment. Please put a pin in that for production. Someone clip it. Yeah, because we're going to need to animate all of that in After Effects probably at the end of this broadcast, because we're going to be very loopy and we're going to need all of that.
Yes.
Matchup should be getting started here sometime soon. Again, as far as the rules are concerned for college football, we have adjusted it. It is now 5 minutes accelerated clock. Fatigue is on. No accelerated clock. Fatigue is on. And it is very important to try to utilize those 2 timeouts that you do have at your disposal, because coaching is a very real thing, because we've been seeing some halfbacks go down early.
Yeah, some poor time management in the first game that we watched today. However, this is semifinals. You expect things to be ratcheted up just a little bit better. We'll see what we have in terms of clock management when it comes to this Kearns versus Shelby matchup.
Yeah, we also have to talk about the even teams as well. So it doesn't really it does play into a certain effect, like as the home team coming in towards this. So Kearns, it will be the higher seeds. So say as the home team, they get settled up and they're just like, I'm just going to play Bama, right? And you pick Bama. Even if I pick like UMD, which I know we are terrible this season as far as football is concerned, it'll still play up. They will still technically play down. The game does its best to try to even out teams. And it goes and it happens in the most random places. Like wide receiver speeds get justified. Halfback speeds, quarterback speeds, passer rating, all of that kind of stuff gets kind of min-max on both different sides of the field. But game should be starting here soon.
Yeah, no, it sounds like they're ready
And there it is already.
And
yeah.
we're into the depth chart. Like you said, fatigue is an option. Let's get some players transferred over on this Texas squad. Not sure who has who. I'm pretty sure King Mode is a Texas player from some of the match coordinating nights that I had here at the office. Pretty sure that's who we're watching, so if that's the case. King Mode on Texas. Not sure what Loverboy for Kearns Academy is on, but we will see here shortly.
And throughout all of this, you're typically seeing just like switching up most of your offensive members, whichever ones have the higher speed. Exasperate them early. That's where you could probably get a certain amount of scoring. And then maybe you go back in towards the depth chart, but typically where you see a lot of these movements, unless an injury does happen in game, this is probably where we're going to be standing at. So got the Longhorns versus Crimson Tide. It's a Big Ten matchup.
Yeah, still making some minor tweaks here. Again, this is some semifinal action. You expect min-maxing to the nth degree here on making sure you have the right team for the right opponent. And away we go. I'm pretty sure Shelby is Texas. We just need to flip that overlay just a little bit, and we'll be good to go. Looks like they're playing in Mercedes-Benz Stadium here. Neutral site.
In Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz?
I believe so.
That's
Unless I'm just making things up as I go.
That's a Nissan logo.
Oh, it's Nissan. Nissan Stadium. Not sure where
I was about to
Nissan
say.
Stadium
I
is.
was about to say, I was like, that look
Nissan,
like
Mercedes.
Yeah, I've been to Mercedes
Little
Stadium
different,
before.
little
It
different.
it did not look good at all. So here we go. Second play will be a pass and gets a lot of good yards off that. We'll move the chains. 1st and 10.
Got it. It appears that I might have been in the wrong. It appears Kearns is Texas. So I do apologize about that misunderstanding.
Oh, maybe Shelby saw that and he was like, well, I can't
Oh.
play against my
pass.
team. And, yeah, pass all the way downfield. Defender's not going to get there in time. Only took, 4 plays?
If that. Might have even been 3. Lines up for the extra point here. Should be a free point on the board. 7-0 quick before we even got into the match.
Yep.
Andy, what are we doing?
And that's some of that old lady football right there. You know what I'm saying? Like you just go for the point after.
Hey, I'm loving the in-game advertisements here. Beautiful stadium. Nissan Stadium, by the way.
Yeah, it's not an AMG on that screen.
It is not.
Most certainly is a Rogue. So we're good.
You know, Andy, something we had in the first match a lot. Do you gamble and bring this out of the end zone?
No.
I say
Never.
no. Oh, but he's on the one. Oh, no.
Oh, he thought he was going to get the touchback. No, he's late.
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a stinking meatball.
Unfortunate turn of events there. It seems like Kearns Academy had the perfect kick to get that ball down to the one, which is insane precision, timing, and variability. He thought he had the touchback, and then he was like, oh, no, I got to run.
Yeah, and that's, again, where you'll see, like, the manipulation of, like, the arrow for the kicking team, wanting to at least sail a little bit more towards the right. You know, if you're a golfer, you're trying to, like, slice it in the air, so that way, like, it does take a little bit more spin off of it. So all these different manipulations leads towards this, starting your opening drive on your own 8-yard line, loss of 1.
Yeah, not looking good for Shelby B here. Momentum all on the side of Kearns and King Mode. Not sure what they're going to be able to do. They got to find something to respond here, or else it's going to be a quick uphill battle. 2nd and 11. Surveying the defense.
In the shotgun, too, so close towards your end zone. I mean, at least you do have that space. Don't want to get sacked, though. Just fires it in the middle of the field. Yeah, able to get that completion, moves the chains, and now you're out of that threat for a safety.
Yeah, something you're going to see here as we get further through this tournament and into wildcard weekend, a lot of high-tier individuals audible at the line of scrimmage as they're able to manipulate off of what they see on the field in real time, which is mind-blowing to me that these kids are able to do such things.
Three wide receivers do have a tight end in play. Timeout call.
Didn't like something that they saw there. Were able to burn a timeout pretty quick on the side of Shelby. Hopefully they brought the trash in last night and their mom isn't yelling at them, but ready to get going here.
Deep cut, man. Real deep cut. That's good, though. There's like 3 total people within like our circle that would laugh at that, but I'm definitely one of them.
Huge. Didn't get either of the defensive ends coming off of the corner there. Massive sack to bring up 2nd and 21.
Yeah, it brings you right back essentially where you started this entire endeavor. You know, the loss of 11, 2nd and 21. So realistically, if you're thinking about it, you've only gained a total of 5 yards on this opening play so far.
Yeah, not much going in their favor right now. They hung up 63 points in their last match, but they're looking to get at least something on the board here. Another same defensive end coming around the corner for the sack. Oh, wait, I got the incomplete pass off.
Yeah, that was able to at least get the forward motion. You'll see right there.
Oh.
Was narrowly able to get that ball moving forward. But 3rd and 21, you're thinking a deep pass here. And Kearns, I mean, they're starting to feel it. The blitz is working so far, man.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would attempt the deep. I would just try to get some of the yards back and at least make it a more manageable punt here. Let's see if he tries to go for it all or that little chunk.
Let's see. A lot of man coverage. Got the zone up through the middle, but the blitz again comes through. 4th and 21.
Not sure how that guy keeps coming off uncovered there. He's ran it 3 times in a row. Gotta see that. Shelby punting the ball away early in this first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, they got the first down, and then the loss of 11 came through, brought up where the ball got punted from. Here comes the return. Has space to run, and got a little bit more out of it that I'm sure Shelby wanted.
Yeah. Right back on board. Moving along.
Option play here. Might be a run up through the gut. And it seems that way. It does have a slight little gap, but it gets consumed real fast. And, well, no gain there on that run.
Yeah, Shelby, again, I know the momentum tilts very quickly here. One quick stop there. Alabama and Shelby have to answer with a stop of their own on this drive to keep it manageable.
Oh, the blitz again.
Same play. Do we have a broken play in the game?
Yeah.
I'm not sure because it looks like the same thing is being ran on both sides, and it's uncovered, unstopped every single time.
Left side of the offensive line not having an easy go of things. Here comes the blitz again. They don't get through. Pass just a little bit too far leading. We'll call up 4th and 10.
Yeah, not sure what happened with that pass there. He had a little pressure, but wide open plenty of time. Should have been able to hit his receiver, but was not. Good thing about being able to see some of the play calls here is we know what's coming. Clearly a pass play here. Clearly steps into the pocket, draws it into double coverage, incomplete.
And you knew that was the one-player tunnel vision the entire time, and that's the gambit, right? I mean, going in for 4th and 10, technically in your own territory. This drive now for Shelby. Turnover on downs will start on the enemy's 47. Lots of zone coverage being here, but we have seen the blitz. It worked wonders on the last defensive side.
Man coverage there. Easy option to pick up for about 20, 30 yards. Not sure what that DB was doing there. A little confused.
Brings up 1st and 10. 4 yards shy of the red zone here. Will be a pass fake, but the blitz comes through. Quarterback swarmed a loss of 8.
I think we need to counter on that play. That's 4. Whew.
Maybe stop sending the halfback out, leaving the block a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be a nice thing.
Oh, the pitch forward. He gets away with it. And let's gain it, too, at the end of it. But still 3rd and 16.
3rd and 16. Big chunk. Not sure if they're in field goal territory. They're on the 30. Might be able to get a field goal or 2.
Depends on the boot of the kicker, but what would that put you at, like a 37, 38?
Yeah, usually plus 15 to 17 yards. Oh. That's not going to help you any.
No. So that would be about a 42 to 45-yard attempt.
Yeah.
You go for it here? It's looking likely.
Long field goal here. I'd have somebody back there to receive this thing. Neutral site, so not much wobble on the kick. Huge Shankerpotamus.
And just pull yanks that all the way to the left, and where it was a turnover on downs for Kearns, they will benefit this time around. They will take back over on their 30.
Yeah, we actually haven't seen much offense. Two 3-and-outs by both teams. Not able to get too much going. Let's see if Texas has another big strike in Kearns. Intercepted by Alabama and Shelby.
It looked like one was the intended receiver the entire way. Has a blocker downfield.
Has the speed.
Second tackle doesn't come through. And in towards the end zone with relative ease. It's a 59-yard pick six for Shelby. They're on the board.
Sometimes the best offense is defense.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to get on the board with the pick six there. And tying the game up 7-7, ladies and gentlemen. We got a ball game.
Sure do. Sub 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Plenty of game time left as Shelby for the first time all game, will finally kick it away towards Kearns, all the way to the back of the end zone. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, if you can't get the corner for the 1 yard line, it'll be starting on the 25 every time.
Yeah, I think you need to. We had last game. We had some gambles, some unnecessary risks on bringing that ball out. Take the touchback. Take the free yards. Live to fight another day.
Opening play is going to get changed up ever so slightly. Going to be running to the left here.
Wide open hole. Easy to explore that gap. Nice little 7-yard pickup there.
And this is what we're talking about. Again, you're on this side of the football, just run the ball. You start finding at least 4 yards plus. You do that ever so many times, and by average and by proxy, well, you'll be able to get in towards the end zone eventually, I suppose. One back, throws to him as well, wide open in the middle of the field. Massive catch, and the chains will move.
Yeah, moving fast, no huddle. Offense here going to audible and call his play at the line. Looks like we're running some sort of pass here.
Dumps it out to the right side.
Completed.
Wow.
Would love to see that replay, but these kids said, nope, we're running another play.
2-minute drills at the end of the first quarter.
You'd love to see it.
Trying to get the ball in towards the end zone.
You might as well run that. There you go.
Slides forward, first down plus a little extra.
Protect Quinn Ewers. He needs all the help he can. He's got Arch Manning coming in, biting at his heels. He needs to stay healthy and upright as much as he can.
True that.
Video game or not.
Quick snap pass all the way towards the left side.
Huge pickup here.
Lots of room to run, and we'll get shoved out of bounds, but well within the red zone now goes Kearns.
Yep. Going to take this play back to the huddle. Call the play pretty quick. No hesitation. Knows what he wants to run. Reading the defense here.
Straight to the right. Ball getting wrestled. Almost lost that one. Was Kearns, but still gained 3.
Hit stick do be hitting sometimes. Hope everybody in the chat's having a great time.
Shout out to everybody showing up here, competing, and watching on a Saturday. Almost intercepted again. Last time that happened, it was a 56-yard pick six for Shelby, but a block's a block, 3rd and 7.
Yeah, setting up a manageable play. I don't think you gamble too much here because you're going to be able to get the field goal and go up. Beautiful.
Loves the look. Tight end pass.
Fighting for that first down. Gets it. Wow.
New set of downs, and you're only 4 yards shy of the touchdown. 15 seconds left to go here in the first quarter, and again, Kearns rushing to the line for this run play. Lots of spacing to the right. Doubles back to go up the center, and doesn't really gain much of anything, does he?
No, and you can see the wear and tear wearing down on their halfback for Texas and Kearns Academy. Maybe needs to give that person a little breather.
Yeah, probably.
Going into the second quarter here, hopefully that helps give them a little bit of time. Tied up 7-7. Can't ask for much more so far. Texas knocking on the door. Kearns hoping to get a touchdown here. Got a couple tries to do it.
Double backs. Got a blocker. Trying to go all the way to the outside. 11 sneaks through. Brings up 3rd and goal. A loss of 4 there. And I think it does definitely benefit the call. When you're only 4 yards shy, just try to drill the fullback in there. I mean, that is his second purpose besides blocking for the halfback. Doesn't work out here. 3rd and goal.
Yeah, setting up looks like some quick slants. See what's open. Almost had the deflection interception.
Oh, and that's going to force a really poor timeout call for Kearns. Wanted to rush back towards the line. I think he got lost as far as what down it was.
Yeah. He was like, wait, I could go for a pass. Oh, no, maybe I should kick this.
Yeah, definitely.
Kick is up. Kick is good. Kearns back on top, 10-7.
And I think it needs to be talked about as well. The neutral stadium, as Kearns will kick it away for the 3rd time, and will reach the end zone. Can touch back this one if you are Shelby, and we'll fair catch it, so we'll start on the 25. With the no stadium pulse, all of these on-the-line calls will stick. There's no second guessing by the CPU in-game.
Yeah, no, not at all. Love to see it. We're in the playoffs. Time to get that neutral site on board. It was a little fun in the regular season. See some crazy stuff, but playoff time, neutral site, all things even. Quick pass, man coverage. Pickup of 9.
Again, it's only a loss of 3, but the old play, just get the points where you can find it for Kearns here with 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Run play will be good for the first down.
Yeah, a lot of dancing there. I'm pretty sure they had an opening on the left-hand side, but juked on the inside. Didn't get much as they would have hoped, but they did pick up the first down.
All right. One back behind the quarterback. Lots of options downfield, I can only imagine. And does have at least one guard
going
over
for
towards
the
pocket.
gusto.
He's down there somewhere, and he surely will just run it all the way in towards the end zone. It took all of about 4 plays for Shelby this possession, and they put another 7 up.
Yeah, Shelby up 14-10. Again, 6 seed, causing some upsets, causing some rumbles in our bracket. Let's see if Texas has an answer. Again, we said defense wins championships. Last 2 drives, points scored on the board. Let's see which side of the ball wins this time.
Yep. There has to be some conversation. I mean, maybe Shelby B's been in the hyperbolic time chamber, you know, going up against TBK continuously. Like, you're probably bound to learn something from not only your classmate, but also your teammate at the same time.
Yeah, talent by osmosis probably works pretty well.
I'd imagine. Comes the opening play on Kearns for this drive. Has more than enough space. Golly, I mean, it's going to take the secondary all the way down like 30 yards to finally call in for the slide.
Yeah, it might have been a late hit on the quarterback there, but probably video game graphics. Collision never happened. We'll move on.
Just some minor clipping. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Has room to pass, but finally the pressure starts to come through. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, wasn't able to step up into that pocket and deliver the pass. They had an open option downfield. However, just wasn't able to get it off in time.
Really loves this shotgun one back to the right. Doesn't leave him for the guard. Throws it in. Does he dive catch that? Surely not.
No. We're not going to see a replay either, but apparently so. Challenge it, Alabama.
I would.
Nope. Letting it go, letting it stick. That was a crazy reach and grab there.
3 minutes left in the first half, and it's a run play good for 5. A minute until a free timeout of the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, it's only one of the few chunk plays we've seen. A lot of big yardage gainers. Nothing under 10 so far. It's been either go big or go home. Welcome to video games.
And again, the blitz continuously comes through. It's another good pass downfield. Steps out of bounds. Will stall the clock, though. I mean, Kearns would definitely love to get as much clock as possible. Putting 7 up here would at least put them in a field goal lead over Shelby. 11 yards to the good. Looking for a quick pass. Quarterback will leave the pocket. Does get tackled. Holds on to the ball. 2nd and 4.
Yeah, and I keep getting worried. You know, you think video games, you're not really worried about the health and safety of your players. However, with injuries, fatigue, and all that on, Quinn Ewers going down in this situation would not be good. You might want to slide in those situations going forward. And he's about to get met here, throwing the ball away outside of the tackle box. Should not be intentional grounding. 3rd and 4 coming up.
And, you know, naturally, as an avid football enjoyer and as a Baltimore Ravens fan, I much prefer to see a scrambling quarterback slide rather than not. Not saying that it's happened in a negative connotation for my favorite football team's past, but it absolutely has. So here we go.
Well, now
4.
you put it out there, and now we're worried about Lamar Jackson for this week, so we will definitely keep an eye out on that on Sunday. But Quinn Ewers, Kearns Academy, looking to score here late. Not sure what's going on. Running, wide open. Touchdown.
He was so close to actually being past the line of
I
scrimmage.
thought he
It's
went.
Funny. I thought that was a forward pass or an illegal forward pass.
Challenge that, too. I need to see some challenges.
Nobody pulling the red flag out of their sock. Word Bill Belichick. But the extra point will be up, and Kearns will take the lead right back 17-14.
Yep. Defenses were working early. Offenses are working as of late. Shelby getting the ball back with a chance to score before halftime. Calling for the fair catch. Not getting hit on the one this time. Fool me once. That's all you get.
Not going to let that one get lived down anytime soon, especially as far as this winners round 2 semifinal matchup is concerned. 2:28 left in the first half here. Shelby, it took them 4 plays on their last drive to get in towards the end zone. Seems to pass the ball first, finds an open receiver in the middle of the field. Plenty of room to work. Lots of defenders around the area will finally break him down, but what a game.
Yeah, great. Back and forth. Alabama's picking up their chunk plays on offense now themselves. Again, it's appearing as if what we've been talking about, the overarching theme of this entire game, is who's going to get that stop first. Might be who wins the game.
Screen to the outside.
Not much there. 91, big boy mentality. Shoves him down without moving an inch. Just extended those arms and got the tackle.
I sure did. Only a gain of 3 here.
Oh, this is our 2-minute timeout.
Free timeout is good. If you are Shelby, your main priority is obviously to get into the end zone. But most importantly, if you can get into the end zone and exhaust as much of this clock and not give Kearns a chance to be able to even things back up for the second half, that would be a massive move in the right direction.
Yeah, and just a reminder that Shelby will be getting the ball back at halftime, so if they can milk this entire clock out and get the ball back at halftime, huge advantage in their favor as Kearns received the opening kickoff.
But a loss of 7 is not a step in the right direction. Some would say it is a step in the wrong direction.
Some.
Most.
Debatable.
If not all.
Oh, deep
down
shot
there somewhere.
Here.
That's good coverage, and it almost looked like it was passed straight to number 7, who intercepts it for Kearns, and now it's worst case turned disastrous for Shelby, who already trailed by 3, and now they turn over the ball.
Yeah, not what you want to do there. Not needed. Had plenty of clock left to work with in the half to get your points on the board. Costly mistake here. Let's see if Kearns can make them pay.
No timeouts, though, for Kearns. They use a lot of their timeouts kind of egregiously.
Plenty of time.
Trying to step on up and maybe go for a pass, just kind of side shuffles up 3 yards.
Second and 7 here. Kearns still trying to get some points here before the end of this half. Drops back. Another deep shot. Why not if he's wide open? Touchdown, Kearns.
Again, it's just these big plays, and like it mostly comes down to Shelby. I mean, going for such a deep pass, the turnover comes through, and like you're thinking, oh, okay, I can just go for another stop here. But all it takes is one good play, and Kearns, they put another 6 up on the board. Can only imagine, yeah, going for the point after. Love to see it. It's going to be a 10-point lead for Kearns. Still a minute on the board, and Shelby do have all 3 timeouts, so scoring isn't out of the realm of possibility.
No, not in the slightest, Andy. And you could see him bring it right back down the field, but costly mistake on offense and a costly mistake on defense to leave that guy so wide open. Fair catch. Calling it.
No, actually brings it out. I mean, I guess. It's a 5-yard difference, but gets absolutely bulldozed.
That kid might be in concussion protocol after that hit, but luckily the AI doctors are on our side. Shelby hoping to score here.
Loves the one back, draws him out. Blitz coming through, gets rid of the football. Intercepted. Shelby B. Not like this.
The wheels have fallen off to end this half. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. It was a field goal game, and now we're sitting at almost 17 points in less than 30 seconds. Is wild.
I mean, that math just shouldn't math when it comes down to football. College football is a very high scoring game, but I mean, these two were just so close through like the first opening, I want to almost say like 9 minutes. It's just like this last minute 30 has just been back-to-back mistakes for Shelby on offense. Kearns going to kick it right back out in towards the field, let this one bounce, start on the 25.
Yeah, 30 seconds of game time has elapsed, and whew, how the tides have changed. Alabama, roll tide.
Got to lock in here. Got to try to turn these horns down. Lots of zone coverage coming through defensively here for Kearns.
You got to be nervous about throwing another interception, but why not just throw it up there anyway?
That's just because like you're almost feeling like you have to run or pass the ball. Like you do have 3 timeouts, so like you could throw a run here and there, and I do fear that for Shelby, who's been throwing more passes than I could definitely count on both of my hands.
Yeah, it's you're starting to take too many risks too soon. You're not out of this game just yet, but hey, we might have an answer. Just got to pick up that block.
Did he get pushed out of bounds by his own teammate?
Trying to watch the replay. Not going to get the angle that we need because I think even the game realized that it borked itself.
Yeah. CPU said, my bad.
my bad, bro. You were in bounds. You never stepped out. You're fine. Wide open. Use
screen.
That block.
Ooh, juke stick.
That's fine. Still plenty of time.
Timeout.
Again, a reminder, Shelby does get the ball back to start the second half. So a score. Wait a minute.
Encroachment.
Okay. We weren't even up to the ball yet, but okay. We'll take it.
Somebody was for sure.
First and goal.
this is turning into a best case scenario for Shelby. I mean, like back-to-back picks turning into touchdowns for Kearns. Yeah, it's not great. There's still some rain cloud above you, but get your 7 here. Don't go for the point after, or go for the point after. Don't try to go for 2. That's a very interesting backyard play that doesn't really benefit to anything, but just get 7 up on the board because, again, receiving the ball in the second half.
Huge.
Massive.
Huge. They'll be able to string some things together as long as they're able to capitalize on this drive. You don't want to get all the way down here and kick a field goal. And let's see if they do. I don't think you're so far out of it. A field goal wouldn't hurt and wouldn't be the last thing that you want to do. Man, I'm not so sure. They're going for it. I don't know if this would be the call I would make, but that's why they're on the sticks and I'm on the desk.
He's looking for maybe a I thought he was going to go for the screen on the right side, still open. And now the play is going to get absolutely smothered. 4th and goal. I mean, I feel like you got to go for it. Okay, or not. Kearns agrees. I would have gone for it as well, but field goal, putting up the points.
Yeah.
Just to guarantee it, not a bad play.
Yeah, no, I think taking the points there was the right thing to do. You get the ball back. Squib kick here with 8 seconds left. Cover 19. Don't let anybody get across the goal line.
Kearns don't have any timeouts, so this upcoming play, if it doesn't get stopped within the initial seconds of the ball being snapped, will probably be the last play that we have here in the first half.
Yeah, I got 1 or 2 more plays. If you're smart about it, one more likely than not. Looks like they're running the goes. Luckily, we have that coach vision. We see what's coming. Nobody's going to be near the sidelines. Heave and ho inbound. Oh, no. Wow.
Did he actually kick off, 8 seconds on the clock, yeeted it downfield?
Wow.
For a 75-yard pass touchdown.
I don't even know what to say. I'm literally at a loss for words after that one, and I know I'm supposed to be talking a lot here on the desk, but
Kearns saw the score differential for Shelby. He was like, hey, that's really cool. Nice upset, little bro. Hold my apple juice. And yeah, congrats, Shelby. You start the second half with the football, but now you're down 21.
Yeah, not really much to be said, but that you were hoping for a little better showing. A lot of mistakes, a lot of big gambles early, but Kearns laying it down here in the first half.
I've been saying this since week 1. I'm waiting for somebody just to wait for the football to bounce all the way in the end zone, and like the RNG actually bounces it back towards the field.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. I've seen it before.
Okay.
Not in the league, but I have seen it before. And I'm just saying, catch that football, dang it. Quick little pass, over the shoulder, catch, 22. Got room to run, and ooh.
Wiggles, wobbles.
If that tackler didn't get him, he was gone.
Gone. He was almost done there, gone. All right, Shelby still has a chance in this game.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, they were putting up touchdowns so quickly in that first quarter. Spin move will gain just about an extra 2 yards, gain a 7 on the run.
Yards. Positive plays are really all that they need to stay into this game, and then a defensive stop or two. Once you start going negative, then things start falling out of your hands. But for right now, they're still in this, still a chance, still a possibility. Nice little throw to the outside. Got his man on the ground. Picks up the first down. Stops the clock momentarily. Clock should be winding here in just another second.
3 wide receivers, very spread out. Watch 81 is going to be that tight end in play. Probably going to cut back in towards the middle of the field. Might be looking for him. Steps up inside the pocket.
Might as well take off.
He's got room to run. Might as well go for the slide. No! Football becomes loose. And Kearns, they're going to recover the football. And it's just another offensive mistake. Shelby, they were looking so good. Not like this.
Got to protect the ball. You got to protect the ball.
Just slide, man. That's tough. I mean, that's back-to-back offensive mistakes for Shelby. Actually, add a 4th back in there because it has been 4 offenses that have converted into Kearns' success. We'll go for a quick little pass to get an 8.
Yeah, Kearns seems to just wanting to keep pouring it on here. Not much slowing them down. The freight train is a rolling. Might start to try to bleed some clock here, start running the ball a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
Look like that person's back broke in half.
Yeah,
However, they're still able to get up off of the ground. Yep, there we go. That hurt a little bit.
He really was folded like a beach chair.
Rushing yards, -6. That's actually a massive stat difference there. Texas doesn't have much in 50, but Shelby only having -6 rushing yards is definitely one of the big difference makers in this game.
You're talking like a big sacks for like 12, losses of 11. These are just some normality numbers that we have seen from Shelby's offense in the first half. Good stop there. Brings up 4th and 2.
I think Kearns in king mode is saying, I don't punt.
Yeah, I don't care anymore. I mean, like, you're up by 21.
Hey, if you turn the ball over here on your 30, but he's not going to because he picks up the first down with the tight end. Huge catch.
You needed that stop if you are Shelby. There's only 3 minutes left here in the third quarter, and you know that Kearns is going to run as much of this clock as possible.
Yeah, it's starting to go one way, and that is the way of Kearns Academy A.
There we go. Run play again. Gain of about, well, it almost looked like a gain of 4, but gets pushed back an extra 2.
Another run. This is smart football by Kearns Academy here. You know, they understand that they have the lead. No need to throw some passes. No need to stop the clock. Keep that clock moving. Keep your win condition in favor. As I say that, they throw an incomplete pass.
I thought he almost completed that. That would have been gross. You even see in game, he thought, "Come on, man, where's the defensive pass interference?"
Come on, man. Nothing. Clean. Oh. Uh-oh.
We've seen this before.
Not again.
Watch all the way on the left side. He was the one that scored the touchdown previously. Plenty of time to throw. Has a man leading. Can't get to the football, though. 4th and 8.
Yep. We all know he's going for it.
Oh, totally. Why
no
not?
punt in his blood. Great pass, though. Tried to one-hand it, I think. Thanks, Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh, man. Here we go. Last play.
Plenty of time. Why not take the first down?
Slides forward. 1st and 10. Move the chains. Look at how much time is being exhausted from the clock.
Andy, I hate to say this, but Freelo.
It's starting to look that way. Kearns manipulating the game clock, calling these audibles, keeping Shelby on their toes. It's back to another 1st and 10. We'll run the football. It's a gain of 2.
Yeah, keep the ball on the ground. Not sure what they're looking to select. They're looking like they're flipping. Might throw out another pass here. Hopefully pre-play. We'll see. Get a little vision into what's happening. Wish you could see this on the real football field on Sunday, but
Could you imagine?
Imagine.
How about that pass completion? He's thinking touchdown, steps out of bounds, get pushed out of bounds, but still drawing much more off the game clock. Here we go.
Yeah, a little wear and tear on that running back. Not too much of an issue as they feed him the ball yet again. Up the middle, picks up a yard, running that clock down already. Even in the third quarter, why not play smart, play to your advantage? You have it, use it.
See, it's in times like this, back when I was like playing a lot of Madden, I would knee here and still go for the pass because I know I'm going to convert a 3rd and 9.
Yeah.
Just exhaust the clock. Why not? Runs the football instead, gets swarmed. It's a loss of 3, but I mean, like, I think we're now officially in the territory where there's no harm, no foul. Just the one main goal for Kearns is just to try to exhaust the clock.
A huge stop here, though, for Shelby might not be the end of the game. We've seen crazier happen, but they need a stop here, and it's not going to happen as an errant pass goes out of bounds, lines up for the field goal attempt here. He doesn't punt, but he does kick field goals, getting into a better camera angle here so we can see it. It's going to be close, ladies and gentlemen. It's up. It's in.
Another 3 points for Kearns Academy as their lead will now grow to 24 points. Shelby, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, needs to convert this offensive push into at least 6 points. I'm sure that they're probably going to be thinking, I need to go for 2, and that's probably true because there's only 30 seconds left in the third.
Yeah, not much time left in this game. We should see a lot of big plays here, maybe some draws just to catch the defense sleeping a little bit, but big plays and big plays only. You've got nothing to lose here, but minus 40 yards right up the middle. Whew. He didn't want to fumble that ball again.
Yep.
He had some PTSD flashbacks there, unfortunately, about that fumble in the last drive. Didn't want to do that again. Decided to slide instead of getting hit.
No backs on the flank.
Nah, send them all We stopped our counter, but we'd be up to 10 by now on that play.
Oh, for sure.
Keeps bringing him off the edge. Keeps going unblocked. Not sure why the defensive front just isn't quite matching. The numbers game's there for him.
And you can only imagine this blitz will probably find its way through again.
Lion, this is Western. This is the 2 seed versus the 6 seed. Kearns Academy is the 2 seed. Shelby B is the 6 seed. Got an upset in round 1 over the 3 seed. However, it looks like that upset Cinderella run doesn't have much life left. Slowly beating. Not
4th and 10.
able to convert. You got to go for it.
Shelby has no choice. You have to.
You have no choice. Rin, how's it going? Hope you're having a great day. Hope your match starts here in the next little bit.
One player in the back. Shelby, do or do not. This pass needs to be converted for a first down. Floats it out and just Kearns with another interception. It won't be a pick 6, but the damage, some, myself included, will definitely say has been done. And there it goes.
And there it goes.
No, I mean, it's just not enough time. So, like, Shelby B just calls it quits right there. I mean, obviously some frustration going to be settling on in for Shelby B. They played a really good game of football, but, I mean, you go 5 total now offensive errors. Just can't have it.
No, you can't, and that unfortunately ends up being the result for that match. Moving on, Kearns Academy A, the number 2 seed, most likely playing Shelby A. So Shelby, to play Shelby, you might as well take the whole school down. You might as well drive over there.
Yeah, take the extra drive, play on land. Why
play
not?
on land.
Because, I mean, you're going to need it because, again, that next matchup versus Shelby A, again, that is TBK. That is our spring season Madden champion. So, you know, that guy's pretty darn gross. We've been gassing him up all season long. I know both the Justins have been doing the exact same. So, college football has now been whittled down to almost 2 as the conclusion of that single elimination bracket is well on its way. We're going to throw things to a very short break. When we come back, we got some more Overwatch coming your way. You don't want to miss it. It is the conference championships here for VESL.
Is that good? Oh, there it is. Hey, I can hear me again.
I can hear me. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our Super Saturday here for Conference Championships of the CMS, specifically in all of VESL for the 2024 fall season. My name is Andy. Joined with me is Nick, and we are hopping back over to some Overwatch again for the CMS region. Should be a good one, Nick, but we've gotten through a lot of good matchups so far. We've had some rage quits. We've had some close calls as well, but the single elimination brackets are moving along.
Yeah, a lot of storylines that we stepped out for a quick bite there in between the break, and we heard some storylines of some number 1s and number 2 seeds going home early. Crazy upsets. Again, single elimination. But honestly, this is the match I've been circling on my calendar all week long. Palisades versus Sun Valley. This might as well be my internal championship. I know there's some strife between these two teams, and I'm eating up every single moment of it. I'm ready for this. Everything on the line. One match.
Yeah, and we've only gotten 3-0s as far as the opening rounds are concerned for Overwatch. So when we do take a look at this bracket, just understand everything that's happened in that opening round. We're all 3-0s, but Audrey Kale, albeit a Team K over Audrey Kale B, had to send them home. Palisades B and their A team, Sun Valley A. This is your top 4 teams. So even if you lose it here, you do end up having the second life, the second least, if you will, for the LCQ. The wildcard weekend is going to be happening 2 weekends from now, but we have to somehow get to one. In that bottom one, Palisades A versus Sun Valley, 2 teams that have gone up against each other. They only have nice things to say.
Yeah, no, not at all. Unfortunately, being able to see behind the scenes, they do not like each other.
Yeah, put it plainly.
You know, we're all friends and family here as much as we could possibly be, but these two teams have some, Taylor Swift would say it best, bad blood amongst the two of them, and they are going to leave it all out on the line here today for us in this semifinals match of our CMS Conference Championships. I'm ready. I don't know about you.
Oh, I'm absolutely ready. Lijiang Tower will be the opening map here. Palisades, of course, being the higher seat of the two. Do get the luxury of picking our opening control map, but it's a big match feel here in between our 2nd and 3rd seed for the CMS Overwatch region. Only one can win this best of 5 and have a date with potential state championships in the next match.
Yeah, I'm curious on the team compositions here. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to watch either of these teams throughout the regular season, but we're going to see what we're getting into here. We got a Genji.
Yeah, the thing about Lijiang Tower is that every single stage does offer a certain projectile champion to be very, very good. Genji, very good here as far as the inner city is concerned. And if there's one player to definitely be on the lookout for, in my opinion, from Palisades A, it is actually their tank player, Rhino. I believe through one best of 3 that Trey and I were casting this season, I think it was like week number 3, he played about 5 different heroes in the span of about a map and a half. So he is very flexible, very good at making sure his team has the right tank at their disposal. On the opposite opposite side for Sun Valley. Sharknado 2, not just from a hilarious name, is also very good on the hit scan. There we go. Mirroring divas on both sides. Very good to have that defense matrix, but even better from Rhino, who just cuts down the space immediately, waits for the heals, and will immediately try to recontest on the opposite side because Speed has been harassing this backline continuously. Flank will come through. Point is about to unlock, and Ridden will find a nice little headshot on towards the countering support. Should be easy cleanup coming through here for Palisades to the capture first.
Yeah, Sun Valley backing out after that first pick. They knew they were out of the man advantage. Ran, head for the hills, wait for that 5th individual to come off spawn. And a huge shout out to Rin, team captain for Palisades, the esports president at that school. Huge help, helps me do my job. So huge shout out to her getting that first pick for her team on the board.
Getting very close to a couple key ultimates to be online, specifically looking at Hatsu. Does have that nano boost. Can only imagine it'll go over to a timely target. Bronte did swap from the Ashe over towards the Tracer, so trying to trade backline harass. Daze also over towards this Wrecking Ball, and yeah, just
balls be ballin' right now.
Just right off the map goes the Ana. That's a lot of burst healing now finally dealt with for Palisades, but you would almost have to imagine Sun Valley sooner rather than later need to start encroaching towards this point. Finally get the Wrecking Ball to start posturing around here. Deadeye on the opposite side does find one, and it almost found more than one kill, but the Deadeye cleaning up there at the end. Good enough for Sun Valley's flip.
Huge swing of advantage there. That Ana going off on the side, pushing that Diva back off of that corner, that power position that it was on for the entire opening engagement. Definitely swung the fight in favor of Sun Valley.
Self-destruct online here for Rhino. Gotta be careful with where you stand, of course. That has a pretty big blast radius. Trying to at least push over towards the stairs side, trying to catch Day out. Trying to play a little bit of counter dive our Palisades, but the only lockdown that they really have at their disposal would be the nano boost. Here comes the Fox Rush now for Palisades. Gotta back up here by the blade. Swipe a little bit faster. Find dash resets quicker.
Swiping time.
Just dodges the sleep dart so gracefully his speed on the Genji, and it only took 2 ultimates for Palisades to flip it back.
Love that play out of Speed there. I am one of the worst characters in this game when it comes to Genji, but Speed showing me how it's done. Winning that huge fight, taking the point back under control.
Suzu came through early there from Rin. We'll be back up in about 10 seconds, and no Suzu to keep yourself alive from that pulse bomb. Nice stick coming through from Bronte. Immediately flips the numbers into Sun Valley's favor. They still have some ultimates to try to work with. Most importantly,
Rhino
going to be that orbital
here.
assistance. And yeah, Rhino does need that assistance. Let's have the self-destruct. Trying to bring themselves back in towards the mech should they lose it. Orbital assistance going to be coming through, at least for Sun Valley. Trying to push a little bit further forward, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Insomniac. Well, the overclock did end up being used, but will be a headshot there onto the enemy Juno. Self-destruct will also take down Hatsu. No more supports available for Sun Valley. Boop comes through again, but not before the nano boost gets put over towards Rhino. So the damage mitigation is here. 99% overtime will proc. Sun Valley have no supports in the vicinity, but Hatsu does have the nano boost. He's going to keep rolling around. I mean, Adaptive Shields is about to be back online.
Why not? Keep overtime, wait for some help.
Finds another elimination. The Genji's now down for the count. The supports are rounding the corner for Sun Valley, and they might actually flip this.
This is a crazy turn of events here. Overtime ticker on the clock. Sun Valley takes control. Wow.
They got a lot of
massive
ultimates.
Plays out of Daze here. Massive plays.
Got a lot of ultimates out of Palisades because this Wrecking Ball was able to stay alive for such a long time, Nick.
That's fine. 99%, still plenty of time. No need for Palisades to rush. Daisy hanging on here.
Just waiting to see where the push is going to be coming from. Ramatra's now the swap here for Rhino. Showing off some of that flexibility early, trying to go for the counter dive there. Speed not looking to swap because he's more than halfway towards another blade. Fox Rush is going to come through on the opposite side. Sharknado 2 is going to receive the nano boost, has a Deadeye available, but has a very angry take in their face.
No!
The charge comes through, but the
down.
over push comes in. At least Palisades stopped that in its tracks. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Sun Valley still hanging around, but they don't have any DPS. Daze Gamer, gotta go huge. Rolls on in, anti-nade, also soon to follow. That should be a very dead hamster and a very big ball. 230 HP, has to give it up for now. The Mega Pack doesn't even grab it. And now he's gonna get back in towards the point. Somebody else touches, rolls all the way through, barely hangs on. Overtime, halfway depleted. Here comes the push. Sun Valley, dead. Insomniac layering in the damage, headshot after headshot. It's all blue in the kill feed. In Palisades, they had to work for it, but they still take the first stage.
No, DayZ did everything they could there to keep that game alive. Stayed on that point longer than, in my opinion, that they should have, able to get the reinforcements there. Just unfortunately was not enough for Sun Valley to close that out and bring the comeback up. Palisades takes round 1. Wow. Everything I hoped for and more, Andy.
Oh, yeah. My eyes are glued towards where the match chat would be, just in case anything crazy happens.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen anything yet. I guess it's too early. Eyes on the prize. Does he make the basket? Nice. Does he get it again? Oh, 1 for 2 at the line. 1 for 3. Come on. Come on, Speed. We expect more.
I'm just more surprised that we're able to make any baskets by swinging a sword at it. That just doesn't seem right to me. But
that's one of those new never flat balls. It's fine.
The never flat balls. Going to be swapping towards a Pharah composition. Palisades going to be flying high. Rin going to have to be ducking in between all the damage. Now, Sun Valley does have a Cassidy. Bronte is already pre-scouting this, but the difference is that Palisades are right in towards the fight. Rhino showcasing more flexibility is on the Malga. Nice concussive blast. Sends balls deep off of the map.
Yep, you're down to support there. Time for Palisades to strike is now, in my opinion. However, a trade comes through. Speed off the map.
Very rare you see that in the kill feed. Days Gamer barely getting in towards the window. Gets slap started, but I'm sure that they're happy that they're just alive. So yeah, here comes the spinner right around. In towards Dojo they will run. Another concussive blast on towards another player, and finally Palisades capture the point.
I'm not sure how productive DayZ's being, but man, is it fun to watch.
He's being annoying for sure.
Yeah.
He's definitely doing damage. I mean, your charge is definitely there, very close towards a minefield, and you might just need that to try to work your way back in towards the point. Here comes the slam. Doesn't isolate any targets.
Oh, no.
Anti-nade. Nowhere to go. Insomniac's going to be right there for the elimination, who's already found himself about 4 eliminations. Flank coming through quickly for Speed.
A lot of players on the bridge here.
Gets the sleep dart out, but doesn't get above the wall. It's a forced trade coming through for Palisades. They're not in a position to try to benefit that or Sun Valley.
One of my favorite duos of all time is the Pharah Mercy combo. Looking like it's paying off big.
You got both support ultimates online now for Palisades. Here comes the Valkyrie to open up this escapade. Days Gamer just trying to pull everybody back towards the point. Hatsu also has an nano boost available for them as Days Gamer is going to eat another anti-grenade. That's a big cooldown now out of the way. Blade is also available. Nano Blade combination. It's been so good for so many years in Overwatch. Not even needed. Palisades wipes the floor with Sun Valley.
Wow. They are starting to take control of this map and this round. Man, Palisades is showing why they are a force.
Surely the case. Big statement here for this map number 1. Is it going to be a quick in, 2 out on Lijiang Tower? Here comes the minefield. Sun Valley trying to push a little bit further forward. They're about to have other 4 ultimates online. That the shielding does get utilized.
We're about to see a lot of pops here.
Rhino, incredibly low. He will die.
Maybe not. Maybe you hold him now.
And Palisades shouldn't invest anything more than they have available in their bank. You're already at 85%. Just try to find a couple of exits. Let it flip come through. Sun Valley still plenty to go.
Yeah, we're going to see a massive team fight come off. All right. Palisades needs to reinvest here. A lot of people coming off of spawn. No need to stagger. However, they're still pushing up. For what reason, I am unsure. As Rhino looks like they're going through the left here, just trying to take a little space with the tank as you can. Pharah coming in close behind. 4 ultimates online for Palisades, 4 for Sun Valley. This team fight is about to be wild.
Nano Blade needs to be huge. There's no defensive ultimate. It just has to be the immortality field from the Baptiste Sun Valley that you have to be worried about. Days Gamer trying to get the information, rolling all the way through. Here comes the nano boost. Oh, the dash right into the wall. Doesn't get all the space he needs. Takes 3 slices. Here comes the Deadeye on the opposite side. And, well, the barrage should surely just explode the Cassidy where he previously stood. Sharknado 2 also hitting the Q button to no avail. The overclock only finds 1. Palisades flip the point, and Sun Valley need 1 more chance, and only 1 at that to try to flip again.
Yeah, Speed is doing Speed things. I'm loving the Genji play out of them, making it a fun entertainment watch.
There we go. Cage up at the front, nowhere to run. Rhino's going to get slap darted, but Hatsu can't really move anywhere.
Nothing they can do.
He'll probably still die. Days Gamer is still on the point. He does proc overtime. Sharknado 2 is back now on the Sombra. So very mobile characters being called here for Sun Valley in a desperation to try to make it back towards our point. Finally, Rhino gets back in towards the mix. His teammates have been dying. Speed isolates Sharknado 2. Number swaying still in the favor for Palisades, but the minefield splits up half the point. The slam on the opposite side. No supports nearby for Sun Valley, and that means that Days Gamer is not long for this world, and Palisades win the opening map 2-0.
Wow, that was intense. Just as I expected. Palisades coming out on top. Let's see what the play of the game here is. Pretty sure it's got to be one of Speed, 17 ultimates.
Oh, yeah.
Pick one. Let's see it again.
And there's something to be said about a Genji constantly in your backline. Whether it's happening in your ranked matches, this isn't even just a full-fledged flank. This just is really good usage of the dash resets. Again, every single time you find an elimination, that left shift, that dash does come back online, and you can keep zip-zapping in between multiple of all the squishy targets because you have 4 of those options available. Speed played it wonderfully.
No, it was insane. Like you said, squishy targets is an understatement. He made them look like marshmallows out there. That was a fluffy, easy win for Palisades A in Map 1. Hoping Sun Valley is able to answer in Map 2. It will be their pick for map and mode going into Map 2, so hopefully they'll pick something a little bit more favorable for them. Seeing their team comp, Andy, what do you expect that to be?
Yeah, I mean, look, they were showing a lot of different adaptations themselves, so it's really tough to be able to gauge off of Lijiang Tower. A lot of the flexibility and the speed was all being utilized, no pun intended, to the player there for Palisades A, but that has been their MO the entire season, is to be flexible on the opposite side. So I think it mostly just comes down to trying to pick something, whatever is going to be most comfortable for them at this point in time. And I think for them, it's mostly just trying to enable whatever it may be, one wombo combo on the opposite side. I mean, like maybe it could be a hit scan player, maybe it could be a big heavy hitting tank, because it seems Days Gamer so far has been influencing a lot on the map. Hasn't been a lot of influence for as far as DPS ultimates are concerned, but so long as the supports are alive, specifically for Hatsu on that Ana, there's always going to be a lot of dumpstering of healing, and you're going to need all of that.
Yeah, taking a peek into the match chat, looks like Flashpoint Suravasa. Hopefully I didn't butcher that pronunciation.
No, you nailed it.
Hey, let's go, everybody. Glad to have you guys with us today, joining us for Conference Championship Saturday here on the stream. Looks like we should be getting into that here shortly. Looks like they're ready to go. They wasted no time putting that into the match chat as they were ready to get into Map 2. So we'll be jumping into that here shortly. But, man, what a great first map.
Yeah, so Zervasa, we're moving back over towards Flashpoint. So, again, if you missed my TED Talk the last time we had Overwatch on this stream, here it is again. So, sorry, not sorry. Flashpoint, very close to King of the Hill, as we most notably know, over FPS's 10 years in all of its past and all of its different titles. Very close to Control, the game mode that we just walked away from, but it's not just one stage. It's all on one giant map. You have 5 total Flashpoints that you can jump in between to, and every single time that you lose the Flashpoint, well, the next one is going to be a lot closer towards your spawn doors. A very volatile game mode. I will say this much, because I haven't seen a lot of teams, candidly, through the entirety of this fall season that have gotten the understanding that when the Flashpoint is chalked, when you just need to go new, they still hang around, and a lot of those staggering spawns kind of leaves them high and dry to not get the early percentage. And yeah, a snowball can absolutely happen here if you're not careful.
Yeah, no, like I said, if I've learned anything from the Jake Overwatch videos, it's team composition matters and not staggering spawns, especially in a game like Overwatch, where you need everybody on the team clicking at all cylinders at all times. Once that healer dies or once that tank dies, you're pretty much SOL.
So you got to have it here if you are Sun Valley. Don't want to be 0-2 down versus CMS Best. And I say that very loosely because we're ever so waiting to see who is actually the #1 seed between Palisades and Audrey KLA. We are all questioning it. But still, Sun Valley stands in your way if you are Palisades. You come in with Rhino on the Junker Queen. It's a very meta composition. The only difference is there's no Sombra, probably not required. Sun Valley are going to be rolling in on a Diva composition. So looking to stay a little bit mobile alongside Bronte trying to go maybe a counter dive. Genji versus Tracer on the opposite side. I would definitely take a Cybernetic Ninja over a time-dilating, pulse-pistoling little British lady. But here comes the dive. Bronte's able to find that first kill. Rhino's, of course, there for the trade, so it's a Cassidy for a Cassidy, 4v4. But you still got to deal with speed in the backline. I mean, this guy's been doing it since frame 1.
Yeah, nothing you could do about there. You thought the 1v1 trade was going to be all that you saw, but sure enough, Speed did Speed things and took care of business as the Genji and took 2 or 3 out himself.
And you can already see just the influence from that first team fight. Pretty even for Sun Valley. Yes, Sharknado 2 on the Cassidy did get picked early, but look at the opposite side, how much healing is coming through from the Ana, and Speed's damage in towards the backline. 30% shy of that Nano Blade.
Yeah, not sure why they were trying to play leapfrog there in the window. I guess trying to kill some time. I hope that means that they're not taking Sun Valley lightly, as they are no team to be taken lightly.
Getting very close, at least towards the pulse bomb. Fox Rush would be online as well as the self-destruct for Sun Valley if they can hang around the area. And not shutting down those biotic grenades was a real problem for Sun Valley back in the opening map of Lijiang Tower. So, got to be on the lookout for that speed. 10% shy now with the Nanoblade. Nanoblade, or the Nano Boost, actually goes on a Rhino. I don't know if that was going to be a team call, but it all benefits for Insomniac to find that first blood. And that's a very angry Junker Queen just rushing on in. The knife pulls back Daze Gamer. And if you can get a staggering elimination, it would be beneficial. But this is looking like last team fight yesterday, 92% here for Palisades.
Yeah, you're trying to push him back because you know even with another few more ticks left on this hill that it's going to be going towards Sun Valley's spawn. So maybe you're even trying to get an advantage on the next hill already. Thinking ahead a little bit isn't always bad.
You can find exits here. That'd be good for Sun Valley. They do have 5 ultimates for crying out loud, but nobody was in a position. I believe I already saw that Sharknado 2 was trying to hightail away to get in towards this second point. So Palisades, they do have the 1-0 lead.
And hopefully they still have the 1-0 lead once the stream comes back.
Maybe. It's very possible. We'll have to see.
And we're back.
And they still have the 1-0 lead.
Oh,
we didn't. Oh, we didn't.
That's crazy.
I was worried we were going to lose an entire flashpoint.
I thought we were gone forever. No, and again, if Jake Overwatch has taught me 75 things during this season, it's that you never want to hold your ultimates too long, but you don't want to waste them either.
Correct.
Sun Valley, not sure if they came out with the wind with their ultimates or not during those little tech difficulties, but Palisades does have control of this second point.
Rampage finds 3. It immediately calls down the immortality field that gets focused by Rhino, and all of Sun Valley are still alive thanks to Hatsu. Orbital assistance, and it pushes forward alongside you. So that beneficial from all the healing, the damage travels in towards the point. What a turn for Sun Valley.
Yeah, huge. They needed that on their side. It looked like momentum was starting to snowball for Palisades there, and if they were just going to steamroll through this entire match. However, Sun Valley able to answer and take control.
Deadeye?
Is there issues? Anybody checking the match chat to see if there's any issues? Because that was an unnecessary pop.
I think he fat-fingered it, brother.
That's unfortunate.
Ain't nothing in the match chat.
Hey,
no.
That's why I've got my Q set to sensitivity 10 to make sure I've got to hammer that button down so I don't pop my
Nanoblade gonna get called in. Speed's already in towards the back line. Immortality field at least nullifies all that damage and everything else in between, but it pushed everybody from Sun Valley back. Palisades have flipped the point, and all players are still alive until Sharknado falls. Wonderful trade. We're trading Cassidys. It almost feels like it's a trading card game at times with these Cassidys. But Sun Valley worked their way back in. Nice tracking coming through from Bronte. He'll clean up too. He's looking for a little bit more, but the right-click melee was good for speed. Point flip back for Sun Valley.
Huge, and I think like you said, with Flashpoint, having that blue shell advantage of having the spawns being closer to your having the hill being closer to your spawn provided a huge advantage for Sun Valley to get back into this.
Surely the case. Got a Fox Rush coming back in towards this play. Insomniac's now over towards the Sojourn. So watch out for those right clicks. They'll drop you if you're low HP. Rhino halfway towards the Junker Queen Rampage. Last fight territory for flashpoint number 2. Here comes the Fox Rush up through the windows. Daze Gamer gonna drop the self-destruct in the middle of the point. That's gonna call the bluff of Palisades. They can't get towards the point, and Daze Gamer calls back in the mech and just squishes speed straight to the ground. 2-for-2 trade. Palisades trying to flip it back in their favor. Rhino getting closer and closer towards the Rampage. Would have loved to have it, but they've lost all their supports. They're losing all their lives. Sun Valley gonna tie things up here on Flashpoint.
Wow, what an amazing finish here to that second hill. Huge for Sun Valley to get back into this game.
Next, Flashpoint.
DayZ, huge. Put the team on their back, able to get them that second point.
And now it's a quick little skip over towards the next flashpoint. Look, Sun Valley are here first, Nick.
They were already there.
They still have an ultimate advantage.
Yeah, should be unlocking here shortly in about 15 seconds. Already in position. Maybe they should even push out to try and meet him at the wall.
Trying to figure out which angle they're coming from. Junker Queen's already made it through. 6% shy is Rhino from getting that Rampage, and the Rampage alongside the already beneficial Biotic Grenades. That the Ana for Palisades has been finding continuously could be beneficial, but you still have to worry about the Immortality field. You still got to worry about the Orbital Assistance. Rhinos, he's kind of trying to fish. The Amplification Matrix comes down. The point's already captured. Sun Valley are holding the line.
You just got to wait at this point. You got to let that field fall and then take your time.
Rhino still trying to fish maybe for the opening. We're also getting very close towards a Nanoblade for Palisades. They didn't find all the value in the world, but it could call out at least an ultimate or two. Here comes the Rampage engage. The nade in towards the backline. It connects on the 3.
Huge.
Lots of damage for Sun Valley to try to cope with, but Palisades just run them over.
That was perfect, Andy. That's exactly what we talked about. Sun Valley had control of the hill. They had the amplification field up. All Palisades had to do was wait, let that fall, and then go in when they were ready, and they executed that perfectly. That was amazing to see out of Palisades there.
Sure was. And now you have a Nano Blade for the original defense here for Palisades. Yeah, you had to give up 47%, but now the ball truly is in your court. Are you ult tracking if you are Palisades? You haven't seen Hatsu use this orbital assistance, and you should know that that speed boost should be comboed along with the Deadeye. Fox Rush on the opposite side. Palisades might be thinking this is the go time for maybe a Nano Blade, but Speed isn't feeling it. They're all trapped in there. Here comes the Deadeye. Sleep Dart goes wide, so they will concede around the wall for now. Let that channeling dissipate. But, hello? Klops? Shouldn't be challenging that, brother. Now the Nano Blade is now gone. You still have the blade available. Do you pull this if you are Speed?
You gotta back out here.
You have to. You're already down by 2. Sun Valley smell blood in the water, and it's just 69%. That's nice for Palisades here from Flashpoint 3.
Speed's just holding on to their life. Should have SD'd maybe just a little bit sooner to get back onto the same spawn cycle as his teammates. Unfortunate because we know Speed's getting 3 with this ult at some point in time. It just wasn't there, wasn't the time.
Last one didn't really benefit at all. And this is, again, one of the biggest changes for Sun Valley. They're bringing a Baptiste to play, so instead of the Suzu, it's a full-on Immortality field to stop 2 heavy-hitting ultimates. 90% here for Sun Valley. Last fight here for Palisades to maybe try to flip it. Sun Valley thinking we're going to take a lead. Here comes the Nano Blade in towards the back. The Sun misses wide, but still able to track down the Cassidy. On the opposite side, it's the orbital assistance.
3.
But it's just too late. Speed finds 3. It's cleanup for Sun Valley.
He wants 4.
Palisades looking to find the 5K for Speed. It's just one lonely piloted gamer out of South Korea, and she will fall. Palisades flip the point, and they're going to get a stagger too.
99%.
The stagger is everything. Oh,
Huge.
no.
Oh, I didn't even realize the Diva was out of suit there.
Yeah, that means that the point should more than likely go over to Palisades. And Sun Valley had everything going their way, but the Nano Blade. Nick is transcendent. He called for 3. Speed finds 4. 3 with the blade itself. 1 flashpoint away for Palisades to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, the only thing Sun Valley didn't have there was a Speed and Genji player in their own that was able to make that difference with that huge 4 call it 5 piece.
Here we go. Speed boost. Unbeknownst to Sun Valley, Palisades are actually mirroring this rotation. So we're going to have a good old Texas showdown, a 50-50, if you will, for this opening fight. Rhino's also on the Diva now as well.
Yeah, that switch happened somewhere in the middle of last point.
Fox Rush coming through. Extra
That's
rate
fine,
of fire.
pushing back.
Inside of a very narrow choke point. So Palisades aren't really benefiting from that.
No.
Amplification of field. Deadeye going to hold the space for now. Lots of damage coming through, but Palisades just conceded for now. Point's about to unlock. Sun Valley has already captured it. 15% already to the good. And they know exactly where Palisades are located at. Daze Gamer trying to get in their grill. Not going to have any of that. Sun Palisades, again, just conceding the space. Trying to figure out which angle they need to work their way back through. And they're just buying the time because Rhino's still out of mech.
Yeah, and if one thing we've seen out of Palisades, it's definitely patience. If they know they don't have the advantage, they're willing to take a few steps back, regain, regather, and re-attack, which it appears they've done again here. Not sure if they saw the Tracer on the flank.
Rhino does have that self-destruct available. Could be the difference maker. It's a very close off point, but there's still a lot of corners that you could be lurking at. Need some heals. It's not turning around. Self-destruct has to be spent just to get a free mech. It does cover the space inside the point. And
Wow.
Insomniac does take down Sharknado, but Speed loses their life in towards the back line. Sleep Dart on towards the Diva. Doesn't stop the contest coming through. Pulse Bomb gets stuck over towards the Ana, and Palisades are just fish in a barrel. Sun Valley are just picking them apart. Yeah, you flip the point, but Sun Valley get it right back.
Sun Valley just putting damage down here. This is the close match that we were expecting to see in map 1.
Big heavy hitting ultimates online. Palisades should be nearby to try to get in the faces for Sun Valley to stop this nano boost. It gets thrown over towards Rhino because Speed's already dead. Trying to contest. Overtime ensued here for P4. Sun Valley trying to push it towards a 5th and final flashpoint. Can they get it done? Insomniac is very low HP. Would love to use the Deadeye. They already lost their Ana, and Insomniac will die, channeling the Deadeye. We will go again. Sun Valley with another convincing kill feed. It's a 5th and final flashpoint for map 2.
Wow. Here we go, heading into the 5th and final flashpoint like Andy just said there. Not sure who's going to come out on top on this one. It's been back and forth the entire way. Looking like Sun Valley got the early rotate as they somehow spawn right next to him. They're not sure about the spawn points that well. But interesting fight there on the angle as they're both trying to come through the same lane.
Sun Valley again posturing inside the point first. Speed still has that blade available, and they're dropping the nano gimmick. Over towards the Juno goes Clomp. Amplification Matrix invested for Sun Valley early, trying to capture the point first. It's about to unlock just in a second's time. Here comes the push in towards the backline. Orbital assistance online for Hatsu. Might need it, might not. Sharknado, DMX, Rhino, and ends up taking him down. In return, there's only one King of the Sea. Rin still has that Fox Rush available, but he's just gonna die with it in his hand. Could couple that along for the blade potentially on the reintroduction of the fight.
Another staggered spawn there. Speed's gotta live here. Lovely. Holding him back here. 3 ultimates for Sun Valley, 2 on the side of Palisades. Got to be utilized here before Sun Valley takes control of this final point.
And Bronte on this Tracer is making me feel like I'm watching Overwatch back in 2018. He's finding value with these pulse bombs, and that's the hardest part about playing Tracer, along with just being able to manipulate the 125 HP. Here we go. Fox Rush. Blade also going to get invested. Orbital Assistance going to be called defensively, but Speed still in towards the backline. The Immortality Field dealt with, and it's a 2-piece for the Genji of Speed. Bronte's there for at least the trade, but he's the last player remaining. All up to days, no mech, no life. Palisades flip the point.
Speed doing Speed things. Anytime that individual gets that ultimate, it's a wrap for the other side.
Palisades do have a self-destruct for this upcoming defense, but Speed not dying in that last team fight might come back to hurt them more than anything. You don't really have the honor for that assistance, but might not be the blade that makes the man. We'll have to see.
DayZ back on ball, trying to cause a little havoc here, as there are some spots to boop off of the map over in this corner.
Bronte still has the pulse bomb, looking for a stick in towards the back, throws it out, takes down Insomniac. Here comes your orbital assistance for Palisades. Self-destruct still available for Rhino. Rin takes down the flanker of Bronte, and the kill feed is erupting in blue. Not like this, Palisades. Another clean team fight comes through. Rhino for 4. Sun Valley back to the drawing board.
Wow, I don't think anybody expected that to go that way, especially with the ultimates that were on both. Huge play by Rin, huge play by Rhino.
This is the last team fight. The Days Gamer needs to stay alive. There's nobody really nearby him, and he's baiting out a lot of attention. He's allowing for the rest of his teammates to move a little bit further forward. Looking to distress. Bronte is able to take advantage of that. Self-destruct on the opposite side. It's just an Immortality Field that does go down, but they did lose both their supports, and now Sun Valley, they can push a little bit further forward. Overtime has ensued. Longer respawn timers. Sharknado trying to rejoin in towards the fight, has a tactical visor available, but you already have a 2-3 player life lead, so rips the button, takes down Insomniac behind. The point will flip. Can Palisades contest for overtime?
Got to get their 2 up. They've got one last push on this. Even it might not even last that long, Andy.
It might not. Rin there to proc overtime. Fox Rush invested. Speed has the blade. Has to rip it. Needs to go massive, and he's just has no HP in the tank. Sun Valley. They always felt like they were down, but they were never out of it. We got ourselves a tie series.
Wow, what an amazing map 2 there. Back and forth the entire way, up and down we go. Felt like we were on a roller coaster. Let's see. We all know what we're going to see.
Of course.
Come on.
But of course it is. Speed with the play of the game. Going to be that 3 spree. I think the real play of the game is you calling that this was going to happen.
Yeah. I'll take every ounce of credibility that I can get. Not my normal home.
Wow. So Sun Valley going to go ahead and tie things up as far as the series is concerned. I think that we're getting a certain taste of the disdain between these two schools, but most importantly, just how close that map number 1 is, given how the series is guaranteed to go 4.
Yeah, at least we're going 4 now. I'm still hoping for 5. Again, we'd love to see more amazing top-tier Overwatch here, but man, what a map 2.
I'm exhausted. I'm going to need a refill on the good old H2O there, as I'm sure the players will at the same point in time. We're going to wait to hear what Palisades and their map pick will be for the map number 3. You don't want to miss it. We're going to step away for a short break. We got more Overwatch 2 action coming your way. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our super weekend of conference championships. My name is Andy. Joined with me is Nick, and we've had a banger of a series so far. Guaranteed to go map 4, where it's, of course, talking about one of our semifinals. It's Sun Valley versus Palisades A.
Yeah, this is everything I hoped and dreamed of. Circled it on the calendar for a reason. Back and forth, map number 2. First one went in Palisades' favor quite handily, but that second map was everything we hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-0, as far as the opening control map, Lijiang Tower Palisades, of course, got to choose that opening control map. It got competitive for maybe all the wrong reasons as far as that first stage is concerned, but that second map, man, I tell you, these Sun Valley kids, they are gritty. They got a lot of tenacity. They win it in 5 total flashpoints, guaranteed to go 4, which means our number 2 seed, they do get the map pick as well as the mode, and they're going over to Scrim's Row here for the map number 3.
Yeah, we saw this in our earlier series, and it's obviously a popular pick. Everybody loves this one.
It's hard not to, man. It's aesthetically pleasing. I remember when I was doing a lot of the fly-throughs yesterday for production, I found myself just listening to the ambiance that is King's Row. This map has aura, man.
It does, it does.
It's just so much aura. I've been seeing so much since 2016. But defense here for Palisades to open things up. In a double hit scan, speeds on the Ashe doesn't have a damage boost for a Mercy. Typically, you'll see that coupled along for an Ashe. But Insomniac, for the Sojourn, was clicking heads with that right click. Sun Valley looking to match things up. Bronte's Tracer was a real problem. This time we get them on the Ashe.
Yeah, I think Speed's just trying to get Bob on that playing field. Slow things down a little bit.
Days Gamer back over towards the Wrecking Ball.
Cause havoc.
You don't really have like the luxury of finding all the value in the world with a Wrecking Ball. I mean, you can get right in towards the face of the high ground, and that's super helpful, but what assistance does this give you when you are low? What assistance does it give your team on trying to navigate through this choke point where Rhino's on the Sigma, just belittling them with damage?
I think it's just causing a distraction, because that's what it did. It got four sets of eyes onto the ball hanging out in the top hand corner. Although, even though doesn't look like it's able to provide much assistance.
Yeah, again, like Rhino on the Sigma, Gravitic Spear with primary fire, he'll burst down a very quick, squeaky target. So it matters now for Daze to get activated in towards the back, displace, get a poop a little bit forward. But again, it's Rin on this Ana for Palisades. The biotic nades have been on point. Finds the first blood. A Sojourn headshot onto a Widowmaker. That's not how that kill feed's supposed to go.
Not in the slightest.
Hey, it works for Palisades to win that first team fight.
Hey, sometimes your supports and your tanks have to get kills too. DPS isn't for everybody.
Rhino, 10% now away from the Gravitic Flux. No real big ultimate to couple that along with, unless you're just tapping heads for speed and Insomniac. We have seen that quite often. Sun Valley also getting close to ultimates themselves.
No, like we said, Daisy keeps getting behind enemy lines here, but unfortunately to no avail, no assistance provided. Might need to come off of that ball here in a second if it doesn't.
Gravitic Flux just a bit outside, but I do love the call. I saw the plot that the Immortality field was already invested. It's still a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah.
And Sun Valley do have the closer spawns, so they should try to re-engage this, but it's an Ana nano-boosting a Rhino on a Sigma, lets them hold back towards the choke point, and the rest of their teammates should be here soon.
Yeah, coming up, another huge team fight coming in here. 2 minutes left to capture this point and start escorting that payload. A lot of big damage here.
Yeah,
over a
Minefield.
massive sleep coming through.
Minefield cuts the point in half. Bob now invested for both sides, so
Bob on Bob.
yeah, Butler's just getting angry at each other, and in Sun Valley's that finds a lot more value, just cleaning up everybody. It just felt like that speeds. Yeah, Bob was all the way over towards the secondary offensive spawn, just out of reach of helping out the team.
Yeah, Speed staying on Ash here. Probably going to be committed for the entire defensive side if we didn't see a switch already.
Dude.
Love the flexibility.
Dude.
Yep.
No, he is wrecking ball. Like
No, ball so hard.
he actually is a hamster. Like,
Yeah.
this is crazy. Yeah, really good tech and movement, being able to play for the pulverize just very quickly, just kind of dodging around Rin, because if you can isolate Rin, you should be able to get that kill. It's key cooldowns like this. Get the sleep dart out. Wild Nate doesn't come through, but that's fine, because look at how much space Sun Valley had to play. Fox Rush going to be used by Clomp. Palisades trying to march forward. Still pretty low damage considering that Bronzy's on that Widowmaker, and we're not really seeing many headshots come through. So Sun Valley give up the space. Overclock invested as well for Insomniac. Doesn't find many of eliminations, but Palisades still maintain the space. Sharknado finally able to swing some numbers. Minefield invested. Speed just going to get obliterated. And Clomp's going to take down Bronzy. He needs to swap off this Widowmaker, man. He's not really finding much value, but Sun Valley are still winning fights.
Yeah. Like I said, I think it's DayZ's causing as much havoc. Luckily, they didn't switch over. Luckily, they didn't listen to me again. That's why they're playing and I'm on the desk. But, man.
Yeah, staggering kill onto the Ana. This will probably reach very close towards that second choke point before Palisades can get back into contest. Speed's also swapped over towards the Mei, so they're really trying to lean in towards this anti-dive. They're trying to stop Daze Gamer from Daze Gaming.
Yeah, it's just causing a lot of issues here.
Orbital assistance, tactical visor, lots of damage, nobody mitigating it. Oh, it's disgusting! So much damage just came through so quickly for Sun Valley. That orbital assistance from Juno is just absolutely filthy.
Yeah, second checkpoint reached there. Final stretch here for Sun Valley to get this across the finish line. Palisade coming off spawn, trying to put pressure on them in their spawn. However, time to come back just a little bit. One final push for each side. Let's see if they can come up with a stop here for Palisades.
Only time will tell. Only ultimate you're close to getting online would be the Amplification Matrix for Sun Valley. Very close to a Minefield as well, but I think that Daze is quite literally just an ultimate. Unless he gets Slept Dart, Accretion. That's certainly one way of playing anti-dive, and now it's a 5v4.
This helps a little bit. Pushing them back.
Gravitic Flux, probably egregious, but anything to guarantee some eliminations and at least make sure that you can get some ultimate charge for your other members.
Yeah, I think you need some momentum to start to swing in your way. They started to feel a little bit beat down there on that stretch in the street. Looking good now, though.
Already shaving about 40 seconds off of the board. Daze Gamer just rolling on. Wise man named Wise man like Limp Bizkit once said, just keep rolling, and DayZ Gamer's literally doing that. Minefield also embellishes in the back line of Palisades. Nano boost over towards Rhino. Insomniac does have the Deadeye available, and he will actually find the elimination on a DayZ Gamer. So cut off from all these minefields. No! He shot one, but then got ping-pong between the other two. Sun Valley should have been losing this team fight. I swear to you, Nick, there's no way this payload moves.
I have no idea how it moved. The wall kept him on the wrong side of the wall. That was tough. Not sure how they won that, but they did. And
Dude.
It looks like it's over here in just a matter of time.
He's in their spawn, bro. Here comes the May ultimate, the Blizzard around the point, Amplification Matrix, Insomniac's Deadeye. It's expensive, but Palisades do win the team fight.
It doesn't hurt when it's 4 meters from final finish. You got to use everything you got. Final stand is an understatement. Got somebody trapped back there. DayZ's getting out, actually.
Should be fine to do so.
Be able to push him around the corner. Hopefully be able to push that payload back just a bit before you're met with some aggression.
Gravitic Flux online for Rhino.
The second you see him come around the corner, I feel like you need to pop it.
Needs to isolate his support, needs that immortality field to be focused, but you do have the same combination that benefited Sun Valley to capture the second point. Watch out for that orbital assistance, couple that along with Sharknado's tactical visor. It is a lot of freaking damage. Here comes Insomniac though, overclock on the opposite side. It's a tactical visor, and they're just pushing all the way through, but Bronte's hitting shots, is able to take down 2. Massive moment for the overclock of Bronte, and it pays dividends. That damage boost from Hatsu is just way too gross. Klomps does find at least 2 on the opposite side, but it's just a consolation prize. Insomniac might be able to touch. Here comes the overtime. Gravitic Flux also comes through, but still somebody was accessing the point, and Rhino couldn't get there to stop it, so Sun Valley capture all 3.
Yeah, that Baptiste Soldier combo definitely paid off dividends again as they were able to finish that off and get it across the finish line. 1 minute and 1 second is the time to beat to the golden checkpoint. We'll see if Palisades can do it.
And again, being able to capture over 60 seconds, Sun Valley is at least guarantee that they will see an extra round. That is also, of course, off of Palisades. This is their map pick, by the way.
Yeah.
They have to capture all 3 points with time. If there's no time, if they only capture in overtime, it just goes down to a final stand for defense to hold off 1 tick.
Not looking good for them, not so promising. Putting themselves on the back foot on their own map pick is never the best thing to do. However, let's see them on offense here. Still waiting to get some final picks in for Rin.
Well, you can see the defense, though. Bronte's going to come back out for the Ashe. Sharknado 2 over to the Soldier 76. And
Speed on Widow on offense.
he's right in the spawn. Maybe we'll try to find a cheeky little headshot. Quick swap back over towards the Gengu. Good work. But
Also taking the safe angle here on Sun Valley, not trying to push the issue, not trying to be overly aggressive. See how we start this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
All right, here we go. Ren on the Mercy, trying to fly high with Insomniac. Again, it's a classic combination like peanut butter and chocolate, baby. Love to see it. Rhino versus DayZ Gamer. We will have another tank matchup here. The flexibility between these two has been astounding, to say the least. DayZ Gamer over towards the horse. Different type of farm animal. Rhino's over towards the Diva. We'll take the high ground away. That's an immediate immortality field outlook. And yeah, speed back over towards the Genji. Looks so good within map 1.
So, did not take that long. Exactly what you expected. Hoped to get a cheeky pick up top. Didn't get it. Did some damage. Switched over. Now causing havoc to Sun Valley.
But there was no assistance to help the team try to get past the statue. And Sun Valley just quite literally pushed them all the way back towards their choke.
Yeah.
Burning from the
All 5.
dynamite.
Yep, damage for Sun Valley, advantage. Palisades still trying to push the issue. Bronte gets the first pick there.
Wow. Immediate 4v5. Resurrection from Ren maybe might be the play, but he's already isolated all the way over by Elbow. Trying to get out of dodge, just trying to get any sort of healing over towards Rhino. Klomp didn't have LOS maybe for a Bionade, some burst healing. It's another team fight win pretty decisively, keep in mind you, by Sun Valley. Double support ultimates online. Valkyrie's gonna open things up, get some damage boost over towards B because we could have a nano boost at play. Anti-grenade comes through on towards DayZ. Immortality Field calling out. Rhino, self-destruct going to be invested. Tactical Visor on the opposite side, and it's late.
Huge
Hatsu was trying to get in
three-piece.
position for the orbital assistance, but the self-destruct comes in, finds 3. Talk about a Thanos moment from Rhino. He said, screw it, I'll do it myself.
He said, why not team on my back situation? Don't worry, everybody, I got this.
And you had the Orisa ultimate, Soldier 76 ultimate invested for Sun Valley's loss. Point will be captured. Rhino going to be switching for Streets.
Love that. Love to see the flexibility, and like you see at this high-tier gameplay, it's all about flexibility. You can't be a one-trick pony at this level. You got to be able to do multiple things.
It is a true mirror matchup now for the tanks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Orisa versus Orisa, same skin, the whole kit and caboodle.
There we go.
Oh, but Rhino pulling out their best Icarus impersonation. Way too close to the sun for him in speed.
Yeah, time to bring that back a little bit. Gather the troops. Bob online for Bronte, probably going to wait and save it until they come off spawn and have this next push.
Hoping to maybe catch an angle there with the Dynamite. Not going to be the case. And your one benefit for Palisades is at least the cart is not all the way through the car wash. So now going to get through Arches. Insomniac, nice little shot onto Bronte. 5v4 now for the offense.
Yeah, and that Bob was unused, so definitely helps Palisades out here.
No Butler in the back line to stop this from happening. Blade's going to get pop. Speed will just get the Immortality Field in like that much already. The payload has now moved its way around the bookstore. Now moving down the bar alleyway. Here comes the push. Satellite Vector engaged for Hatsu. Here comes the orbital assistance. Rhino incredibly low. Nano Boost brings him back up to half HP. And now he can start pushing a little bit further forward. Almost has the ultimate online for Rhino as well. And he has all of the assistance this side of the Mississippi. And Sun Valley are forced to respect it. Daze also gets hit with the Bio Nade. And his payload will still remain contested. Ultimate's online. Rhino looking to hit Q. Bronte might need to call in Bob as well. And Sun Valley are starting to take the space. Jumps on in. Holds the charge just a little bit too long. And Daze Gamer might just die because of it.
Yeah, unused, unnecessary.
Bang! Rhino, tank ultimates, 3K. Name a more iconic trio. This payload will continue to move.
Yeah, the Ultimates have chosen to be the difference maker in this map and in this push. It's lovely to see on both sides. Tanks are making a big difference. Found the Hatsu just hiding there in the corner. Huge kill. Puts him on a staggered spawn, as we talked about. The dreaded stagger spawn should be another advantage Palisades.
Rhino incredibly low. I mean, Klopp's just right there again for that burst healing. Again, it just really does show how influential a good Ana can be. Bronte low, has Bob available. Rally popped early out of Rin, looking to push a little bit further forward. Anti-grenade does get caught. Daze Gamer's also over towards Azaria. Bob gets called in for Sun Valley, trying to push a little bit further forward. Amplification field, Immortality field, all invested. Balls deep, really just using all of their cooldowns seemingly at once, but it still results in a 1-for-1 trade. A tank for a support. Now Rin falls. All up to Clot to try to keep these two DPS alive, and it just doesn't seem likely. Sun Valley will push all Palisades back.
Two more coming off spawn. Got to quit the stagger. As we keep saying it, I'll sound like a broken record until it stops happening. Either fall back with your team or fight as your team.
There's a saying in Overwatch, just die on cart. Just die on the cart by any stretch of the imagination. If not, oh, there's a giant hole that you can just jump down here on third for King's Row. 2 minutes, 35 seconds left. Palisades, Nano Boost, over towards Speed. He's about to have the blade online. Watch out for this. Insomniac pulls out the overclock. He's dead because on the opposite side is a tactical visor, but Speed with the blade finds 3. There's number 4. It's a team wipe for Palisades. And without a shadow of a doubt, they'll capture the third and final point with an extra minute over Sun Valley's forehead.
Speed doing speed things. We expect nothing less seeing them on the Genji. What a finish to map number 3. I said it, Andy. We're in for a series. We saw it again there. Huge. A win by 1 minute and 12 seconds. Massive.
And because of that, Palisades now are going to open up overtime on defense. That's going to call that Sun Valley not only have to capture the point, but have to get it as much progress as possible. Overtime will proc no matter what after a minute and 1 second, but this is just a massive turn of events for Palisades.
Yeah. Crazy to see what's unfolding before our eyes. Assume we're going to see pretty much of the same on the Agent Select. Taking a walk through the map here.
Interesting choice on the mirroring of the Mei. I mean, there's no way that Speed would know that. They are rolling out on defense. You don't get to see the hero composition via the tab key until about 12 to 15 seconds in towards the game. Now, you can see whoever's poking their pretty little head through that upper doorway, but that's typically either going to be a Widowmaker or a tank of any kind. Days Gamer looking to come back out on the Diva. But I do think it is incredibly interesting to see a Tracer and a Mei combination. There's not a whole lot of burst damage there unless Bronte's landing one clips.
No, yeah, they definitely don't mirror together. It's definitely not the best combo, but we'll see how it pays off for them.
4, 3, 2,
Starting off here up top.
attackers incoming. 60 seconds.
Just trying to go for the defense matrix, not wasting any time because, quite frankly, well, now you have less than 60 seconds if you are Sun Valley. No Widowmaker shots. Wall immediately called out. These pile nades, I'm telling you, man, have been a real freaking problem from Klomp. His Ana has just been so sublime to watch from one support player towards another one. Real recognized, real cuz. Sun Valley already down in numbers. Palisades have to go back to the drawing board, but they're still hanging around the joint. 30 seconds remain. Hatsu's there for the trade. A lot of damage is already dealt with, and Rhino is just trying to hold the line. Nice Spear at least tries to get the space a little bit further forward. Sleep Dart already going to be expended. And Sun Valley, this is perfect. Keep pushing in towards the archway. Try to trade for some of these kills. Big Bile Nade also comes through on the opposite side from Balls Deep. And Sun Valley got themselves the numbers. They're about to have a card as well.
Objective A, overtime.
See how far they can push this payload in overtime. On board with Insomniac here for Palisades, waiting for reinforcements before they're able to go down the street here. Hold this corner. Looks like the cavalry has arrived. Team fight incoming. See if they can get this through the car wash or not.
Pretty big ultimates coming online for Palisades, specifically for their support ultimates. Klomp has been putting on a masterclass at keeping their tank alive, but what can Sun Valley do on isolating some of these targets? Sharknado! What a right click comes
Huge.
through. Just completely takes away Insomniac from this upcoming team fight. And Sun Valley are trying to push a little bit further forward, but the wall gets put into play. Sharknado's there for the Blizzard on the opposite side. They're trying to rectify, already losing their tank, and Sharknado is landing right click after right click. Palisades, they lost both their supports after a well-placed right click unearths the DPS. This payload continues to move.
Clear advantage for Palisades in order of time. However, Sun Valley says, we don't need no time. Overtime is the only time that we need.
Nano Goose online. I said Bronte needed to be landing some one clips. He's been a problem in towards the back. And look at this position already.
Just waiting for some intel.
If he finds a
got it.
pulse bomb onto Klomp, it would be massive. So much healing out of the way. Premature shots come through. He wants the nano boot. He wants at least the stick, the pulse bomb. Calls a recall too early. 1-for-1 trade. Balls deep. Will go down. But the nano boost still gets thrown over towards Sharknado. The Terror Surge from Rhino also finds himself one. Supports still hanging around. Hatsu, Bronte versus 3 players for Palisades, and it just doesn't seem too likely. Bronte, no recall available. He will die. Second point did get captured, so it's where the golden checkbox will lie. Palisades know what they have to do.
Wow, what a crazy finish. Got that first checkpoint with literally 0 seconds on the clock. We're able to push that cart all the way down past the second checkpoint. Man, Sun Valley with a huge push there. Let's see if Palisades can answer. Has a little bit more time on their side, but we'll see if they are able to get further.
Have the extra minute. So if math is mathin', should be good for a map 2 win.
Should be. We'll just have to see.
It's a terrible word to use because you never really truly know.
No, you do not.
It just really all depends on these opening scrimmages, right? In Sun Valley, they have to take the gamble on what would work well for them on a .1 defense. And immediately the changes will come through. Bronte's not on the Ashe. He's going to be on the Cassidy. A lot more versatility with that character pick.
Yeah, we see Speed on the Widow again, trying to get that sneaky pick from up top. Let's see if they're able to do it this time before the quick switch back over to Genji, where they belong.
I just don't know why you don't open up with the Genji. I mean, like, the moment he swapped the Genji, they captured the point. Like,
Quick.
lickety split. Rhino on the Diva, of course, will be looking to spearhead that. Rin on the Mercy, maybe just for the slight little damage boost on the Widowmaker.
Yeah, like you said, though, this map and mode has been around since 2016. You know, they've got their opening. They know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
They've done this a time or two, so.
These strats were created back when Siegel was a professional Overwatch player. That's certainly showing my age in this game. But here comes the push off the swap. Speeds back over towards the Genji. It's a good old tussle for the upper platform. And Days Gamer is just going to finesse with the defense matrix. Good bio nade actually connects onto Rhino, but not a whole lot to speak of it. Same could be said for Days on the opposite side. Just support charge is going to be going over towards either Ana. Trying to jostle for this first six now. Palisade starting to posture. You also have some presence being put together inside of the hotel. Days Gamer getting incredibly low.
Yeah, that's not looking good. Gotta finish that tank.
And he
Huge.
does. Loses their mech. They also lost their auto along the way. Well-placed shots from Insomniac. This should be an automatic capture for Palisades.
Yeah, we're hoping. Still a few bodies left around the car wash there. Was able to wall them off and stay alive. Palisades should be able to get that payload moving here in just a little bit. Plenty of time on their side, plus some overtime as long as they're able to stay on that payload.
You got that extra 60 seconds to try to make the cart move. Clomp. We're about to have that amplification matrix. Speed and Ren are right on par with each other to get a nano boost and a blade. Ready for this upcoming push. Bronzy does have the Cassidy ult. Can't get away. Rhino loses their mech. This could be a moment that is so disastrous for Palisades, but so beneficial for Sun Valley as they're able to at least convert the no mech diva into an immediate pick. And Sun Valley looking to exhaust this clock. There's only 30 remain.
Yeah, not much time left here. Got to come off spawn. Got to use some of these ultimates. Got to make a push. Sun Valley got so much distance on that payload when they were on offense. Palisades has to answer here with time taking down.
Sharknado, another pick onto Insomniac. Rin speed connection. Nano Blade is the only thing that is going to save your behind in a moment like this for Palisades, but Sun Valley just concede the space. They want to put him in the blender. They're about to have a self-destruct on the line. 5 ultimates about to be prepared for Sun Valley. The lay of the land for them. How do you try to work your way out from the spawn? Nano boost invested for Sun Valley defensively. Here comes a Blizzard on the opposite side. Rin, there goes Nano Blade in towards the backline. Ghost Speed finds himself too, but the Deadeye from Bronzy cleans him up in the backline. It's just down to Clomp on the Baptiste, and he ain't got nothing. Sun Valley put the map pick right in Palisades' face. They got a 2-1 lead.
Wow. What a turn of events. It looked like Palisades was just going to roll on through there. However, Sun Valley said, not today. Again, 3 for 3. Speed's getting play of the game every single time, but you know the only thing that matters is the score at the top of the screen. Sun Valley 2, Palisades 1.
I just can't, like, it's a game of inches of margins.
Yes.
Like, when you get down towards Overwatch 2, they captured that point so quickly, did Palisades. But the moment that the cart got through the car wash, they overextended. One Maywall comes through from Sharknado 2.
Yeah.
And then you lose your Diva mech. Didn't have a self-destruct to get the instant remech. And all spirals out of control. One loss of a team fight, and you're in an absolute blunder.
That's all it takes, especially at these high levels of Overwatch. It takes one mistake, and your teammate and your fellow team can take advantage of it. And that's what we saw there at the end of that highly contested map number 3. Sun Valley comes out on top.
Massive stuff. So now, Sun Valley, series point versus Palisades. And again, if you've been watching any of the CMS broadcasts so far, specifically for Overwatch, realistically for any esport, quite candidly, Palisades, for training night, we always coin them. They are a very tenured school. They've been in the system for VESL esports since its inception, and they have a team in playoffs across every single esport. So you know these kids are cracked, but tested throughout the entirety of the regular season, maybe not as much. I mean, this Sun Valley team really came to play today.
They really did. You could tell these two teams go way back. You can tell they're familiar with each other's play styles, picks, every single thing. They've studied each other like a book, and it's showing for us here today.
Yep. So map number 4 will end up getting chosen here. It will be Palisades' pick. But again, it's going to have to go to push because map 5 guaranteed to be Escort.
Yep.
Should it go towards Escort, at least you do have that safety net. If you are Sun Valley, you can pick your best Escort map in a situation like that.
Yeah, we're curious to see what they're gonna pick here. They've got a few minutes to decide. They might need to take a breather, especially being with their backs against the wall. But hey, sometimes a champion is best performed when their back is against the wall. Seeing if Palisades is able to answer or if Sun Valley is able to close it out, we'll be able to see here shortly.
Yep, pressure does make diamonds at the end of the day. So we'll have to see what that map pick will end up being. So while they completely catch their breaths, I might also need the same. I've been going a little too hamburgers, don't mind me. I'm just excited about some good high school play in Overwatch. So we're going to throw things to a very short break. When we come back, map number 4 between Palisades. Will they go home? Will they stay alive in the tournament? Or Sun Valley moving on in the tournament? Find out. What's going on, everybody? Wow, what an absolute slobber knocker of a winners round 2 semifinal matchup we got going for us here. Palisades A getting pushed to the absolute limits from Sun Valley High School. And funnily enough, there's two different things to this. This is the only map 4 that we've gotten so far. Everything else has been a 3-0 so far in the bracket.
That is very true. We're trying to get some info on what the other side of the bracket looked like, what the result is there. And, man, I spoke it into existence because here it is. Look at that. Audrey Kell A advancing over Palisades B. So this is Palisades' final hope to even make an appearance in the conference championship match. Andy, what do you got?
I mean, it's kind of strange, right? Because if you're Audrey Kell, it's just like, well, there might be an opportunity where you're only like playing 2 schools in one day. Like if Palisades A win this series,
That's actually that's a funny way to put it.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of how I'm putting it. Like less VOD, I guess you have to go over. Like I'm sure Audrey Kell, we're probably thinking we're probably going to go up against Palisades eventually because of the way that things have been generated.
Yeah.
These standings have been public for quite some time. But Sun Valley, man, I mean, like Sun Valley just feels like, pun intended, like the absolute wild card. And like even if they don't make it to the grand finals, even if they don't win this conference championship, making it to top 4, I still feel like in 2 weeks time for that wild card weekend, they're still slated to impact a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely the team to beat when it comes to that wild card weekend, whoever this team is gonna be. Man, what a match. Map 1 handedly Palisades A. Maps 2 and 3 both down to overtime, 5th point. overtime and push. It's just everything. We're expecting another close one here in map number 4, seeing if we're going to get pushed to a map number 5 or if Palisades' day is going to be cut short. Only time will tell. Edge of Extinction. Here we go.
Do you know the name of this map?
Rusamasa.
Runasapi.
Runasapi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Runasapi.
Runasapi.
Yeah, I was kind of really hoping that we were going to go to Esperanza. So
Ah.
I want to hear you roll your R.
Oh, I'll roll my R's.
I told
Don't you worry about
Take it
that.
easy. Save it for the next Overwatch match.
All right.
Comes Palisades A. Again, as far as push is concerned, you can't ask for a more 50-50 map. Everything is 1-for-1 on both sides. Very brawl-heavy compositions. Bronzy back over towards the Tracer was very good in map number 1. Most importantly, the Bronzy versus Speed matchup. I'm here for that.
Yeah, for sure. No, it seems like, flexibility, we said, is what makes the difference in top-tier gameplay. However, I think when your back's against the wall, you might have to lean into a little bit of your comfort zone. So we'll see how that plays off for this push map 4.
All right. Well, up the mighty hill we go, and in possession of
Palisades, a lot of damage on the board, getting a lot of easy picks early on.
Certainly.
Got another one. Tracer's trying to get out of dodge. Got out of dodge.
And I think there's one thing that we've definitely come to expect is that Palisades, much like how we saw in our previous matchup, if you can influence a DPS to go absolutely massive, you're in a good spot. Speed on this Genji has been really good. So Rhino on the Diva, helping out the front line, kind of opening up more gaps and towards the back. Insomniac, peppering people up for dash resets. This could be a recipe for success. It's working so far.
So far, so good for Palisades A with their backs against the wall. Like we said, champions are made. Another big team fight here.
Oh, I love this call. Self-destruct just barely gets over the stairwell. The Immortality field, I think, got trapped up on the angle of the road.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, if it was caught on the little side stairs or what, but massive, massive 3-piece for Rhino there, trying to get out of dodge, get some heals.
This is what we're talking about. Just so much influence, because now if you're Sun Valley, you got to be focusing on this Diva. Almost got the turnaround defense matrix to stop that Blizzard, but Suzu comes through. Not enough focus healing, but all's well and good. Close spawn still here for Palisades. They've been on a march in the opening fights.
Yeah, Palisades on their back foot now. Sun Valley took an easy team fight win there, bringing it back.
All right. Well, we'll reach past that yard line. Forward spawns will be lost for Palisades, but some did get those close spawns, so they are nearby. Some pretty key ultimates coming online for Palisades. That orbital vector, most importantly, gets called in just as soon as they start calling for it. Big power slam in towards the back. Immortality build is also called. Insomniac here for the Deadeye. To your point there, there's already 3 kills that already came through.
He's like, I got nothing to shoot at. What happened,
Insomniac
team?
is but a humble border collie. He just herded the lamb into an absolute onslaught from a ninja.
Hey, I think you're not too upset about wasting your ultimate there if you win the team fight overall and push Sun Valley back in the opposite direction and start pushing that little robot where it needs to go.
I think it's even more important to note the discipline for Speed not to use the blade like that, because he was the one that had everybody corralled off the Deadeye.
Yeah.
So now you have that really heavy hitting ultimate paired along with the Fox Rush for this upcoming fight.
We know Speed's good for 3. Is it coming now or is it going to wait for the next team fight? That's the question.
Here it comes, immediately called in. Fox Rush on top of the blade. In towards the ice block, Sharknado 2 will go. No more Immortality field, no more problem. 2 eliminations for Palisades, a great combination, should benefit another team fight win.
All right, got 2. Wasn't good for 3 per usual, but 2 still. Getting the team fight win is all that you really need. Still causing damage here. May's trying to get out of here. Might not be able to.
Good focus there on towards the May wall from Palisades to make sure that Rhino's still hiding out. It's back up towards another self-destruct. He's been averaging about 2 eliminations every single self-destruct, probably 2.5 at this point with the 3Ks that he's been finding. Big key ultimate for Palisades. Has the amplification matrix. Also throws the self-destruct on the opposite side. Doesn't find any eliminations. Gets back in towards the mech towards Free. Days Gamer did swap over towards the Zarya. Very good counter over towards the Diva if you can lock them in place. Orbital. Call going to be here for Hatsu. Sun Valley overhealed. They also have a certain amount of damage, but Chomp was also hanging on to theirs. Blizzard invested on the opposite side to stop them dead in their track, and everybody's overextended. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Speed stolen towards the back line. Bronte's there for a kill. Speed on the opposite side finding just as much value, and Rin is also there for the support. The bot will continue to push the point.
Huge win there out of Palisades. Sun Valley had everything going in their favor except for kills.
They're about to capture this point. side. Sun Valley have only got 15 meters. Fight back. Bronte's about to have at least a dead eye available, but he's got to somehow find his footing first. Luckily enough for Sun Valley, your spawn was right where the bot was, so you had numbers way earlier. They'll get control of the bot for now.
Looks like Palisades being patient per usual, just regaining themselves, able to all be on the same page. The flanker there already called out.
Deadeye called. Insomniac's got a good angle. Oh man, both your supports dead just like that. Deadeye on the opposite side does take down the tank in return. It is messy on the streets of Runasapi. Zarya just putting in a lot of damage. Good focus beam. Daze Gamer still has the Graviton Surge for the upcoming fight, and good focus fire at that between him and Sharknado 2 to clean up with ease.
Yeah, we called that point win for Palisades, but we might have called it just a little bit too soon. Sun Valley was able to get out.
Fox Rush invested. Daze Gamer doesn't have support. He's just going to get focused down. He yeeted that Graviton Surge, and Rhino just ate it for free. Had the defense matrix covering him like a blanket.
Yeah, Rhino's showing you how to play D.Va, I tell you what.
Now has another self-destruct online. The bot marches past at least the first checkpoint.
Yeah,
Forward
helping
spawn's
speed
about to be
escape.
unlocked. Man. Even a staggering elimination, too. It might be fast. Last fight territory coming up.
Well, you said Rhino's good for 2 with these self-destructs. Let's see if they could do it again.
Zarya right in his face, looking for some extra charge. Sharknado 2 does have a Blizzard available. Self-destruct thrown in towards the back line, and it'll find one, but it's an important one. That's a lot of support out of the way. Speed also has the blade online, dashing in towards the back line, but Bronte will be there for the kill. But there's no more assistance for Sun Valley where the bot lies, and there's just 2 more meters required. Team kill comes in, and it's a door dash challenge for Palisades as they force a map number 5.
This is crazy. Everything we asked for, not our map, guys. Wow. Sun Valley almost admitting defeat there immediately. Feels like we should have seen that a little bit sooner, so before they got pushed to the brink of the extinction there.
Yeah, for real. Map 5 coming through off of a Herculean run from start to finish. Runasapi, even in the match chat, Rin did say, because we're weird like that. And weird works. Map 5.
Whatever works for you is all that matters at the end of the day. Got the win, backs against the wall, pushed it to a map number 5. I honestly, I can't wait. Can we start it now?
And it's going down on Escort as well. And depending on the map pick, but I guess best case scenario, like I was saying, if you are on the side of Sun Valley going in towards a map number 5, losing map number 4, you're guaranteed that at least it is your map pick. So that you do have yourself going towards that. And it's going to be a little bit more around the brawl composition. But again, I think that Rhino's D.Va is going to be a constant issue, even versus the Zarya. Having the Graviton Surge, at least it's almost like the big ol' arm flex in your face, come at me bro moment. When you do shut down that Graviton Surge, should be a guaranteed team fight win. Not the case. To your point, Rhino is playing phenomenally on the D.Va. The Genji from Speed has been a real issue, really, since like the early 10 seconds way back in map number 1, has been a consistent factor in the success of Palisades.
Yeah, this is crazy to see. I know Hatsu's probably thinking on this pick for quite some time. Slow the momentum of Palisades down there because that was a pretty convincing win there.
No, absolutely the case. So Escort will be the final map in the destination. Candidly speaking, it's because you can't tie it, and we need to try to settle who's going to win in between Sun Valley versus Palisades, who just already adore each other till Kingdom Come. So it should be a very interesting point in time. Just the roadmap to find ourselves in towards this best 5 already. Audrey Kell probably sitting there in the chat licking their lips. They're just like, we 3-0'd everybody so far.
Yeah,
you guys are having problems with each other?
We're watching this, having fun. Notepads are out. They're ready to go. They're writing it down. They know whoever is coming next, they're going to be well prepared for. However,
Genji,
you know, looking back at the 4 maps, Palisades 1 map 1 convincingly, 1 map 4 convincingly.
Okay.
Both of the close maps have went the way of Sun Valley. So if you're Palisades, you want to make a statement, you want to make that statement early because you haven't won either of the close maps so far.
I think that it's all like, I don't know. It's hard to judge because like Escort, if you really wanted to go pound for pound, you'd probably go back and think about like how Streets on Kings Row went. Like what was happening after the payload did get caught, and even like those opening team fights as well. But then you also have to think about like the flexibility that we were seeing back on Flashpoint. The same for Control as well. Brawl compositions could be very important, and getting confirmation we're going over towards Circuit Royale. So it does have some areas where it would feel some semblance of every single map so far. But I think that Kings Row would be a very important distinction of what we might get involved with when it comes down towards the Circuit Royale, mostly because it is going to be a tank one-for-one matchup. Can you get the better of Rhino, who's been a flexible mastermind when it comes down towards these tank plays? Can you stop Speed from diving you? There's a lot of high ground for a lot of hit scan players to find success in. All questions we need immediate answers to, but we won't get them quite yet. Game number 5 in between two of heaviest hitters here for the CMS region for Overwatch. It's just semifinals, for crying out loud. And somebody has to go forward and face Audrey Kell in grand finals. We'll find out after this short break. We'll be right back. I see you've come back to enjoy this game number 5 in between Sun Valley versus Palisades. Same here for us. My name is Andy, joined with me as Nick, and we've been along with you for this roller coaster of an adventure. Again, we've been wanting this match, you more than anybody, for quite some time. We finally get it, and it's going game 5.
I would say it's living up to expectations, but it's living beyond those expectations. This is everything I wanted and then some, and we get to see a map 5. Now, not only is Palisades back against the wall, so is Sun Valley. Let's see who's going to – if that dog is put in that corner, who's going to bite?
When you put it like that, it's kind of gross, man. Here we go. Circuit Royale map number 5. Rhino's been an issue. Speed's Genji has been godlike. And Sun Valley, I mean, like, to be fair, like, their flexibility in between Sharknado 2 was May was really good. He was landing right clicks where he had no business doing as well. That's just been absolutely harmonious. It is orchestrated this fantastic game number 5. We haven't even had another series go to game 4.
Nope. Game 5. Here it is. I think it really depends on what DayZ. I think DayZ is going to be the difference maker for this map. If DayZ comes out and performs well, Sun Valley's got this. Otherwise, Palisades is going to squeak out this Game 5 victory. On the hog, ready to hook. See what happens.
There's still 20 seconds. He might be trolling.
Just kidding.
He might be trolling. He might be trolling.
Nah,
I'm just saying. Palisades is true, though. I mean, they're rolling out double projectile, and that's a lot of faith if you ask me. You got no mercy to support the far mid
I was wondering about that when I was looking at it.
But it could also be like, hey, if they swap the hit scan, which, to be fair, they got 2 of them.
All right, the Roadhog was a tease.
You come back on something fast, over towards the Diva. Rhino's on the Sigma as well, and I think that Daze was expecting a mirror matchup because Rhino's been playing the Diva
That's
the entire
true.
time.
It's true. Might be like, wait a minute, what are you doing outside my front door? Already huge damage on that Diva.
Anti-grenades have been very good. And the thing about that, too, is that, like, Klomp and Rin have been going back and forth in between playing the Ana and the Juno. Double hit scan will leave the doors. Bronte will be fully playing Widowmaker here through this opening team fight through 30 seconds so far. Rhino's been flirting with death in and out of about 150 HP. DayZ is going to swap oppositions and focus over towards the Pharah, who, to be fair, has been... a lot of the damage has been mitigated as both teams are just locking eyes for now. X gonna get lost. Palisades finally feeling a lot more space going in front of him. Speed just throws himself forward and reflects a bullet from the revolver right back into Sharknado's face. Big patience being exemplified there.
Yeah, Speed doing Speed things, getting that first pick, pushing Sun Valley out of the way. Looking good early here for Palisades.
Rhino, again, just holding line. And Sigma has been a character not only very, very good for Rhino, but just very, I guess, impressionable when it comes down towards a lot of these team fights. The splash damage, manipulating the shield, Gravitic Grasp, just being able to hold the space. So nowadays, just trying to get rid of all of that. Get physical with him. Just try to hook with the shield. The good old pump fake coming through. Rhino's about to have a Gravitic Flux. Anti-grenade comes through. Daze Gamer's still going to burn through both of their drinks to try to get back up to full HP. Trap comes through. Hook misses wide. Gravitic Flux now gets pulled. 3, 4, up in towards the air. No follow-up even required as Palisades just completely wipes Sun Valley dry as they run them all the way back to the spawn doors again.
Yeah, I'm not liking to say that I was right again. However, DayZ on that Rhino not looking so hot. Obviously the difference maker so far. Palisades convincing here early. Like we said, we needed them to win convincingly if they even had a chance in the close matches. Sun Valley's been able to squeak it out. So far, so early, convincing for Palisades.
Big ultimate's about to be online, but you have the nano boost, so always be considerate of for Palisades. They have both supportive ultimates online. Same can be said for Sun Valley, but Daze is now back over towards another tank player, and you almost have to think that that's hurting more of your ult charge than it is anything, but trying to at least mitigate the damage, going past Rhino. Dynamite will end up connecting. Damage over time, but Rhino's still holding the space. He snipes with the accretion, and now the supports are just completely and utterly out of this fight.
Everybody can hold their ultimates. They've already got the damage online. They've already got them retreating. 3, 4, 5 down. Here we go. Again, Palisades asserting themselves in this map 5.
Nick, Rhino has done so much in between the last fight and now, in between damage and mitigating damage. He's about to have his ultimate again.
Tank diff for sure right now. Like I said, it was the matchup I wanted to watch for this map 5 because I think it has been the difference maker.
It's a frame perfect accretion right over top of the head glitch.
Insane.
Nah, he's playing like 5D chess. I'm just living so in the 2D. Here comes some orbital assistance on both sides of the map. But Klomp gets a little bit more backup behind it because Speed's got it played, and he rips through at least one. Supports down for the count. Sun Valley down to their last 30 seconds.
Yeah, only 37.6 meters, an easy mark to beat.
Is that around the corner and maybe about an extra stone's throw away?
I think that's just one full stone's throw, depending on how heavy that stone is. But right now, Palisades making that stone look like a pebble.
Graviton Surge about to be online. Could be coupled along with the Deadeye. Could be very good. Sharknado's also about to have a bot. Palisades getting low on HP. They lost Klomp. No focus healing. Rhino goes down. No ultimates even required from here on out. Palisades just give it up for now. They're surely able to recontest the next point. But can you make it scrappy? Can you find some exit frags? If you are DayZ, not so fast, just outside of the barrier, needs to regroup with their team.
Yeah, haven't seen DayZ much on the Zarya here, but looking good so far. Got him right back into this game, at least moving that along. Keeping him in the game. Overtime is the thing.
Yeet. Graviton Surge. Bob coming through. Deadeye on the opposite side. Gravitic Flux. He pulls him in the air, and he helps him take down his own Juno. 5v4.
Not how you draw
Down
that
for
up.
the count now goes Rhino. Bob also there behind enemy lines, and it's just easy days. Assist. Is there an imposter amongst you?
Maybe got it to that first checkpoint in overtime. They just needed another 20 seconds. Sun Valley comes back, able to get it through overtime to that first checkpoint. Another 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock now.
2 minutes 30 for the first checkpoint, 1 minute 30 for the second. And Insomniac's still on this far. We're still holding on to this barrage, and you're still up against double hit scan. Nice biotic grenade, but that's realistically about it. Daze just laughs it off. The Palisade Pumas are looking for the re-engage. Daze just wants to get right in this far's face. He knows that he's trapped, baits out the barrage, and eats all the charge. Now you're almost full charge if you are a Daze gamer. Yeah, we haven't seen too much of the Zarya, but that was about as picture perfect as you could possibly imagine. Now 5v4. Sun Valley trying to push all the way up through this bend, and they're able to get at least eyes on the next checkpoint. Ultimate's about to be online, specifically for Palisades. That orbital assistance is probably gonna have to be called in sooner rather than later. Ball Steve is also about to have the amplification matrix, and you have double hit scan, so it might just ring on as true as you could consider. Here comes the orbital assistance from Palisades. Amplification matrix, well, it's just a little bit too deep, and Sun Valley can't benefit from it, so Palisades, who have the moving ultimate with them, just wipe them completely and utterly on the floor.
Wow, didn't get that second checkpoint, which was huge. A minute left on the clock. Insomniac switching over to Soldier. No mercy. I like the switch back off of the Pharah. Was shut down. Time to make a difference. Time to be flexible. Time to show what you got.
It's the amplification matrix. I don't even know what happened there. We didn't see it from their perspective, but it was already about halfway through where the orbital assistance, as it moves forward with you, was already placed. So very strange things. Hatsu does have theirs available, speaking of that orbital. Bronte's also about to couple that along with their
See
Deadeye.
all four of them. Come on, there it
Nano
is.
boost, orbital assistance for Sun Valley. It's now out of reach from the gravitic flux, so that damage is going to hurt. But the immortality field keeps them alive.
They're all on their last leg, though. Looking pretty good for Palisades.
Very close to full HP, but the focus fire is so good. Speed has a blade, doesn't even need it. He'll die anyway. But Palisades win another team fight. 20 seconds remain.
This was all the time that Sun Valley needed on that first checkpoint. Let's see if they can get up in time. I'm not even sure if they have enough time to run over to the checkpoint.
I mean, it's a late hamster swap. It's going to have to be Hatsu.
Gotta fly. Gotta cause
Juno.
overtime.
6 seconds remain. Bronte just trying to full-on sprint. Daze Gamer gets all the way to the point, to be fair, off that very late wrecking ball.
Oh, of course.
Surely, this is
Time
not
to be annoying.
the thing that ends up causing the defeat, but the blade still held on to by Speed. Finds 2, reflects the Deadeye after taking down Rhino, but Speed, well, he's good for 3. Just comes down to Sharknado 2. Bob, too far away from the point to try to keep it contested for way too long. Gets slapped, should get focus fired down. Maybe Sun Valley can get back here in time. No, you got to climb up a sufficient amount of stairs, and that is where the payload will stop, 80.4 meters.
Yeah, I'd love to see how close it was to that second checkpoint before that astral thing came in, but wow. What a round. What a round. Palisades about to go on offense here. They know what they need to beat right there.
It's just like, I'm not trying to like sit here and point fingers nor like blame at all, but it's like that amplification matrix being put, I want to say almost like 6 pixels too far.
Yeah.
Was the real big difference maker. I mean, if you're able to get that amplification matrix at your feet, where both Bronte and Sharknado 2 were located at, that would have been the second checkpoint. That would have been another minute 30 on the board, and we'd be talking about maybe overtime permutations, but Sun Valley, I mean, you got the line in the sand. You know where you got to stop them.
Yeah, like we said at these high-level gameplays, it's one minor mistake, and the opposing team is going to take advantage, and that's exactly what happened there. One minor mistake from Sun Valley.
There it is. That's how close it was.
Took advantage.
Look how close it was. It was
Yeah.
like maybe like half of a team fight away.
Trying to take a peek. Speed on that Widow. Again, just trying to take, I guess, a few pop shots, push him back. Because we all know they're switching to Genji here in a second.
Oh, yeah.
Insomniac on the Reaper, kind of just getting back to Tracer.
You'll eventually, you'll learn. You get baited. They're
I
on
do.
offense.
I know.
They're on offense. They want you to feel that way. And they should feel very happy. And now you guys know if you ever get Nick on a broadcast, this is what you must do.
Yep.
Rhino's on the Reinhardt speed. Oh, no headshots required. How about a Genji? Rin's over towards the Life Weaver, so no Ana in this play, but you do have a Tracer and Genji dive with a Brawl tank support line. Rhino just trying to push on in towards enemy lines. Balls deep, already having used their immortality field because, to be fair, they're all so low. Sun Valley's able to get some healing. Nice pin comes through. Days Gamer dead. He's out. Here comes the push over towards the back staircase, and they are just absolutely suppressing them. Ugh.
Annihilation, early and often.
Ugh.
So much time.
Sharknado gonna swap over towards the main. That's a good pick versus Orion, to be fair, if you're able to isolate him and focus him down, but I don't know. That first point is that's for sure gonna get captured. I mean, Sun Valley, maybe they try to drop on this, but that would be an egregious attempt, and well, there it goes. 2 minutes on the board, we're up to 5.
Yeah, Rhino dancing around, trying to draw some attention so his team can get that payload up the street. Looks like he drew a little bit more eyeballs. Speed finally trying to get in and on the fight.
Just trying to think about where he's coming from. There's the wall, and again, fair
Quality
play.
wall, quality sleep.
Accretion comes through, but Lifeweaver. That's where Lifeweaver comes in play. LOS, yoink, now you're safe. Rhino's close to a Nerd Shatter. If you can break the shield of Days Gamer, that might just be game. Palisades marching closer towards the golden checkbox of victory.
Not
they got
much time
a big
left.
old boost as well, and the shatter comes through. Blade soon to follow. Speed's good for 2. Helps out when you have a Rocket Hammer side by side. Tree also invested. Sun Valley low. They have to find value with their support ultimates, and to be fair, they are. Good focus fire, Gravitic Flux to boot. It got expensive, but it mattered for Sun Valley to turn that fight. Wow.
Andy, I'm not even going to lie to you. I don't even know what just happened. It looked like Palisades had this done and dusted. Sun Valley came out of nowhere, cleaned up 4, and away we go.
The damage boost in between Hatsu's orbital assistance, and then you also have the amplification matrix. That stacks. That was a lot of damage coming through from the focus fire from Days Gamer in that primary fire. 4 minutes remain. Orbital comes in, 4 o'clock, Palisades trying to push forward. Deadeye invested for Bronte. He's got a very angry Diva in front of him and a Genji to boot. And the kill feed just swings. Dash reset after dash reset, followed up by micro missiles from Rhino, and the focus fire should be more than enough to send Sun Valley packing. Damn did they try, damn they did not. Palisades A, they have a date in Grand Finals.
Wow, wow, wow. Everything I could have asked for and more. Congratulations to Palisades A going on to the finals. What are we going to see here as we play the game?
I had to have been right. I mean, like, to be fair, like, yes, Speed's Genji has been influential, but Rhino has been the player of the game. Yes, big Gravitic Flux. And this is just really this was the second team fight around this corner. All of Palisades, they held them here for about 4 minutes.
Huge. Like we said, the stomps going the way of Palisades. Sun Valley was winning the close ones. Palisades stomping in that map 5 for a concise win.
I think it goes without saying, how the hell do you follow that up? That was probably the best series, mark my word, that we have had the entire season so far. The only time we've reached past map number 4, and like a big shout out to everybody involved as far as like playing that, showing up to all their matches. I mean, what a way for Sun Valley to end at least this run. They still made top 4, so we will see them again.
We will, and it's looking like they're going to be the favorite heading into Wild Card Weekend, no question about it. That was a great showing by them, and they are out, but they are not out of the whole thing yet.
And we will see Palisades, of course, taking on Audrey Kell, both of their A teams, as far as who will be number 1 from the CMS region, leading in Tour States, who has to play through LCQs. All of that plus some more, as well as some college football, but we need to at least get some rest, get some oxygen through our bodies, because that was a lot, but we'll be right back with some more coverage here for the VESL 2024 Conference Championships.
Hello and welcome back to the VESL Conference Championship weekend. My name is Chris. I am now on the set joining Nick in the finals for the Sandhills NCAA football match. I am so excited. This is actually my region, so I'm excited the CAS finals. I have been watching these teams throughout all 6 weeks, got to see a lot of great plays, and Grays Creek and Riverside are taking it to it. Grays Creek, who actually came in the 3rd seed, and Riverside in the 4th, both upsetting, so 1 and 2 got knocked out. So we're going to have a great game going into the finals here.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, Chris. You said it, 1 and 2 seeds both going out in the first round. Having you alongside of me here in this Sandhills Conference Championship matchup. Winner goes to states. Loser has to try again on wildcard weekend. It's going to be a great match for us today.
It is. Both of these teams actually kind of similar, 5-1, ending the season 5-1. Both of them having a positive point differential, of course, helping them win some of those tiebreakers as well. But both teams are actually fairly aggressive, putting up a lot of points and also letting up a lot, but of course scoring more than their opponents, so allowing them to get to this point. So I'm excited to see it. Grace Creek, I know to be also very aggressive, making a lot of great and big plays themselves. And then Riverside has actually been a really big defensive school as well, so really good defensive play from both of them. Actually, both of them beating Hope County. So Hope County actually upsetting those 1 and 2 seeds, and then both Hope County teams getting taken out by Grace Creek and Riverside, allowing both of them to move to the finals here. So I'm really excited to see possibly how Grace Creek will go against the really defensive Riverside player, or if they can score more, or if Riverside can keep that defensive play going into the postseason here to bring out the championship.
Yeah, what we've seen from a lot of these matches already today, as we've seen rounds 1 and 2, it's defense is the difference maker. More often than not, once you have that ball, you are going to score. But, man, got some 2 defensive-heavy teams here that we should see a low-scoring match, but you never know.
You never know, indeed. I'm really excited to see Grace Creek. If they can pull out that offensive, they put up 254 points in the regular season. We'll have to see if we can go, but Riverside only allowing 66. We're moving into the match here. It is the championship game of Sandhills football. Starting off, we see one team on the side of Alabama, which will most likely be that Grace Creek, as they are the home side moving in. We do have the neutral field as well, so it looks like we're going to be in Georgia for actually it looks like, is that the Army field as well? It might be.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I called Nissan Stadium Mercedes-Benz Stadium earlier, so I'm not making any judgments just yet.
Yep, so it is Army. I saw Go Army in the top there. So it is going to be the Army in the American Conference field there, but both teams are SEC teams that will be playing here as well, Georgia versus Alabama.
Yeah, even teams, not necessarily too much of a difference here. 5 minutes, accelerated clock is off, so we're going to get as much action as we possibly can. Kickoffs have been a non-factor so far today. Should take the fair catch, should get the ball on the 25. Let's see what happens here.
All right, fair catch wave, so touchback will be allowed. As you said, kickoffs haven't been too much of a big factor, but this has actually been a really big thing throughout the Sandhills. They do like to switch up their players, so they go into that coaching mode to get the best possible lineup going forward. So a lot of them are using that mechanic to help make their teams a lot better, and that's probably what helped lead them to this championship game. They're making the best out of all the tools that they have, maybe watching a couple of those Janie videos as well. So, if you're going into that wild card weekend and you lost a couple today, make sure you catch up on some of his videos. They might give you the edge you need to win that wild card weekend as well, but we'll have to see how these two players go forward here. Of course, the winner moves on to state, so the highest of stakes for these two. So we see the coaching looks like they may be happy with the lineup that we have here. Again, I do expect Grace Creek to come out super aggressive at the beginning. They do like to get some runs in there here and there, but also have made a lot of those big throws down the field to throw off their opponent and get those points on the board. There we see the pauses left. There we are resuming the game. Going to see them pick the first play for this drive here. We'll have to see what Georgia decides to do. Georgia will have the ball first, so actually it will be Grace Creek on defense.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, seeing what we're going to have to start the game. Haven't seen many small plays. It's either go big or go home for every game I've watched so far today. Let's see if that trend continues. Quickly met by the defensive end there for an incomplete pass. Surprised it wasn't a sack.
Yeah, we've seen actually a lot of these teams that are getting to the finals are utilizing that throw to incomplete pass so they don't get sacked for too much of a loss. It seems that they're able to get that done, which helps them save some yards at the end. But there it is, a little throw to the end. Actually can get tackled for a 2-yard loss. 3rd and 12 coming out. Grays Creek, who usually is more of offensive on the offensive end, they're actually opting to throw out some of these big defensive plays at the beginning. As you said, it's defense that will most likely win these games in the finals, and right now Grace Creek coming out on fire.
Yeah, starting a little bit slow here, starting 3rd and 12. Riverside trying to make something happen here, and unfortunately
That's how you
not
start again.
there.
That's how you start one.
4th and 14. We do have a timeout there. And all right, so the timeout coming out, 4th and 14. They'll have to make the play. Do they decide to punt? They do decide to punt. Smart play coming out there. Punt going forward should be a fairly easy catch for the receiver. They're going to opt to go for it. Actually gets tackled right away. So there they are. 1st and 10. We'll have to see if Grays Creek can put some points on their first offensive drive. And with how they were doing in the first 6 weeks, they should have no issue.
Yeah, got me a little nervous there with the return. Seen far too many fumbles today. The hit stick is a problem. Grace Creek does have the ball and is able to march down the field himself here.
All right, opting to run, finding a nice lane out to the left. Can they get the juke? They can to get the first down. And great first play by Grace Creek, and this is what we expect to see out of them after watching them for 6 weeks.
Yeah, Grace Creek came out strong with the offense, forced the 3 and out, got the ball. Huge play to start it.
All right. So again, as I said, Grace Creek does like to run it a fair bit at the beginning, but they do have throws, but they're going to get stopped here. Only a gain of 1, but after getting that first down, probably not feeling too bad. We see them checking out the different plays that they have in their playbook here, seeing exactly what they might want to go for. It's going to look, snap the ball. All right, dropping back for a pass, but getting pressured by a defender there, and they're going to have to throw it out.
Yeah, had to throw that one away, Chris. Can't take that huge loss. Again, though, defense showing up big here. You highlighted it and expected it to be a good defensive battle, and so far it is delivering. Looks like not much scoring is going to happen in this one so far.
No, we'll have to see what player can open it up, though. We do see the options that they're opting for on this play. Trying to check to make sure that they had the best receivers out there as well, checking their routes. Going to go ahead, plenty of time on the play clock. Also, 19 seconds drop. There's the hike. Looking for an option. They find it to the left side. Going to catch it and tiptoe the line to pick up the first down.
Huge replay on that camera angle. Got the 1, maybe even got the 2. Good enough for Saturday. Definitely good enough for Sunday, too. Huge pickup there on the first down. Best play on offense we've seen so far.
All right, 7 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to get it. Snap goes in time. Looking for an option. Can they find anyone? Might just opt to run it here. Going to get out of bounds possibly too without taking too much damage to that quarterback. Per the rules, injuries are on, so you have to be a little bit careful. You don't want that quarterback getting taken out on a whim there, especially in the most important game of the season. There it is, a nice little run. Ooh!
Breaks the tackle.
Wow, what a use there. Able to get the defender off of them, get that first down, and look at them just moving up the field here. About the 19-yard line there, but wow, they have been moving up. They're going to opt to run it here. Finds a nice part out to the right. Not going to be able to get past the defender this time, but a nice little gain is going to move them up and get within scoring distance. And Grays Creek, little by little, are moving up the field here.
Yeah, Chris, you got me worried, though. You said injuries are on, and they're running that quarterback a lot. I know that quarterback has legs at Alabama, being Jalen Milroe, but you don't want them to get injured. You don't want to be able to go to that backup in a game like this.
All right, there it is, though. Second down, only going to gain them 1 yard. 3rd and 5. Nothing too bad for this Grays Creek player. We've seen them convert a lot as well. They definitely like to go on 4th down as well, so I'm going to give them at least 2 more plays in this drive right now.
Might just take this to the quarter. Yep, that's what they do. Low-scoring game. Bleed out as much of that clock as you can. Any points are probably good points in this game. 0-0 at the end of the first quarter. Defensive battle, as Chris called. Right on the money.
Yeah, those 5-minute quarters getting swapped up, you have to be a lot more effective going into these games. You don't have the mass amount of time. Those 2 extra minutes in the regular season made all the difference, but now you have to be really effective with the plays, and Grays Creek so far has been that. We see them moving out to the side, going to possibly run it out, see if they can get the first down. They get the touchdown instead.
Wow. Just just how they drew it up. It almost was expected, but, man. Grays Creek, Alabama, going up early. 7-0. Riverside's got to answer here.
They do. It looks like they faked out Riverside a little bit there, too, making it look like they're going to run out of bounds with the quarterback, but instead just ran it right into the end zone. Will we see another fair catch? We will in the end zone. I like it. The runs haven't been very effective today, although in week 6 we did end up seeing 200-yard kickoff returns in one match as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually see one attempted today here by one of these teams if they get on the back foot. But right now, opting for the safer play, I respect it.
Yeah, no, totally. I think it's definitely high risk, high reward. 7-0 game, still early in the first.
Oh my gosh!
No.
He should,
What did he do?
he meant, oh no, the input he tried to get to the player and accidentally may have been pushed on the wrong direction on the joystick. And there it is, a pick 6 for Grays Creek.
Wow. Not a mistake that you should expect to see in the championship round here. However, it was made. Field goal is up and good. 14-0 Grays Creek. Riverside is not happy with herself after that one.
No, they're going to get the ball back here, and we're going to have to see them be effective and put some points up. But there it is, 10 seconds, and they get an instant touchdown there. Here it is, the run. Like I said, they're starting to feel that pressure, so they're starting to, get a little more of these risky plays out. Not too bad of a run there, but they're going to have to, figure out a way to get the ball up, stopping about that 20-yard line, losing about 5 yards. Maybe should just allow that touchback.
Yeah, no, I hope Riverside doesn't start gambling too much here. It's still just a two-score game. You're not out of it yet. We're not even at halftime. Don't gamble too much. Let's see if Riverside can keep their emotions in check and still play smart football.
Looks like it there, though. They were able to get that small little throw right over the top, able to pick up the first down, so now they are moving up the field. Don't want to do anything too risky, as you said, so might see a couple of run plays come out to try to get them to at least the 50-yard line before they start throwing a little more of those throws. But here we are. We see the defense setting up in a little bit of a zone there, making the audible over to the side as they see some of those running or wide receivers moving over to the left. But they are going to opt for the run. Going to get met, though, by the defense and only going to pick up a gain of 1.
Yeah, still trying to just chuck along here. Again, I like it. Like we said, they're not making any too big plays. They're still taking it step by step, playing under control, which is great to see from them right now.
All right, big throw down. Gonna jump, just not able to pull it in. A little bit of a diving catch, was covered by that defender really well there. So we see the throw coming out. Not going to make it. So 3rd and 9. Going to possibly opt for a different play here. We see them setting up. Going to look for the throw. Can they find an open receiver? They can, right down the middle. I like it. Instead of turning and taking a big hit, they go right down, get that first down, and keep moving up the field.
Beautiful. It looks like they had that play in their back pocket for when they needed a first down, and they pulled it out at the right time. 1st and 10 at the 45. Still moving along, still gaining positive yards, which is what you like to see.
Oh.
Got a flag. Maybe a hit on the quarterback. No, pass interference there. Huge. Gets them a first down no matter where it is on the 48-yard line going in.
All right. Can Grays Creek get a stop?
Didn't see that guy coming straight through the line of scrimmage. Easy sack. Going no huddle here. Not sure why.
We'll have to see what play they make. Looking like they're trying to find their option. There it is. The defender running right up again. Almost getting that sack. Forcing the incomplete pass. Getting it out right at the last second. But a little bit dangerous with the amount of coverage that they had. Could have possibly gotten intercepted once again.
Yeah, not sure why they rushed that there. They were making positive progress there, but rushed it. Able to pick up a decent. No, incomplete, unfortunately. I must not have been able to get that foot down. 4th and 14. Ooh, I don't know about this, Chris.
They're going for it. They're feeling a little too much pressure maybe right now. As you said, they're only in the second quarter in that first half, so maybe they could have just went ahead for the punt, but they're opting to go for it. We'll have to see if it pays off here. Dropping back, has a little bit of time. There's a throw. They're going to get it, and the gamble pays off. First down and moving up the field is Riverside. They made a couple of mistakes, but made up big for it with that play.
Yeah, no, that was a huge pickup there. I not necessarily agreed with it, but it works out, and that's why they're playing, and I'm on the desk.
All right, as I know, they love going for their force downs here in Sandhills. Big throw out to the side. Gonna
Huge
catch it, and that is exactly what they needed. They felt the momentum after that first down, pick up a touchdown, and it is going to be, as long as they make this here, there it is. Easy field goal, 7-14. Grays Creek now only leading by 1 touchdown.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the half. I'm not sure if I remember who got the opening kickoff, but it's going to play huge here as we get back into the end of this first half.
Here it goes. Nice kick into the end zone. Looks like they're just going to actually, yep, they're going to take a knee, get that touchback. I like it. You're in the lead. No need to gamble. Go ahead and get that ball on the 25-yard line there. Now, Grays Creek has been very effective on their last drive before they actually got that pick 6. So if they can get another score here, they can keep it a 2-touchdown game, and they'll feel pretty good going into the half. So 2 minutes, 50 seconds left. Plenty of time for both teams to possibly get a couple more drives in with how quick they've been playing. But might be taking a little more time from Grays Creek now that they're in the lead. There's the throw out to the right, going to be completed and get them down the field. And as I said, when they're feeling it, they're feeling it. So they usually do get the most optimal plays, one of the better teams in the Sandhill Conference as we can see them in the championship. But here's a nice little run, trying to find their way up the middle. Gets tackled, but 3 yards, pretty good on that first run.
Yeah, Chris, every time those tackles get held up a little bit, I'm afraid that ball is going to come out. Luckily, Georgia and Grays Creek was able to hold on to it. No fumble there, able to retain possession.
All right. We'll have to see what plays they're going for. Taking a little time. There's the 2 minutes. All right. So now 2 minutes left in this half. Plenty of time for both teams, though, to possibly get a score. We do see the run out to the side. Should be able to pick up the first down. Nice little juke to the inside to make sure they pick that up. And again, they are so good with these runs. They always seem to find the holes to allow them to move up the field, and they're taking their time with it. There it is, another little run right out to the side. Going to pick up about 5, but again, that's all they need. And then once they get that 5, all they need is another little 5 to move up. And with as effective as they've been, this seems to be their strategy going into this game here.
Yeah, I think their game plan's working. Take little chunk yards and go for the big play when you need it. And they're looks like got a false start there, which is actually kind of crazy in video game land. But gets the false start. But their Grays Creek game plan is working perfectly, just like Chris said. Little plays, run clock. You have the lead. No need to do anything too crazy. Back to 2nd and 10, even after that 5-yard gain and that 5-yard penalty. Right back to where they started. Looking to keep the ball moving now.
All right. Waiting for the snap. Here it is. 4 seconds remaining on that play clock. Big throw down, but a coverage from about 1 man is going to render it incomplete. 3rd and 10. We'll have to see if they try to move back to that run or if they go for another big throw. But again, some of these shorter passes have been the way to go, so maybe they'll change it up a little bit here. But we saw those routes going down. They're going to look for another one. There it is, right down the middle. They're going to get it. Ow, almost getting that first down. Going to call the timeout, Riverside. They want to see if they can maybe get the stop because most likely, yep, they are going for it. I've never seen Grays Creek back down from a 4th and anything at this point. They're going to see if they can find it open.
Wide open. A is wide open.
But they threw it out.
Happened?
They overthrew it.
No.
Oh, that is devastating. Grays Creek accidentally overthrowing. That's
my.
mistake I have not seen them make this whole entire season. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. But here it is. Riverside, 24 seconds to get a touchdown. Massive throw down, but it's going to get covered and intercepted once again.
Ooh, I thought he was going to be able to stay in there, maybe get the edge and fly up there for another pick 6 of their own. But, man, what an interception. What a turn of events.
Grays Creek made a bit of a misplay on that 4th and 1, but instantly covering it with that interception there. Now looking for a possible big play before the end of the half. Instead, they're just going to run it up. They find the receiver open this time. Big juke. They're going to get taken down. Instantly call a timeout. They have enough time to possibly get one last touchdown before this half, and they're going to look for it. There it is. They're on the about 8-yard line here, and plenty of time. 5 seconds. Can they find it? They're actually running it up. Can they get it? Oh!
What a stop.
Close. That is massive for Riverside. Yes, you're exactly right. Oh, that would have been devastating for Riverside if they had allowed that going into the second half.
Yeah. They keep it a one-score game, which is huge for them. Mistake after mistake on both sides of the ball for Grays Creek and Riverside. Surprised neither team was able to capitalize on it. However, Grays Creek is getting the ball back here. Man, what a crazy end to that first half. Didn't have any even time to even think about it. We're back into the second half of action. And here we go.
Grays Creek picking up where they left off, though they had a really good drive after getting that interception. So now they get the ball back and starting in the lead is pretty much the position you want to be in going into the second half here. They are going to opt to run it a little bit, looking for the slide there. I'm not sure if they got it or not. Sometimes it's a little bit laggy on those inputs. We kind of see the slide and getting hit. In a real game, they probably would have gotten called for that, but luckily it is a video game, so that slide probably went through. Second and third, again, we're seeing these runs come out. They are going to be able to pick up the first down. Gets past 1 and 2, finally getting taken out by the third, but enough to move those pylons. So getting up the field there. Wow, just what a game so far by Grace Creek.
Yeah, two plays to mention again as they run Jalen Milrow here again. Gotta be cautious with this individual, especially with injuries on. Has me nervous, and you lose him, that might be the game for you as well. And then again, like you said, definitely if I was on that field, I'm flagging that hit on that quarterback from the previous play. But good to pick up 7 yards there. Still has possession. Marching down the field, Grays Creek go.
All right, we saw them make some adjustments as well. They want to burn some off the clock. Again, another run with the QB to pick up the first down. Looks like they know exactly what they're doing. Of course, those injuries are on, but these players have probably played enough to know the amount of damage that they can take before they have to maybe start being a little more conservative. But a big throw down the middle is going to be incomplete. Was really risky there, though. I don't know if you need to make those kind of plays just yet as Grays Creek, but right down the middle, 2 defenders there, 1 on an intercepting path as well. Luckily, just incomplete for Grays Creek here, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I thought that safety was going to come over top and get that interception. Luckily for Grays Creek, that thing fell incomplete, but drop back to pass here for second down. Has all the time in the world. Not necessarily sure what's going on here, but he's probably happy just burning off some clock.
Oh, wow, may have found an – oh, did he – no, he did not.
Oh,
okay.
Man, that would have been crazy.
A lot of time there, and actually good discipline from the Riverside, not rushing down the QB right there with some of the players and possibly leaving someone open.
Yeah.
So good job by them. They're able to play a good defensive game, force the 3rd and 10, maybe, and even force another play out like that. Now they're rushing down the QB.
Uh-oh. Where are you
be able
going?
to find it? Okay, yep, they throw it out of bounds there to keep it 4th and 10. This might be the first time we see a punt, but
nah,
what am I
who
saying?
Are you kidding?
Look at that.
Come on.
I got to throw it out there to be –
you tried.
just to cover myself, but again, we're looking at these plays. Grays Creek, they've always been super aggressive with it, and that's why we loved watching them in the Sandhills region. They go for it no matter what.
Yeah, calling some audibles, looking for that running back out of the backfield. Not open, has a.
Oh! They get it!
Wow. These close, tight sideline plays. Got the knee, got the foot, got everything you needed in college football. First down, Grays Creek.
And that's why we love watching Grays Creek. Those plays always keep us on the edge of our seat. They're going to find a nice little hole there to pick up for. And once again, moving back to that running game, knowing that they don't need to make any of these big, risky throws here. So just kind of moving it up the field as per usual. There it is. 1 minute, 30 seconds left in the court. They're going to find a nice little hole through. Juke, juke, juke into the end zone. Running touchdown, Grays Creek.
Wow. They ate almost that entire quarter to score 1 touchdown. Crazy efficiency and success out of them in championship form, nonetheless, in this Sandhills final.
This is what we have expected. This game is close enough, but again, Grays Creek showing how they put up so many points in the regular season, coming out with the efficiency, and maybe these 5-minute quarters are even more effective to them because they know how to burn off the clock like that as well. Now, Riverside, though, has the ball. They have to be effective and at least score once this quarter to try to keep themselves in the game here. We see them dropping back, but instant pressure coming out.
No.
Intercepted. Going to turn around for the pick 6, running to the side, eating up even a little bit more time. And there it is, Grays Creek showing offense, defense, and just taking it to Riverside in this finals.
Yeah, everything in between. 2 touchdowns scored on offense, 2 touchdowns scored on defense. Equality is their best friend right now. Riverside going to get the ball back, but man, if Grays Creek get the ball back, they're just going to run out the rest of the clock. They've got to have something here on offense.
Oh, no, a
fumble!
fumble! User strip fumble as well. That is crazy.
They hold on to it. They retain possession, which would have been terrible.
Rushing down again. There's the throw. Out of bounds. Did they get it, though? It looks like they were able to tiptoe the line and get that first down. But a booth review is coming out.
Oh, no. I've been asking for a challenge all day. Figures I get it here in the championship match, and it looks like the call stands because we're still on the 38-yard line.
I'm always if the actual booth review is AI, so it doesn't seem like it is user, because it seems like it'd be more of a coach review or user review if that comes out. So
yeah.
No, we don't see any timeout taken away, but now getting rushed down is Riverside going to pick up another catch with a nice little gain of 4. They have 56 seconds left to work with in this third quarter. They want to try to score here because, again, going into that fourth quarter with how effective Grace Creek has been with eating that clock, as you said, it doesn't give them much room to work with. They are down 3 touchdowns now as well. Going to get hit there, 3rd and 2, so should have enough to get to this first down. A nice no huddle. We'll have to see if they can move it up here. What will their options be? It looks like they're getting a couple of different out, but instantly rush out into another interception. And with him, a little bit of a juke there. No, the dive.
We're showboating now.
No. Oh, my God. No. There's no way. He shrugs off the tackle, right? I wonder if he even wanted to get that so he could have eaten up a little bit more clock. Instead, kind of just gets pushed into the end zone.
Yeah, I think they put the controller down on the 5, and they got tackled into the end zone. That is crazy, Chris. I don't even know what to say. This was such a great game, but it is turning into a one-sided affair. Riverside, now you just got to gamble. Take the fair catch here, and you just got to start heaving it down the field. Unfortunately, with 1 quarter remaining, this is looking dire for Riverside here in this championship match.
Usually where we see these interceptions are the bombs down the field. Instead, it's these short little throws that just give the pick sixes right away. And now they're going to have to throw into another interception. Grace Creek is just everywhere. Oh, no. He steps on him, jukes the tackle, gets another pick 6. And at this point, I don't even know if he may want to go. He's 42 points now. At what point does Riverside, they have to change their tactics somehow. They're getting the ball in a span of maybe 30 seconds or so. Grace Creek has just scored 3 times.
Yeah, this is a matter of pride at this point for Riverside. You got to put some points on the board just so you can hang your hat a little bit higher, but Grace Creek is putting not only the Sandhills Conference on notice, but they're putting the entire state on notice.
In a massive sack for 11-yard loss.
Oh, no.
Grace Creek has been so impressive this whole entire season, only dropping 1. And now it was such a close game at the start with Riverside only losing 66 points. Grace Creek at this point has already doubled what they've lost, and then now are almost going to double it at the pace that they're on at the moment. Here it is, third quarter going to wind down. Luckily, they just let it end there. But at this point, what do? If they throw it down the field, they risk an interception. Right now, throwing it short, they're risking interceptions. If they run it, they're not going to move up the field quick enough to possibly bring it back.
Yeah.
At this, we need some miracles down the field. There it is, finally a throw. But is this going to be incomplete? 3rd and 21.
Yeah, throwing it into double coverage there, like you said. Got nothing to lose here but pride. You're just throwing it down the field hoping for something to happen, but throwing it into double coverage like that isn't going to work. Might have had an encroachment there.
Really close.
Getting a little crazy there. You're allowed to get back in college football, unlike high school. Another blow down the field. Going for pick number 4 or 5. I've lost count at this point. It all happened so fast. I just want everybody to know it was 0-0 at the end of the first quarter, and look where we are now.
Look at that. Possession time, 11 minutes for Grace Creek. This is crazy. But let's look, dropping back, they need to find the massive throw down, but the Alabama player has the lead on them.
Coverage.
They're going to force it. And now 1st and 10. Look at this position.
You're just giving it to them. I'm curious how much time they're going to waste or if they're just going to add insult to
They're
injury.
just running it in.
I think that answers that very easily. Wow.
And, this is a little bit unlike some other sports, like you maybe run down the play clock a little more to kind of dampen, a little bit soften the blow. Unlike, soccer, you can just play out the clock here as well. You see the 2-point conversion, not good, but it doesn't matter because they're going to kick off anyways at this point. Football is, really relentless when it comes down to this as well. You don't have as much time to play out the clock here as you do in some other sports. There it is, fair catch waved. At this point, I would say just go for it. You kind of just need to go for it at this point. As you said, maybe you can't win, but you can soften the blow, get some points on the board, maybe at this point. But they will start at that 25-yard line. Let's see if they can get anything going here. Getting rushed down, can't get the throw out, and another massive sack out of Grays Creek. They said, this is conference championship. This is getting me to states. I'm going to put everyone on notice that no matter what, I'm going hard, no matter what the score is. Here they are, rushing down once again. Can they get the throw off? They almost throw another interception there.
This is crazy. You're starting to see Grays Creek just put on an absolute clinic here in the conference championship final, almost securing their spot in state.
Oh, no. Oh. Okay, you got the throw off there at least, so it's not going to push them back any further because, well, they just go for this. Yep, they have to go for it.
Flea flicker, throw something crazy. Let us see something cool.
But he's going to get hit. Oh, Grays Creek cannot choose anything incorrect. These plays are just read like a book. And now, once again, they have the ball. They're going to try running it with their quarterback. Oh, there's a small little sack there. Riverside throwing the timeout to possibly stop the clock. 4 minutes left. It's crazy. We've only 51 seconds into this half, and it's felt like an eternity so far. There's a massive throw, and they're going to get it.
No.
How do they do it? And then he gets the juke to get in the end zone once again. They are putting up points after points after points. 2-point conversion, because why not? Here it is, 54-7. Can they? Oh, they get it. Can he get the juke? He can. There it is. He knows. They know. At this point, it's like they have a psychic mind into their head of Riverside, and just everything that they do, they know how to combat against it. There it is. Finally, they're making the run up the field. Not too much, but you kind of just have to go for it at this point.
Yeah, you just got to keep on going. This is the definition of over. But, man, you got to keep on trying. You got to respect the heart out of Riverside to keep trying here. Little to try for. They're out of this tournament, but wild card weekend still.
Run.
Hey.
Go. They can do it. Oh, wow. I didn't see this. No. Oh, no, of course, we're not at the field. We don't have the whole view, and what a run out of that. Possibly, probably safety, I'm not sure, but they came and stopped it from a touchdown. Again, they want to keep playing some defense here, and another interception. Can they go? They have to beat one. They make the juke to the left. Can they keep going? He's running as fast as he can. The defender, of course, maybe not the quickest out there, but they get it all the way to their 20. And look at that, another interception out of Grays Creek.
Yeah, Grays Creek just wants to keep pouring it on. They want everybody else in the state to be put on notice that they're here and they're here to win.
Man, look at that play. It was such a good play out of Riverside to get the ball up the field, and then small little mistake turns it right over back to Grays Creek. They're looking for their option, running it back, of course, buying some of that time right there, going to run it out of bounds, but there they are. They're trying to eat up some of that clock, it looks like now, while still moving it up the field. They want to get those sticks shifted up, get that first down, and possibly even look for another touchdown. Going to get tackled there, so a little loss, but again, we know they're going for it.
We know they're going for it. You've got nothing to lose being up by this much. 4th down in plus territory here on the 15-yard line. Why not? We're going to sound like a broken record with that for the rest of this game.
We are at this point. And this fourth quarter has felt longer than all previous 3 quarters together going into this. And a lot of it is Riverside trying to find their way back. But, of course, those turnovers have just allowed Grays Creek to score in such quick fashion. There's the throw into the end zone and a pick actually coming out. No.
Yeah,
All
just-
right. Okay, good.
He
All
didn't
right.
come out, going back out to the 20. He thought
Smart,
about it. Almost ran out to the one
smart.
there.
Yep. Smart play there.
Whew.
All right, finally, Riverside getting a nice defensive play out there, getting that pick, making sure that touchdown doesn't go through. I like it, as you said, the heart coming out of Riverside to keep playing this game through, but a big hit coming out of Grays Creek is going to stop that play. 2nd and 10. Let's see if they can get a little momentum going. I feel like they can score at least twice here from the side of Riverside, possibly just get it up the field, and there it goes. There's a big play, but covered is going to be another interception.
No.
Oh.
Man, I'm almost at a lack of words, man. They're really trying. They're hanging it out there. They're doing exactly what you would expect them to do as you're losing 7-56. But
Oh my gosh, what a throw there. In the big juke. This is a player who has the speed to get in. Gonna do a little bit of that stutter step getting into the end zone, but plus 50 points now for the side of Grays Creek. They cannot be stopped. Sometimes you just are feeling it going into the finals, and Grays Creek is definitely feeling it today. Gonna run out to the side, chew up about 4 or 5 seconds there, but get that 2-point conversion. There it is, 46 points for Grays Creek. They are absolutely pouring it on today.
yeah, it looks like without question Grays Creek is going to the state championship. But still got about 2 minutes and 36 seconds left of football here. Hopefully Riverside can at least make it somewhat respectable. Get the ball down the field. Hopefully no more interceptions. Hopefully no more fumbles. Let's see what they can string together here.
All right, going into the coaching here, checking out a little bit of their options. Oh, it looks like actually, so they've called it, and it's at the point of maybe you just feel like it's over. You give a little clap to the opposing team. Grays Creek, though, as I said, 254 points put on the board. It was the 3rd most in the Sandhills Conference. They were able to pick up the best point differential between the other 5 and 1. Actually, it was a 5-way tie for 5 and 1 between them. It was those point differences that broke it up between them. But just look at that. We can see how they put up so many points there. But they also live 173, so they must have done something between that regular season and now to get that defense so solid. All those interceptions, all those stops, just allowing them to completely take this game in such a convincing fashion. And there's no way you can refute them being the Conference of Sandhills champion now.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. I believe we've got the graphic ready to go and see Grays Creek advancing to the state championship. Not like you said, Chris, I think you said it perfectly. They've definitely flipped the switch from the regular season to this conference championship Saturday. And I believe that's punching our first ticket of 6 today to the state championship. Congratulations, Grays Creek. You're the first.
But I want to say, Riverside, you got to 2nd here. You still have the wild card weekend. You only lit up 66 points in the regular season. Go back, review this game a little bit, figure out how you can get that offense to not turn it over so much. You have a strong defense because the majority of those points came off of interceptions and pick sixes. So they get those. They make sure that they don't turn it over as much. They could definitely find themselves in that wild card and get the states as well.
Yeah, I hate to drive production here, but if we don't mind going back to that graphic real quick, I got one huge thing that I'd like to point out. It's that Hoke County A and B are also joining them in wild card weekend. The number 1 and number 2 seed from Sandhills, like we mentioned earlier, were eliminated in round 1. So that means no wild card weekend for them. Riverside will go in as the highest seed out of Sandhills, giving them at least a good shot at wild card weekend. So down but not out of the state championship just yet. But again, I don't think Grays Creek came to play, and they showed everybody the dominating force that they are in the Sandhills Conference.
They did, and so good to see them moving their way up. Big congratulations from your RD to you. But the rest of y'all, I want to see y'all come out, and I want to see one of y'all take that wild card slot. I want as many Sandhill representatives at state as possible. So I will be cheering y'all on that weekend, of course. But again, Grays Creek, congratulations. Good job. You definitely deserve it. What a game you put on for us today.
Yeah, and I think we've got one more championship round here on stream number 2. If I'm looking at the no, 1, 2, 2.
Two more. So we do have
Two more.
Overwatch CS Championship round as well as the Western Overwatch Championship round here on the second stream. So get ready for that. We are definitely going to bring that back to y'all when we get back from a break.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to the VESL Fall 2024 Conference Championships. My name is Andy. Joining with me is Chris. We got a little bit of a cross-pollination going. We got Chris joining me over from the Sandhills region. You guys recognize me. I've been casting everything to do with the CMS conference. Chris, how's your day been, bud? Lots of games.
Lots of games for sure, and some banger games as well. We just finished the Sandhills Conference Championship for NCAA, but I'm glad to be back in some Overwatch. Haven't seen any CMS yet, so I hope I'll be pleasantly surprised as well.
Oh, no, you definitely will be. Just to catch everybody up, we all needed a breather from the way that Overwatch did conclude as far as this broadcast is concerned. We've seen nothing but 3-0s all day long as far as Overwatch is concerned, specifically for the CMS region. And then Sun Valley versus Palisades A happens. As far as a top 2 matchup is concerned, both these teams, again, we will see as far as the wild card weekend is concerned in one way, shape, or another, depending on how this grand finals happens. But Palisades versus Sun Valley absolutely delivered. It was a map 5 barn burner, like Palisades wiped the floor with them. Map 4, force map number 5. Very competitive series, and now they find themselves going up against Audrey Kell, who I coined, as jokingly as it does sound, they've only had to face 2 schools today. Just themselves with the B team and now Palisades.
They have. As you said, I'm looking at the record as well, and both of them undefeated going into this 6-0. So a little bit of bruised ego is going to come out. Whoever loses is going to have to pick up their first loss of the season. But it sounds like we're jumping into game here. We're going to get right into it. The action is not going to be delayed, so let's jump into map number 1.
Yep, map number 1. Of course, we are doing control specifically for map number 1. The higher seed will end up getting that pick. That is dedicated to Audrey Kell. They are in the number 1 seed coming in towards this tournament. Good luck, everyone, says Boost. Definitely got to respect that one coming through. So they decide to go in for the Lijiang Tower map number 1. From here on out, throughout this best of 5, we will end up having loser picking the mode and map until we reach map number 5, and then that'll be on escort. So we'll have to see what the compositions do have to offer here as we get indoors first.
Anything out of the ordinary for these teams that you're seeing? I see a lot of what I've seen in Sandhills as well, the Genji, the Ash as well, Ramada. So I think I saw, Symmetra is actually being picked up there, Lucio. So pretty standard from what I've seen. Rhino on that Zarya. Did see some really good play out of them on the Diva earlier also, so we'll have to see how they opt to play into this one. I like the Zarya with, Genji actually taking a lot of damage. Is going to have to use that deflect and get out there, but the first kill is going to go on to Lucio. So both of the teams coming out swinging, but Palisades swinging harder.
Genji mirror matchup. Rhino was instrumental to the success of Palisades in their semifinal match. Will be the same thing here. We also saw the Rhino to speed connection. Depending on what Rhino's tank pick was, very good at controlling the tempo of the front line, does quite well in this opening salvo. Should be Palisades with the first capture.
Yeah, Palisades coming out. Good kills on there, staggering some of the deaths as well, so they're going to be able to pick up this first point. A lot of ult charges coming up there for both of them. Also, Genji at about 50%, so if he can get that blade out, he's going to love it. There it is, some of the damage. Can they find the kill onto the Ashers, taking some damage, able to back up, but there she goes. She's going to fall. Good deflection coming out of Genji, going to try to jump into there, see if they can find any more kills on the side of Audrey Kell, but they're going to have to back up there as Speed has taken a little bit of damage. Going to get healed up, and both of them kind of backing off, but still able to keep control of that point. Both teams trading blows back and forth, but not able to find an advantage off of one another just yet. We see those health bars going up and down, but Boost finally getting the kill onto Insomniac. They're going to find the first one there onto it and possibly force off Palisades, because they're doing their best to keep control just for a little bit longer, but Audrey Kell finally taking control of the point.
Yeah, bully their way all the way through the choke point, just make Palisades feel the pressure. No ultimates were expunged in that opening fight, so wonderfully done. Yeah, a very early Fox Rush invested here for Palisades to get back in.
There they are, trying to jump in, see if they can get in there, but Speed taking a lot of damage, going to have to jump out. He's actually going to get taken down. Rhino trying to do their best to back up, but there it is. Despite the Fox Rush coming out first, they are the ones on the back foot. Boost once again saying, I'm the better onto Insomniac and getting that kill once again. They're keeping control of the point, and what a great fight by them. Fluff using that Fox Rush at the optimal time is going to keep them going forward, despite having Orbital and the Baptiste ultimate as well. They're going to have to get forced out. Blade on the line. Can they use it? both of them have it. Will they decide to go in for it in another engagement here? They're contesting the point, but it is in favor of Palisades right now as they get the kill on to the Lucio, right? Have to see. They do have both of them ultimates coming out. Will they use them in conjunction with each other? Not just yet, as they're able to find kills. Audrey Kell falling one by one. Great staggering deaths coming from the side of Palisades. Great fight there. They should be able to recap after getting a lovely 5-person kill on the side of Audrey Kell. And wow, both of these teams are just trading at this point.
Surprised that Quails wasn't going for the change, kind of either fat-fingered or felt that they could maybe turn that fight with the Ramatra ultimate. Not the case at all. Rhino now can play this very close choke, has the Graviton Surge, speed nowhere to be found. Boost is immediately answered back from Lucio out of Audrey Kell, but just ripped all the way to different pieces. 2K coming through for speed as the team fight one, as Palisades will be over 70 soon.
Great ultimates coming out of the side of Palisades, getting those kills to once again keep them in control of that point, and pretty much not even letting Audrey Kell out of spawn at the moment, but they are going to get a fight here. Can they get out? It looks like they are able to keep everybody alive at the moment. Audrey Kell using that ult right now. Can they find any kills with it? But they can't. Boost just unable to find anything at the moment, despite using that ultimate. Cureless still has the blade online if they decide to use it. There it is, the Fox Rush coming out. Will they follow up with it just yet? There it is, the blade coming out. Can they find any kills? They do find it on Insomniac. This has to be their time to find the fight. They need to get the kills so they can get control of the point. They do in the overtime, forcing it. Big play coming out of Audrey Kell with that to get control of the point and not drop this first point.
Palisades will have numbers first. I mean, they lost Rin, should be able to TP to someone nearby. Cureless probably getting close towards the choke point at this moment in time, but the at least advantage state would suggest Palisades are going to have that orbital strike first. They should have the overclock from Insomniac. Can they find value here?
All right, they're looking for it, but not really able to get in quite yet. Just waiting about 10% for the both of them also to get those ultimates online. Once they do, we'll most likely see the fight come out, but here it is. Both teams will be contesting that overtime. Both ultimates online. There's the gravitational flux coming out. They need to get the kills onto it. Fluff and Boost fall instantly right after Palisades looking for it. Can they get control of this point? They should. They get the team kill, 10-player kill for it. It is going to go in favor of Palisades as they finally get control and no one alive on Audrey Kell to contest this point.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the biggest difference in between having a Juno and not having a Juno, right? I mean, you have the Lucio for the speed boost, Fluff playing the Kiriko. For the Fox Rush, very important ultimate to have for a Genji and for those Blade in those moments. And the Suzu, obviously very impactful, but the orbital assistance, a meta's a meta for a reason at the end of the day. And you get the speed boost with the Juno, and you get the damage, the mitigation on top of the damage, amplification, on top of all the burst healing. It's just a way better ultimate, man. And you got to really respect Palisades just to sticking true to that gun. Klomp has been instrumental in the success to enable Rhino, which in turn lets Speed get in towards the backline as well. Those have been the usual suspects for Palisades. And again, were a core reason why they found success in that map number 5 versus Sun Value not even a few moments ago. So Audrey Kell find themselves down in a pretty bad way here. They're going to stick to this Ramatra brawl up the front. Keerless looking to dive towards the back. This time, more poke damage with Boost now on the Ashe.
All right, we see them trying to get through the choke point here. Looks like, luckily, no one getting knocked off the edge, fighting over the control point. Boost not really able to get in because of this Morga just doing all that damage. There it is. They're trying to find the first kill, but both of them kind of trading blows at the moment. Finally, point is opened up. Audrey Kell saying not, but Fluff is going to fall. There it is, Lucio to follow in quick suit. And Palisades once again with these massive team fights coming out. A team kill right away will allow Palisades to pick up right where they left off on point number 1 and pick up point number 2.
Yeah, and look, that's a very real and better decision coming through. Rhino swapping over to the Malga, very, very good for control. You can shift different focuses until the damage over time comes through from the burning damage of Rhino's Malga's primary fire. It calls the immediate bluff. Quails has to swap to the Sigma just to mitigate some of this damage.
We see that swap over, and right there, Cureless has to be careful trying to get some of the deflects out. We're actually going to be able to get the kill on Rhino as well. Again, these team fights have been so back and forth by the teams, but again, the advantage going in favor of Palisades. Finally, Audrey Kell picking up enough kills to get onto that point and finally start their cap as well. They'll have to get a big hold, though. We do see both of the ultimates on the Palisade supports are getting up there. They should have those fairly soon. Nice deflection coming out of both of those. But Fluff does have the Fox Rush. There it is, Rin as well. Will we see anything coming out? There's the Fox Rush. Will they have any follow-up on it right now? Big team fight coming out. Massive Deadeye is able to pick up 1 kill and allows Palisades to get the kills that they need to start getting in here. They should be able to get the cap, but Sigma trying to do their best to get a few more percent before it finishes up. They're going to stagger this kill, though. I expect this out of the top 2 teams, knowing that if they can stagger that death for long enough, it's going to help them in the long run. There, now Audrey Kell has to wait for the Sigma to come back from that death. So good job from Palisades making these little crucial decisions that are helping them win this second point here. They still have Blade, they still have Orbital Strike on the well, but we do see 3 on the side of Audrey Kell.
Yep. Palisades got big ultimates to hold, though. Could be a bait. Wait for the blade. Pop the cage. Suzu does get used early. Here comes Bob, so at least open things up. Cage fight. Traps 4. Boost Bob is so far away from helping things out. It's actually funny. Here comes the cage. Keerless now with the blade, bolstered up with the sound barrier from Longhorn. And this should definitely be the one that sticks. Big moment coming through from Keerless, trying to make sure that Speed knows there's a Genji diff.
Here comes Bob, picking up the first 2 kills there to start off that fight, despite all ultimates being expended. It is going to be Audrey Kell coming out on top. Again, it's just so hard to call these fight between these 2 teams. They're both so on top of the gameplay today. Right now, it is going to be Audrey Kell trying to catch back up on this point, though. Blade online for speed, so they are going to have that advantage at the moment, but nothing really to follow it up just yet, so they're probably going to want to hold on to it until they have something else like the Fox Rush to help them out with it at the moment. We do see both of them back and forth, but right now, Palisades looking in a pretty good position when they want to try to contest this point.
Rhino, fresh Zarya charge, speed, does have that combination. Here comes Rin with that Fox Rush. Blade probably looking to be popped here sometime soon. There's no Blade to stop this, so Speed needs to find value, but they're already half HP. Deflect has to be called out, and that is a no-value Blade. Keerless on the opposite side, no Blade required. Immediately finds the counter pick. Does get traded. 4v4 here for the point. Already up towards 92% for Audrey Kell, trying to tie up this map number 1. Graviton Flux online now for Quails. Could bolster that alongside the Fox Rush from Fluff. No barrier. Here comes the Fox Rush. Graviton Surge gets called. 2 players pulled in towards the air, but Rhino's the only one that stays on the ground. You lost all sense of heals. Rin's almost back to the point, but it's just small heals. And Quails more than aware. Finds himself the last 2 kills. This one goes the distance.
What a massive play out of both of them, and there it is. The low attempt to try to keep the congestion up, but again, it's just to try to expend it a little bit longer. Audrey Kell, they found a way to stop Speed with that Blade and Fox Rush, and once that was down and expended, they just lost the fight. Audrey Kell evening up 1-1. We're going to a 3rd point here, and what a show from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, we have gone pound for pound. We've had counter swaps. We've had meta checks coming through. Rhino on the Malga gets swapped immediately and checked by Quails over towards the Sigma. And these are just almost what you expect. To your point, in between the top 2 teams, we're even seeing like some of like the micro play coming through of people being staggered. These are all very important things. Ult combinations as well. More swaps as we get in towards the city center of Lijiang Tower. Boost is going to put the sword away. Now back over towards the Cassidy. Keerless going to swap over towards the Mei. So they're looking for a brawl. Rhino's trying to play counter to that and moving over towards the horse.
It is, and up that Orisa as well. Hopefully maybe we can see some knocks off the edges with that spear as well. It'd be really nice. But wow, Boost getting taken down instantly from Insomniac. So big plays coming out of Palisades A in this first opening sequence.
Bye-bye.
There it is. I said it there. Someone's going to go swimming today, and that is going to be Audrey Kell. I hope they have a nice swim team because it's not working too well on the Overwatch side. But there it is. Point number 3 is going to be started on the sides of Palisades there. Not too happy with the way the second point ended. Come out strong.
Yeah. Again, a nice little side shuffle there from Rhino. And there's one thing that Quails wanted was just a brawl. Swaps over towards the Sigma immediately. This was the swap that helped out against the Malga. Will help out versus the Orisa. Well, more data required as Rhino's getting closer towards that Terra Surge.
All right, they're trying to get through this choke point. The Sigma are trying to do his best, but they're just going to run into such a massive team fight again. Rhino taking a lot of damage, but so tanky on that Orisa. Look at that healing coming out. Speed able to pick up the kill onto Boost, not even letting them through. Is he going to be able to get out? Yes, he is. Nice deflection to keep him alive with just a sliver of health. Heals coming out from those healers, keeping them up. And what a play from Palisades to keep their DPS player alive. There they are trying to move in is Audrey-Kel, but meeting the force of Orisa once again. The spear is not going to be able to connect, so they're going to miss out on that one. There it is. Insomniac does have the ult, but great double kill by Speed, picking them up. They're going to find a third triple kill for Speed. They cannot be stopped. 4K out of them. Can they find number 5? Yes, they can. And a team kill. Staggered, but still for Palisades A.
Yeah, I mean, look, Speed saw how Gardens went that second stage here on map number 1, took it personally. Was able to find himself about a 4K, finding dash resets after dash resets. It's a full payload of ultimates. Insomniac's going to open things up with the overclock.
They're going for it. Can they find any kills off of it? They're looking for it, but still have to fight the way through this terrain here. Fox Rush being used. Will we see a blade to follow up? But it is not needed since they pick up the kill onto Boost there. Falling on that Ash. Speed did get stunned out, but stays alive with a great deflection. There it is. They're trying to find a second orbital. Is going to strike. It's going to come down with the follow-up kills. Everyone is using their ults. Speed still has theirs online, so they're keeping it. Able to pick up the 2 kills onto Audrey-Kel. This has been an absolute clinic put on by Palisades on point number 3. There it is. The blade coming out, picking up the kill onto the Lucio. The second one onto Quail. This man cannot be stopped. 3K with the blade out of Speed. And how do you do this? Look at him going, deflecting, and there it is. A flawless victory on point number 3 from Palisades.
Palisades with the map 1 win in a statement at that. Wow. I mean, being able to take maps off of Audrey-Kel, technically the number 1 seed, but coming in and making the statement that you can get things done versus even the best. A step in the right direction. Again, no bracket reset, no best of 7, 1 straight up best of 5, and the counter picks pay dividends. That Orisa pick from Rhino was massive. I mean, I truly did feel that there were a multitude of times that Audrey-Kel were going to flip that point. It never happened. They tried to push over towards the catwalk side, and they immediately got met by the Orisa, bolstered up with Speed on the opposite side. Speed on that third map in the middle of the city center was constantly finding dash resets, was constantly behind enemy lines, and you were seeing time and time again how well that works from front line all the way to back line. It's just normally that means your hit scan players are finding value, but this time the back line is quite literally in the enemies and in Speed with that Genji. We had this saying during the Sun Valley matchup in semifinals that Speed with the blade always good for 3. And again, he took that stage number 2 very personally. What an all-star performance.
I have to give it to them. That was crazy. They had me going at the end of that fight. And you know, it was such a close game map or point 1 and 2 into 3. It was all Palisades. Just They could not be stopped, and they made the adjustments really well, as you said. They seemed to be on points with their picks. They knew what to do on each point, making those adjustments as they went, and it paid off for them taking that map number 1. So now, of course, it is Audrey-Kel's choice to pick the next map as well, so we'll have to see if they have anything in their back pocket. They did play really well, but again, you kind of are going to feel a lot of that pressure if that happens to you on a third point, especially on control like that.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. It will end up being Audrey-Kel's pick. Again, as it all states, Audrey-Kel were the number 1 seed. They did end up picking map number 1, Lijiang Tower, went the distance, did not go their way. So now they'll have the opportunity to pick that map number 2, as the match chat should be giving us that information sometime soon, and we'll be able to convey that information with you. But I think at this point, you can pick anything that's not escort. So, I mean, you still have Flashpoint at your disposal. You can go to push early. We've seen a lot of hybrid. Seen a lot of King's Row so far from the CMS region.
We haven't seen as much King Throw in the Sandhills region, but we have seen, we'll have to see what they pick here. And I'm wondering, is there anything that Audrey-Kel has excelled at going forward in this one? Any maps that you've really seen them like really just take towards other teams with?
I remember that they did have a week on Blizzard, the week on Blizzard World. They look very, very competent on it. I mean, it was also kind of a mismatch as far as their opponents are concerned, but like also at the same time, they were enabled a whole lot more just to brawl and just to push over their entire opponent. So I think that it all depends on that pick. And yeah, Midtown's going to be the immediate pick here. Have not seen a Midtown all day, quite candidly so, but this one has definitely its nooks and its crannies. It always feels that you can change the composition and find value on all 3 points.
All right, we'll have to see if Palisades can come out with that same momentum that they had in map number 1, or if it is going to be Audrey Kell even getting it up on map number 2. Of course, we'll wait for that score to change, but it is Palisades up 1-0 on Audrey Kell, moving into map number 2. We see both of the teams coming out. Not many changes. Oh, we actually do see the Zenyatta on the Rin, and then Rhino will be going back to the Moiga. Possibly.
No, it's bait. It's bait. They're on the offensive spawn, mate. Don't worry about that. You're just getting baited.
I am getting baited. I wanted to see some swap ups here. We've seen so much of the same thing. I want to see some off meta picks, but of course, a little too risky when you're in the finals, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, we can fully digest what the defense has to offer. Boost on that Ashe, Keerless on the Mei. And this really does require, this is going to sound really, this is my John Madden comment of the day. Just hit your shots forehead. That's what it mostly comes down to. Keerless on the Mei, that alternate fire. It's a projectile, but it does closer to 200 HP should you land that critical blow. Boost on the other side needs to find value with the TNT as Quails over towards the Ramatra. The comfort pick comes through just to try to hold the front line.
All right, trading blows at the beginning, as is always on these attack and defense maps here as well. Trying to see if they can find him up on the top. They do find him off on the high ground end as a subway here. A lot of damage coming out, but no one's going to be taken out just yet. Again, Rhino moving up forward, using that to help shield them up. Trying to get back to the team. The Mei wall actually not going to be enough. They are going to be able to find the first kill on to the Lucio here. Taking out that healer is very big for the side of Palisades. So once again, moving forward, will they be able to find the kill on Ashe? They are looking for it, not able to find it just quick yet, but Mei gonna have to use that ice block right into the enemy team. There it is, the kills being picked up. 1-2 for the side of Palisades. They are gonna answer against Rhino, but it's not gonna matter as they get on to that point and start the capture.
I mean, look at how much healing was able to come through. Rin did start on the Zenyatta, had that healing orb, I'm pretty sure on speed the entire time, and Klopp's focus firing, aside from that, you're about to have double support ultimates leading in towards this next fight, and doors ain't even open yet. That was the opening fight, and the Pumas out of Palisades make another commanding statement. They completely belittle Audrey Kell's setup in between the Mei and the Ramatra. They find all the focus fire required, and they're not done pushing quite yet. I mean, they have a very mobile composition for having no speed boost.
They do, and there it is. You finally see the support ultimates coming online here, but not needed just yet. Speed, though, would love to have that Anna empower them so that they can go as hard as possible. But what a great spear there. They're going to lock them up. Of course, it is tank on tank, but can they get the kill? They can. What a spear onto Lucio, though. He's not as tanky, but definitely very speedy to get out there at the very end. But crazy how many of those are landing at the end of the day. They're going to pick up 2 kills before Rhino falls, and Bob trying to come out to help stop the bleeding. There it is, the ice wall to try to stop the payload from moving forward a little bit. But with 4 ultimates online for the side of Palisades, they're still in a pretty good position here as they wait for speed to get back.
Yeah, with boost taking down speed, I mean, the payload may be contested, but the numbers should still favor Audrey Kell here. Has not been the case so far. Keerless does have that Blizzard for the re-engage. You're about to have full 5 ultimates, Nanoblade especially for Klopp and speed.
There it is. We're going to look for it. They're trying to find their way up to the high ground. Oh. There it is. The Nanoblade coming out. Can they find some of these kills? Look how quick he is. Slash after slash is not going to be able to get, but there he finally finds it onto Fluff. A good sleep is going to allow them to pick up 2, 3. They're looking for that Mei for the team kill, but Mei might be able to get out. No, he's getting hunted down by Clueless. Oh, but can't. Oh, there it is. A nice little frost to get that kill, so they stop it. But there it is. Those ults being expended allow them to keep that push going forward, getting to that first checkpoint. They still have 3 online as well. Will they need to use them just yet? No, they should be plenty to get there. A lot of damage coming out. Drop the beat online for the side of Audrey Kell if that engage does come out. We have a lot of damage going on to
wow,
that
what an isolation.
Jesus. There it is as well. Bryn doing a great job keeping the teammates topped up as they go into that engagement. They are pushing it up, forcing Audrey Kell back. They should be able to take this checkpoint without any problem there. And Rhino still has their ult.
Still have the sound barrier online, probably waiting for the Terror Surge to come through. Uses the boost. He died mid-boost. Oh. We got an Ajax in CMS Grand Finals. Not like this. Audrey Kell at least maybe had the trump card, but Palisades call their bluff. No Terror Surge required. Just a good old overclock coming through from Insomniac and Palisades. They keep the ball rolling. Chris, they have 4 minutes.
They have 4 minutes to push this, and at the rate they're going, they're going to have no problem. Blizzard online, Fox Rush online as well, but Oh, wow, they instantly take out Boost there. Great deflection from the Genji. Is going to get that kill, taking out that DPS once again. And look at Rhino on the top side here. High ground, using that to their advantage, finally going to get down and move up. Ice Wall going to keep them out, but Blade online. Will they need to use it? Look at that damage coming out. Blizzard being used, but it's not going to be able to catch anyone. They're trying to zone them out, but they get all together again. Will they be able to take out Rhino? Of course not. There's the Blade on to the Ashe. Takes out one. They're trying to find number two, but Fluff will be able to take speed down before too much damage can be done. Nice Ice Wall to try to isolate members, and they will finally find a couple of kills to stop this push.
That weird target prio coming through from Palisades off of that Nano Blade attempt. I mean, you found the first one cleanly on the Ashe, but then you tried to isolate Quails when both of those supports were still alive. And albeit it is a Kiriko and a Lucio, no burst healing really. You do have that Suzu, and that's where like the healing does come through, and you're just not gonna get the better of Quails, especially when he has that Ramatra ultimate online. So you're trying to recontest this if you're Palisades. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the board. You got a Fox Rush, you got a Terror Surge, getting very close to the overclock. You gotta be worried about Bob on the opposite side, and Longhorn 20% shy of that Lucio sound barrier.
That sound barrier will be massive for when the engagement comes out, but can they find it beforehand? There it is, the Fox Rush being used. They're getting back. Will they be able to find the damage they need? And there it gets Speed jumping on the Ashe once again, getting that first kill. Can he get back to his team to get healed? Yes, they can. What a perfect timing for them to get back. The Orisa there in the front line doing everything that's needed. Can they find the second kill? They can on the Cureless, taking out another member of Audrey Kell. They haven't even need to use the Terror Surge just yet. Rhino holding on to that ult for as long as possible. They're almost at the final point. They're trying to push. There it is, being used at the optimal time. They push it in, not allowing Audrey Kell to stop them. We saw the sound barrier coming out, but they were sucked in.
Yeah, they were just completely exasperated in the middle of a Terror Surge. Again, was holding on to it for about 3 straight team fights, was Rhino, and was just bullying them all the way in towards their spawn doors once he saw more than one, really. Just kind of jumped in, yeeted his way forward, started saying my Zamore, because apparently that's a song that Orisa sings whenever she has Terror Surge online, and bada bing, bada boom, Palisades. They got a minute 58 after capturing all 3 points. Capturing all 3 points on Midtown is a Herculean effort within its own self, but how they took the first point, opening team fight. It only took them maybe like 2.5 team fights to take the second as well, and then they slowly kind of like worked Audrey Kell down. It almost felt like it was kind of like they were getting gas, where Audrey Kell was trying to stay up with the ultimate composition that Palisades were having, that once Klops and Speed, they threw at least one of their Nano Blades. That didn't find all the value in the world, but then you work your way back in, and once you have mechanical effort versus mechanical effort, the headshots were on point between Insomniac and Rin on that alt fire for the Kiriko, and the Lucio was also very helpful. Klops on that Ana, constantly effective with the bio nades. We saw that back in the semifinals as well. And Audrey Kell, they didn't have any damage mitigation to stop that. They had the one Suzu from Fluff, but once that was down, the bio nade sticks.
It did, and we only see the change from Quails getting on to that Winston here. Everyone else staying the same, and we'll have to wonder if it's enough for them to get this push in, but automatically getting pushed back here is Audrey Kell. Look at that. Again, Rhino with those spears is crazy. Getting up onto the subway is the Winston, maybe trying to find their way into the back line to see if they can get some damage, but instantly met by the whole side of Audrey Kell. Slept into death from the Chomp. Is going to get a nice sleep onto that Winston and help get that kill. That's exactly what you want to find from your support there to help get a kill on such a tank such as Winston. You don't want them to go monkeying about into your back line, but great job by Palisades stopping this first little push.
Yeah, I mean, Audrey Kell, in my opinion, trying to get a little cute with it, especially for the offense. You tried it once. I would have swapped almost immediately. Winston, Genji trying to go for a dive. There is a Genji on the opposite side, but with the Ana Kiriko combination with Insomniac, wait, never mind. Boost finds a really good shot, and that just, the floodgates open wide open. Once you find the damage dealer in towards the back, there's no more anti-dive to really worry about. Rhino's in Bufu compared to his backline, so that should be a very easy capture for Audrey Kell with that one pick.
There it is. They finally find it, sticking to their guns and actually paying off. You know, sometimes swapping does work, but there they opted for the second try. They were able to get it. There it is, a good capture for them, and now they have to start the push, though. We'll have to see if it's as effective as Palisades did in their run. That first point was captured with 4 minutes left, so they have their work cut out for them here. There it is. Fluff, though, has the Fox Rush
Man.
online. Clueless at 88%, so they'll probably want to wait for those to use them in tandem together when they can get their next push. So Winston jumping in, trying to find onto the back line is going to be successful as they get the kill onto that Anna. That is one healer down. Insomniac will follow next on that Cassidy. There it is. They're trying to get the damage. Don't even need to use the blade at this point. Finding another massive 4K on the side of Audrey Kell, and this dive comp is working.
Yeah, it really is. But like, it's even before the dive even commences, and like Palisades are making changes like to deal with the Winston, but that's not even the issue. Like boost with these right clicks, that is the hardest part about Sojourn's kit. But I mean, when you're landing those body shots, it's high damaging, has the overclock almost to use as well as we get closer towards the second capture.
Speed, though, is going to take down Winston, so that's going to stop it a little bit. But we do find some counter kills on both sides, so 2 are going to fall, but it finally is Palisades picking up a couple, but it's not going to matter. There it is, the blade coming out and picking up 1 kill. This might be able to help them keep the push going just a little bit further. Can they find the kill on Speed?
Wow.
Yes, they can.
Wait a second.
What a massive, Cureless, massive Genji play there, finally falling. But there it is, the contestation on the point. Palisades might be able to contest it for just a little bit longer there. Can they keep it going? Actually, they can, and they now have 4 ults up. It looked like a good start for Audrey Kell, but Palisades battled back fairly well.
Yeah, I don't know about that blade call if you're Cureless. It should have waited for at least Fluff's go with the Fox Rush ultimate. You at least have the sound barrier now online, and Insomniac did swap over towards the Reaper, so finding these dives from Quells could be a tricky one. Does have the Primal available, though, but Palisades with a handful of ultimates to stop the dive dead in its tracks.
There it is. They're trying to jump onto Rhino there, but getting healed up.
Oh,
there it is.
Nano.
Great. Oh, there. Can they find any kills off of it? But we're going to see drop the beat. Try to help keep the teammates alive. Came out in such a clutch moment to keep them all topped off. Rhino will fall. There it is. All the ults coming out. Fox Rush next with the overclock. Can they find more? Yes, they can.
Good wall.
There. Wow, as you said, but is it enough to keep them up clumped? Trying to stay alive. They are able to, and now they're finding the counter kills onto Audrey Kell. Both of the teams back and forth on this, but it is going to be Palisades with enough to stop the push for a little bit, but will they be able to find it? Winston jumping into the back line, so that's a primal age, but gets slept in just enough time to keep Anna fairly alive until Cureless came in to finish up that kill for them. We do have Death Blossom and Fox Rush up with 2 members down on Audrey Kell. They haven't need to use it just yet. A little bit of movement on that payload, but can they find the kill on to this Winston here? They can. What a great wall.
Where are you going, son? Quells did have the Primal Rage, but I mean, Palisades benefiting from still having the close nearby spawn, so the point will not be captured still. Very, very close was that ult trade, the sound barrier paying dividends for the terror surge that was called in, bolstered by the biotic grenade. Insomnia or boost overclock almost found just about everything. So now Quells is back over towards the Ramatra. Trying to go brawl for brawl. Rhino did swap to the Diva. So again, I'm looking to be mitigating a lot of damage. Can also play counter dive, but most importantly, watch out for Insomniac plus Rin. That Fox Rush Death Blossom combination, looking for a Beyblade here, Chris.
There it is. It's coming out. Can they find any kills? But he's unable to find any with it. Great shield coming up, but just enough time to block some of that damage, and they will fall. Unable. The Fox Rush wasn't used in tandem with it. They just kind of came out. There it is. They're finally using it, but Cureless coming out with the blade, finding the kill on the Clomps, taking them down. Can they find a second? Trying to jump onto that Anna, but unable to find it, as we do see Palisades dying left and right there. 2 down, 3 down. They're able to push it up to this checkpoint. There it is, a little bit of a stop, but it's not going to be enough from Insomniac as they fall. Clomps also as well. And there it is, Audrey Kell finally finding this first checkpoint after being stopped for quite a while from Palisades.
Yeah, I don't like Rhino using that bomb there towards the end. I mean, desperation settled in. The Pile Diva got dealt with pretty swiftly, and now it is threatening to get staggered. The second point was going to be captured. Just chalk it. Try to set up for a 3rd-point defense. Regardless, Audrey Kell won't have more time in the bank than you. But you need to try to resettle yourself. Quail's very close to getting that annihilation. Very potent for a front line. Clomps does have that Juno ultimate, so at least you will have that orbital assistance, and speed has been quite crucial with these Blizzard ultimates as well. Expect that in the next fight.
All right, there it is. But as you said, the 3, there's the Fox Rush coming out from Audrey Kell. Blizzard being used to try to stop it, though. Great freezes coming out from Speed, but they're only able to pick up 1 right there. Drop the beat was used to keep everyone else alive. Great ult once again from this Lucio to keep them up. Again, they are trading, but Adriel coming out on top here from that. That Blizzard tried to stop them, but great drop the beat will keep them alive. Can they find any stagger kills here? They are moving the payload up, and great job from Adriel.
They had to use the Fox Rush to get in towards that fight out of Fluff, so this Blade will be by itself. Won't have any support ultimates to back it up. Rhino does have that self-destruct. It's about to be a line. Insomniac, that's a massive pick. Numbers now for Adriel in the final push.
All right, they're looking for it. They're trying to get forward.
Comes the
Boost
Blade.
finding a second one as well. Blade out. Can they find the kills on it? They do on the clumps. They're getting this final push. It should be enough. There it is, the 2K, 3K without the Blade, but they pick up the kill onto Rhino, who still had that. Will they be able to get in there? There it is. Quail's using the ultimate as well. This is the last push that they need to get in there. Will they be able to get it? Boost, though, getting the kill with the overclock. There it is. 4 down on the side of Palisades, and Adriel picking up the 3rd point.
Yeah, very scary when you have a very intimidating Omnic just sprinting in front of you with his arms, punching you every single direction. Big annihilation there at the end. Couple that along with the boost overclock, and you got yourself a recipe for success. Now, with all that said, it was under a minute, so Adriel will be pushed up to 60 seconds. They will attack first. The way that overtime does work, it's more of how much time did you have at the end compared to the other one. Because Palisades did have more time, they also will be given the same amount of time that it took Adriel to get back up to a minute, so they will have 2 minutes and 30. They will defend first. We'll have to see if Adriel can, let alone unlock the payload and how far they can make it to set up that golden checkbox of victory.
1 minute is so little in this game mode, especially as we've seen how long these fights have been lasting between each team. They go for about 20-30 seconds apiece. That's about half the time that Adriel has right now, so they have to be very effective with what they have. They're not going to have enough time to really get those ultimates online either, unless they're super effective going into this first push. But Palisades did a really good job with the Orisa at the very beginning, keeping them in check, so they have swapped back over to that. I like that move here for this opening sequence. Can they get this stop here? It will all depend on how efficient Adriel is.
Yeah, Boost staying on that Sojourn, quite a very important pick. And I think we said their name a lot by way of ultimate, but Longhorns on this Lucio has been a difference maker. These sound barriers, again, when I say defensive ultimates, I mean the sound barrier. A very crucial ultimate to have for yourself to shut down big moments that Palisades throws your way.
All right, actually taking a lot of damage. Palisades is going to have to back up a little bit there, but great job staying alive from Rhino. Again, they just wanted to buy off as many times. Look, we're already halfway through the time here, and they haven't even been able to move up just yet. Clump's taking a lot of damage, but will stay alive, and massive kill onto Boost from that Genji there. Might spell the difference that is needed on here, but Longhorns actually getting the kill onto Insomniac. That is a little crazy seeing the support pick up that there. Wow, 15 seconds left. They have to move up. Great sleep coming out, though, to kind of stop a little bit of that bleeding to allow them to get back into this fight here. 7 seconds. They're about to get into that overtime. If a play is made, it has to be now. Rhino taking a lot of damage, but getting healed up.
How's he alive?
Wow. Clumps actually is falling. Fluff able to get the kill onto Rhino here with the overtime. They should be able to pick up this contestation here. Great final push will allow them to cap the point. And wow, what a sequence from Adriel.
I think Longhorn was just spraying towards the back because where Insomniac died was all the way in the back line for Palisades. And once that came through, everybody from Adriel just funneled on forward. I thought that the early pick on a boost should have been the numbers advantage required, but even the sleep doesn't stop Quails from pushing on in towards the back line. And Fluff was also fighting a lot of damage, has the Fox Rush ready for this upcoming fight.
All right, and they're going to need it. Overtime activated. They have so much room. They have to make up for it as well. There it is, the damage coming up. Fox Rush, the only ultimate online, but we do have the nano boost also from that side. There it is. Boost taking up a good kill onto Insomniac. Is this the advantage that they need to go forward in this fight? But Fox Rush used. Can they find any kills onto the side? Longhorn's falling. This is a massive fight for Palisades to get the overtime. They're trying to keep it up, but 2-3 members down. Can they keep this overtime going? Boost will fall next. Clueless trying to use that blade, but it is not going to be enough. A 3-on-1. will end that push there from Audrey Kell, and it looked so decent at the start, but with so little time, just not enough for them to keep going.
Yeah, really good focus fire coming through for Palisades there in those final few moments. Even with the ultimates being online for Audrey Kell first, Palisades were able to isolate and quite literally separate and overtake everybody for Audrey Kell once they started to find value with their ultimates. But you still have the golden checkbox of victory. The point was still unlocked. And you saw even for Audrey Kell, who are on offense first, who did find that opening first amount of damage, it took them a whole minute just to get on the point originally. So that's what you're almost hoping for. So I'm questioning what the composition is going to be for Audrey Kell on the defense. They're staying on this brawl composition. Put trust into Keerless and Boost. The DPS have been finding continuous amounts of value. My biggest fear for this composition on defense is the lack of burst healing. Fluff needs to be quite timely with the Suzus to stop the onslaught that Palisades are setting themselves up for. Because if Rhino comes out on the Zarya, they're going to try to set up a detonation for the game clock. Give us this much time. We'll set up our Wombo combo, get the Graviton Surge, get the orbital assistance from Klomp. Ren's right there for the consistent healing in the Suzu as well. Insomniac for the consistent damage on the Sojourn. But once you get the Blade online and the Graviton Surge, those are 2 game-winning ultimates. So that very much so could be what Palisades are playing for. Audrey Kell need to try to spec this, and they need to be prepared for it.
You will have to see if they can get this stop, as you said. Actually, switching over to the Junker Queen right at the last second.
I like
there.
this so much more. I think that the Rampage ultimate is so much more effective. It could really displace and call out the Suzu early if it lands.
All right, we'll have to see if it fails out well. First, Junker Queen is being massive in about every region, I think, so far. Look at this already starting up here. And as you said, they're just taking their time. They have the 2 minutes to work with to try to get some of these ultimates online and then get their push out. They don't have to work too far once they do as well. But there it is. Them just moving forward here slowly but surely, looking at that point, trying to see if they can get this first kill. Audrey Kell trying to do their best, but Rin actually going to fall first. A great job getting that first kill from the side of Audrey Kell. It is going to burn off some time off of Palisades after getting this 1, 2, and possibly 3, 4. There it is, getting all those kills off. We see instantly the switch back over to the D.Va now from the side of Palisades. So a little bit of a test there with the Junker Queen, but didn't fare out too well, so they are going to make the swap.
And Fluff, again, in these opening fights, same for their opening offensive attempt here in overtime, found so much damage. He's about to have a Fox Rush in less than a 75-second span.
Just exactly what they need to now. A minute left to work with for Palisades. They have to get something going, but look at this. Quail's on the backside trying to get the damage down onto it. Of course, the defense matrix coming out and handy to stop some of those projectiles, but they have to find a kill here. Speed at about half health, finally getting killed up. Foxtrot being used. Fluff taking a lot of damage, is able to stay alive though. Massive from them coming out. They will trade kills from Insomniac on to Fluff. Boost trying his best to stay alive, but Sound Barrier online. Do they need to use it just yet? They have not used it yet. Jumping onto the point here is the D.Va. Getting demeched, though, is going to fall, so she is so squishy once that happens. And there it is. Audrey Kell with a massive team fight coming out onto it. 20 seconds left for Palisades. They have to try to find something. There it is. Will they get the blade coming out with
Speed
the
has
Fox
blade.
Rush? But they're not able to use it.
Gotta try to get back towards the point. He's isolated in towards the window. Keerless is trying to chase. All the rest of the Palisades are dead, down to 10 seconds. Somebody needs to try to get on towards the point, and the rest of Audrey Kell are meeting him at the gates.
There's the boost coming out of the D.Va to do so just there, but Speed finally coming back. She gets the mech right away. Once again, they find the kill onto her. This should be it. Fox Rush being used. They get the kill onto 3 members. The ultimate not even able. There it is, the blade coming out. Can they find a miracle play? They cannot. And there it is, Audrey Kell with the massive defense to take this map number 2.
Wow. I mean, down but surely never out. I truly did feel like that the time difference was going to be the end-all, be-all, but when they were just hanging around inside the choke trying to play for ultimates, they were finding no poke. I mean, like, Keerless was the only one that was overextending, and he was just throwing out deflex to be able to get the confirmation of information. No high ground was found. And then once that one pick came through on the Rin, the Kiriko v Kiriko action was not on my bingo card, but man, was Fluff finding continuous value on that Kiriko. Those opening first 2 fights were so swayed in the favor for Audrey Kell because of the right-click damage that was being found by Fluff.
hats off to them. As you said, they stuck to the comp. They wanted to play the brawl comp, and it was working for them. They decided to stick to it, and they played it out so well, getting those opening kills. But still, as you said, that Lucio coming in so clutch for them so many times. Just my player of that map, to be honest. Those sound barriers coming out were massive, keeping them alive. And then finding those shots, getting that nice little kill for them. They have to feel good about that, getting that kill from long range on the Lucio. You love to see it.
Yeah, controlled spam is definitely a thing that you want to make sure that you're spamming headshot level, because you never know when it comes down to those 3-round burst weapons, you might find a lucky pick in towards the back line, and they're not playing Mercy, so numbers advantage is an absolute benefit to have for yourself. All tied up one apiece here in our grand finals for the CMS conference, one best of 5 to settle who is going towards states and who has to play through the LCQ in just 2 weeks' time. We're going to throw things to a very short break. When we come back, map number 3 for this best of 5. So you found yourself here on a Saturday night for conference championships in the CMS region. My name's Andy. Joined with me is Chris, and we have the grand pleasure to watch these two juggernauts of the CMS region duke it out in grand finals. Palisades finally stating the undefeated record so far as maps are concerned for Adriel. Adriel, they picked Midtown for their hybrid map pick. Go for a crazy full stop there as far as the defense are concerned. And now we go over towards Caliseo. It's going to be the map 3 pick here for the Palisades Pumas. A little bit of push action, never hurt nobody.
No, it did not. This is one of my favorite maps to watch as well because we get so much action out of it. And it's usually back and forth, at least from what I've seen in the Sandhills region. A lot of teams going back and forth with it. Of course, remember, though, if you push it all the way, it does end. But if time expires, the team with the furthest push distance on that robot will take the W here. And both of these teams will come out swinging as we've seen them. A nice view there, as we see. You'd love to see it there. Nice little track out there, a little light speed rail going. Hopefully one day we'll have those. I'd like to get around the world in one of those fairly quickly. But here we are, jumping straight into it. Will we see any changes on the comps? And, oh, Soldier 76 coming out. Baptiste possibly as well.
I think you're thinking of the wrong game sphere as well. I think you've gotten the thoughts of Hextech Gates a little bit too much in your mind.
That is a little bit. That is weighing on my mind today, but not the right game for that just yet. So we'll talk about some Overwatch going into this one here. But
Rin on the Lucio just for the speed boost out of spawn. Longhorn has been on the Frog the entire series so far. No composition changes whatsoever for Audrey Kell. Don't fix what ain't broke.
Nope, but Soldier 76 coming out. I do like to see it. Ooh, a little bit of New York Excelsior skins out here also. A little throwback to Owl. But there we are starting on this. Whoever can get this first little skirmish out on top usually can get a nice little push going for themselves. There we see Palisades jumping right into it, finally getting a little bit of push on to that robot there, not contested just yet. The Diva doing such a great job with those missile barrage coming out, doing some damage, but gets the mech, so has to get out again. So squishy, there she is. Finally will fall from Boost, who gets that kill, went a little too far forward with those boosters, and they will get taken down once that tank is out. It is so squishy on that side. Great follow-up from the rest of Palisade, or Audrey Kell, sorry. Onto that, they're going to pick up about 3 on that engage and finally get that robot pushing in their favor.
Yeah, again, just Fluff finding more continuous value with this Kiriko pick was quite integral to the success in the last 2 rounds of Midtown. The same thing here for the opening engagements of Caliseo. About to have that Fox Rush online. Clomp gonna swap over towards Yana and try to help out with the front line. Aerobatic grenades have been quite good. Could help out the back line, look for these dives.
Yeah, we do see the Cassidy coming out as well here. So hopefully you can get some, wow, actually big kill from Rhino coming out onto Fluff. So now they finally have the person advantage going into this. Genji doing some good job with those shurikens, trying to get some damage out. But there it is. The robot finally getting pushed in their favor, seeing if they can possibly find a second kill there. Finally find it onto Quail. Great job from Rin following up with the rest of their team. Rhino getting up onto the top to get the kill onto Cureless as well. There it is. Finally, we're seeing some Palisades good team fight coming out right now. Buso going to find a counter kill onto Rin, so it should be able to stop a little bit of bleeding, but it should be enough to kind of get this evened out on the push for the side of Palisades right now. They do have the Fox Rush as well. It's a self-destruct online at the moment. Fox Rush and the sound barrier online for the side of Audrey Kell, as well as that overclock that just came up also. We'll have to see out of Cureless and Speed who can get it first so they can get that blade out, because both of them will have the follow-up from the Fox Rush.
Good progress for Palisades after flipping it. Fox Rush at least coming through from Rin. Speed has that blade online now. It would be late, but the beat was more than ready. Great response coming through out of the sound barrier.
Yeah, definitely sound barrier. Again, coming up clutch from Longhorns. There it is, the Deadeye not going to connect on anything after being charged up there. Can they find a kill? No, they can't. He's going to fall down from Boost, doing such a great job there. Once again, finding another kill. 3 falling down. Great sound barrier. These sound barriers have just been so clutch. That blade comes out, sound barrier drops, able to mitigate a lot of that damage, and then allows Audrey Kell to pick up those fights. They still have blade online and overclock.
Yeah, 2 clutch moments right there for Audrey Kell. Again, the sound barrier wonderfully pointed out, but then the annihilation. I mean, Palisades were mere moments away from flipping that. Palisades are working their way back in. Self-destruct forced out of Rhino as they were losing their mech.
All right, it's going to be used. Of course, not picking anything up, but can instantly remech right after it. Can they find any kills onto the back line here? They are able to find the kill onto Boost, but Boost found Insomniac before that. Longhorns, once again, a great kill on the clumps. Support action. Rhino finding another kill, though. What is this Longhorns turning into DPS here at the moment, getting all these massive kills. They should be able to find one on to the D.Va after she got demech. And great job out of Quails helping finish that up. But Longhorn turning into a DPS Lucio here at this moment is coming so clutch for Audrey-Kell.
Yeah, funny Astro would be proud of this play that we're seeing on a Longhorn. Again, just a Lucio in your back line, especially around the secondary area of push. Once the forward spawns do become enabled, can be a real problem with all the different skating he can do. Rhino forced to respect the Ditto. Klomp just called out, gets strong-armed by Quails. No Ramantra ultimate required. Might get traded here. Has the guard up, good healing and spacing provided. Cannot believe that Audrey-Kell's tank of Quails is still alive.
Doing their best trying to get them, but again, great healing coming out of Longhorns, keeping their tank alive. They still have the sound barrier online as well as the blade. Will they be able to follow up? We only see the Nano boost online, but no blade to follow up with it right now. They're so far away from any of these DPS ults, and there it is. Actually, great kill coming out of Rhino onto boost. This swap has been so successful for them so far, getting a second kill onto Fluff. There it is. This might be exactly what they needed, the Annihilation online as well. Can they stay alive to be able to use it? They're trying to do their best to come out. Again, staying alive. There's massive heals coming out of the side of Palisade. Great orbital strike to keep the team alive from Rin there. Exactly what they needed, although there it is. 5 ults online for the side of Audrey-Kell.
I'm definitely questioning Insomniac's desperation pick onto the far. I mean, Boost has been really accurate with this Sojourn so far through this best of 5. So got to be watching those right clicks. Good burst damage comes through, though, in that 1v1. About to have that blade online as Klomp is still resting on this nano boost.
All right, Boost has to be careful. Almost taken out. Does get out of harm's way for the time.
Rhino.
There it is. Wow, Soundbarrier coming up, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh
Annihilation taking them all out. They have 5 ults. One was used, but it was taken out, and it doesn't matter. Rhino is massive in this fight with that Annihilation.
I didn't even see, like, did the sound barrier get fully procced?
It did not get fully procced. He died before it procced off.
I mean, that nano boost to keep Rhino alive turned into an Annihilation play. Now this blade that's about to be online for speed should be free.
There it is. They're looking for it. Insomniac has the Missile Barrage as well coming up. But again, 4 ults. Again, but Fearless dying at the moment. Rhino doing such a good job there. We see it switching over to Boost's point of view. But Justice reigns from above.
Good
taking one out. But, yep, great job by Cureless is going to take them out. So great job now allowing that full ultimate to come out. Can they follow up here? This is the Fox Rush being used. Blade not activated just yet. Cureless being a little careful, maybe too careful as they get taken down. And might be a little bit of a miscommunication from the team there as 4 of them fall once again. And they still have that blade after the Fox Rush was used.
Forward spawn still enabled. Palisades don't have any supports to help out Rhino. And well, Quails is just going to call this team fight immediately with the Annihilation. I think that was an egregious call. Probably didn't need it. It helps them stay alive, but that's a big ultimate now out of the bank for Audrey-Kell. Palisades with these close spawns will be right back into the thick of it just in a matter of seconds.
They are, and look at that. So Orbital Strike at 81%. Rhino, of course, only at 55% with their Annihilation, but they do have Blade online.
Yeah,
Blade
exactly.
versus Blade at the moment, but when
no
you look
sound
at
barrier from Longhorns either to stop it.
And Nano Boost at 64%, they're definitely in the better looking with those ultimates, so they just kind of have to wait a little bit longer to get those out. Of course, though, Audrey-Kell in favor on that push by about 4 meters right there, but how will this play out? You know, we're looking at both of these teams with their ultimate charges, and right now it's looking better for Palisades.
Prompting up, Cureless is the first to unsheath the blade. Orbital Vector is going to be called in by Rin, but not before Klomp will go down. And you know that Palisades wanted to combo that Nano Boost along with that blade, but Audrey-Kell just rolled them over. Palisades just trying to head for the hills. A couple of delayed kills will come through, but Palisades are okay with conceding that. Robot still has a long way to go before they regroup.
All right. Of course, as you said, that Nano coming up almost online. They will have that along with the Annihilation as well. So actually 3 massive ults coming for Palisades here when they decide to get that fight out. Look at that there on the Quells, getting some of that push. There it is, the Blade coming out with the Nano. Can they find any kills? He's taking a lot of damage, has to be a little careful here, but finding a massive kill onto Longhorns. They're able to pick that up, but actually gets countered by Boost, who gets a nice little shot on that Ashe to take them out there. Finding a second one onto Insomniac is that Genji. So once again, the Blade not being super effective, and Audrey Kell looking pretty good in this fight. Boost trying their best to stay alive, is able to stay alive at the end. They do have sound barrier in case it gets a little too dicey there, but right now it's a team fight is going on. It is Quails who is able to find 2 kills there to keep them going forward, and Audrey Kell coming on top of that fight.
Yeah, Audrey Kell with that team fight win, not only lead in Ultimate Economy, but also are about to be closing out the game. They have the Kiriko Ultimate online. Bob's also about to be in place. Sound barrier needs to be preserved because Palisades also have some heavy hitters online.
Rocket Fuel, Ren actually taking out Fluff there. Bob coming out to assist the team. Can
He's too
Bob
far.
get any kills? Can they find anything? They can. Quells getting a nice kill onto Insomniac before that missile barrage can be used. They find 5 team kill coming out from Audrey Kell. They'll be able to push this in and take game number 3.
Easy pickings coming through for Audrey Kell. Even on Palisades map pick, it simply does not matter. The Brawl comp was so good that it forced Rhino to try to match for the mirror. And by the time that the fight was so up close and personal, I mean, Boost on the Ashe pick was so wonderful. Felt that they were playing more long range with the Sojourn anyway. Might as well make the headshots rain on a little bit more. But it mostly just came down to the tank v tank matchup. I mean, Rhino, try as they absolutely might, just simply could not stop Quails on that Ramatra. Through thick and thin, the Ramatra was always consistent. It wasn't the DPS that was lighting things up. It was a really good team effort out of Palisades to be able to flip a lot of these team fights. But, man, I tell you, the Ramatra out of Quails is definitely something to be feared.
It is, and both. Looking at it, you have these players stepping up for Audrey Kell. First Longhorns on map 2, and now Quails on map number 3. You know, when it's a team effort like that and multiple team members can step up, that's what's going to help you win this grand finals here. So we'll have to see what Palisades do. Again, they have map pick. It didn't look that horrible, but they are getting outplayed a bit here. So they'll have to, you know, take a little bit of time, figure out what they can do going into map number 4 to hopefully force a game number 5. But here it is, Audrey Kell on series point. If they win this, they are the state champions.
And it's going to have to go down on a flashpoint because, again, Escort has to be that map number 5. So, for all intents and purposes, I know I'm probably comparing apples to oranges in some eyes, but, I mean, the last time that they were here for map number 4 versus Sun Valley, they were able to win it, albeit that was on push. When they played Flashpoint, Sun Valley did win it. It went to Surivasa, so in between Surivasa and New Junk City, maybe from recency you probably go New Junk, but like it's really tough to be able to gauge. It was just on a knife's edge that map number 2 Flashpoint was versus Sun Valley. So it's truly anybody's game, but you just got to pick whatever's comfortable to you. You got to try to win the brawl by any stretch of the imagination because so far Audrey Kell have not changed their composition, maybe barring a couple late swaps.
Yeah, exactly right. And then once, as you said, if it's not broke, don't fix it at this point. And Audrey Kell is going with that. And we've seen some things work out of Palisades, but they haven't really been able to find that niche after the map number 1. So they're going to have to try to look for it and see what they can find here. We've seen some good plays, but sometimes just not really matching up synergistically with the ults. And that's what's been really winning some of these fights for Palisades, or for Audrey Kell as well. So again, we'll move into it, but we'll have to see what they pick. As you said, it's going to be big. Map picks are massive in this game. They can really turn the tide of the series. So we'll have to see if maybe we're moving into something a little more practice. As you said, though, Audrey Kell just beat Palisades on their map.
Yeah, exactly. So, and they might be able to do it again. Even if you push it to a map number 5, Palisades are going to have to beat Audrey Kell on one of their map picks. And they got close on the Midtown. So, I mean, I wouldn't push it out of the realm of possibility. This has been a very competitive grand finals. But up on championship point are Audrey Kell. Should they win this upcoming map, they will guarantee a ticket to States, which is happening very, very soon. So you want to keep a close eye on that. It's happening sometime in December. But just because your road does end here for Palisades, you've already guaranteed top 4. So they will probably end up seeing Sun Valley again in top 4 should they lose it here. But again, there is a lot of things on the line. I think that it's one of those things that for Audrey Kell, we're already feeling confident through your flawless record so far coming in towards the season. Same could be said for Palisades. Sun Valley kind of humbled them a little bit, but I don't even think it really matters. I think you just need to try to get in towards this point. You need to try to regain immediately and just try to set the tempo because we haven't seen that since the last stage of Lijiang Tower.
Exactly, and maybe you kind of have to go into thinking about this that it is a one game now. You're on that point. You have to pull out all the stops. You have to play your perfect games. Now is the time. So let's have to see. We're still waiting on that map pick to see what they go. Of course, as it is, they are on that do or die. They are definitely taking their time. Maybe having a little team meeting to figure out what they want. Take a little breather after it. Definitely respect it, but you can't take too much time because you're also allowing your opposition to take that break as well. So when you're thinking about it. We'll have to see what they pull out.
Yeah, Saravasa will be the map pick here for Palisades. And again, I mean, this was the same flashpoint that they lost, albeit it went towards the final flashpoint versus Sun Valley back on the map number 2 in semifinals. So I don't even know. It's data that's certainly there, but I don't think it's very palatable to how this one might go.
Exactly. Here we are again looking around these nice little maps here, and again, a big thing it comes down to, as Andy was saying, is the team composition. Will Audrey Kell decide to stick with what they had, or will they decide to change it up a little bit? But it is Palisades who has to find that perfect niche little comp to get them going forward. They did do well on the control map, and Flashpoint a little bit similar, where you do control the point and then go into it. Of course, you have to move in succession afterwards, so once one's finished, you have to instantly move to the next one. So we'll have to see how the teams adjust to that as well. We do see Palisades possibly picking up the May this time going forward, so nice little change there. But on the side of Audrey Kell, sticking to their guns quite literally in this game. I like to see it. Again, this raw camp has been working, so might as well stay with it.
It's a lot of faith that Insomniac will be landing a lot of the damage. Speed has been the heavier hitter of the two for Palisades, at least through this best of 5. But anything to get Keerless off of the backline. Again, to Chris's point, Audrey Kell not switching up a darn thing. Because why would you? It's been working so far, so wonderfully for the past 2 maps. As the flashpoint will open up in 15 seconds, here comes the brawl.
All right, both teams are going to juggle for position, but having the high ground there is Audrey Kell taking some of that. But there we see them moving up, able to find the Genji deflection into the defense matrix, both of them using their defensive abilities coming out there. It is going to be some damage going down onto both of the members right now. Who can come out on top? The ice block having to be used to keep Speed alive there at the moment. Great damage coming out of this from Macho once again. Just so heavy hitting, as you said earlier on it. They are not allowing Palisades to get in. There it is, finally open for members on it. They're already at 20%. Able to find the kill on Boost is Insomniac though, but gonna get countered instantly there from the Quail. Can they find the kill on to the Lucio? Yes, they can, and there it is. They should be able to keep it for a little bit longer here, so not able to get directly onto it. Can they find this kill on Quail?
Oh my gosh.
Just staying alive for so long. 55% already. Despite getting those kills, we're not able to go. Blizzard being used, but nothing to follow up on it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was a bad call coming through from Speed. I mean, ultimately, Rin did throw him the nano boost. He was seeing red, but here comes Palisades reintroducing themselves. Insomniac putting on the big boy cowboy pants and was able to find himself 2 eliminations. About time for Rhino to bring himself back in towards the fight, but Audrey Kell did capture 85%. And all of that happens because Fluff threw the Suzu in such an angle that it got around the May wall. It cleansed Quails, and he stayed alive for well longer than he should have.
Yes, and Blizzard had to be used on it, but we do have the Fox Rush as well as Deadeye online now for the side of Palisades. But again, that Annihilation that was so good in map number 3 is online here for Quails once again with that Fox Rush. Keerless almost having that blade, but no sound barrier just yet, so they may want to wait a little bit for it to come up. They have plenty of time as well, as Rhino is almost at that self-destruct, but not just yet. Here it is, the fight starting for both of them coming out. Nice asleep there, but it doesn't matter as Boost gets the kill onto Insomniac. Fox Rush coming out. There it is, the blade coming out. Can they find the kills with it they're looking for? Yes, it is. On to Speed. 1, 2, taking out self-destruct, taking out 1, but it's not going to matter as 3 fall on the side of Palisades. Audrey Kell reclaimed the point.
Did you see that snap after Rhino called in the self-destruct towards the pile of Diva? That was disgusting. Keerless with the blade. I thought that it would have been too much with Quails with the Annihilation. He used it to stay alive, but yeah, Audrey Kell are able to get the job done. Rhino thought he had the trick up the sleeve there with the self-destruct. Not to be. The only thing he found was death. And Palisades gonna wish that they had an ultimate or 2 back in towards the tank. Longhorn's about to have that sound barrier, going to be saving that probably for the Blizzard that Speed's still working towards after kind of giving it away in the opening fights.
Yeah, and Deadeye online, but, you know, without any CC to follow up, it's really risky to use, so not going to want to use it just yet. There's the wall coming out, trying to keep them from going. There it is, the damage coming out, but the sound barrier being used to keep everyone topped off there. Cureless able to get in and get the kills with the assistance of that overclock being used. Now they're going to pick up number 3. Will number 4 come out? They finally get them onto it. D-Mech kill after kill after kill for the side of Audrey Kell, and what a team fight.
Oh, Boost. A little bit extra salt and pepper at the end of that elimination versus Speed, but I mean, like, that's a hell of an overclock coming through from Audrey Kell. Again, they had the 2 ultimates compared to the other 2 online for Palisades, but Audrey Kell slapped the Q key first, and they use that overclock, and they take all the space up the stairs. They are in possession of the flashpoint first.
They are already up to about 38%. Oh, there you hear the Deadeye coming out. Can he find any members? But they're moving behind the wall, of course. And then they get the kill on to the Kiriko Ren. Gonna get D-Mech'd right there. They're coming out swinging once again. Audrey Kell just finding so much damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, fall. Ren trying to get out on it, but of course it's so hard when you're so immobile. Getting taken out there once again. Audrey Kell just cannot miss there. The Deadeye, I'm unsure why it was used at that moment. There was no real follow-up that they could go on it, and then Audrey Kell had the advantage with the terrain to just move behind that wall.
Yeah, just channeled way too early. Now it's more than desperation. For Palisades, you're forced to try to contest this, but Quail's just trying to go for the body block. Here comes the Blizzard around the point. Fox Rush on the opposite side. Cureless, no blade. Speeds, Blizzard's on the floor. Already used the ice block. Palisades down in numbers. They're down in HP. Audrey Kell letting them have it, and the kill feed is just so pure blue. It's like you said, these boys, they just don't miss. 2-0 goes the lead on Flashpoint, 1 Flashpoint away from a ticket to States.
At this point, Palisades, I'm not sure what they're doing. It's just the ults that they're using are just not in tandem with one another. They're using them at inopportune times, and this instantly coming down to what these team fights are. We almost have Sound Barrier online, along with the Blade. Annihilation online as well, only to the Nano on the side of Palisades. Maybe they have the self-destruct, but nothing else to follow up on it as well. This is it. Whoever gets contention of this point will start point number 3. There it is. Oh, finally some kills coming outside of Palisades. This might be exactly what they're looking for. Can they find any more? Yes, they can. They're looking for the final kill on to Cureless, but of course on that Genji, they're going to be able to get out, no problem. But finally picking up a couple kills, able to get control of this point number 3. They have to get the reverse sweep on this map so they can try to force it to a game 5. It's a good start, but look, 4 ultimates online for the side of Audrey Kell right now.
Speed back over towards the Genji just feels right. If you're going to reverse sweep in the Flashpoint, need that guy to get online. Orbital strike or orbital assistance very close. Rhino needs to stay inside the smack. The self-destruct needs to be used on their terms, but a big 4 hitting ultimates online for Audrey Kell as they reintroduce.
Audrey Kell again looking for it, trying to see if we can. Deadeye online once again. Will they be able to find many kills with it this time? Is going to be pivotal for the outcome of this point here. Rhino again, as you said, wanting to use that self-destruct. There it is.
Oh,
but
too
they
high.
all ran. Oh, they find 2. Oh, that is so big for Rhino, finding a massive double kill onto the supports. They're going to move on to Quell now, as Insomniac was able to get the kill on the boost. There it is. Massive 4K coming out for the side of Palisades on top of that 2 kill from the self-destruct, and we thought it was too high, but it was ended up being perfect for the side of Palisades, and they're able to pick up that point.
I didn't think it was going to get around the corner. And now Palisades, they get that Flashpoint. They stay alive here in this map number 4 to try to force it yet again to another map 5 off of 1 ultimate. The problem is that it was 1 self-destruct. You're about to have 4 online yourself, but Audrey Kell have the entire menu available at their disposal for this first fight for the upcoming Flashpoint.
They are, and we know how effective they have been with it so far. If they can get control of this last Flashpoint, it might spell doom for Palisades. But the fight going down here, there it is. The sound barrier dropped with the Fox Rush being used. Will we see a follow-up? But no, Deadeye's going to take out Fluff. Longhorn going to follow in suit right after. Clueless able to pick up 1 and 2. They are trading back and forth right now. It is actually going to be in favor of Audrey Kell as they're able to get these kills that they need coming out. Overclock being used. Can they find a second one? Yes, they can. Actually, Rhino's going to pick up 2 himself. It's so back and forth, this pandemonium on this point here. They're going, can they find it? They're able to pull it out. They have the blade, but not using it just yet. Finds another kill. There it is. Clueless coming up clutch for his team to pick up point number 3.
You really needed that if you're Audrey-Kel, given that you did use 4 ultimates, only for the 3 out of Palisades, but Palisades should be sometime soon near a blade of their own. There's no sound barrier online to stop it, so it's mostly just target Pryo. What can Speed possibly find once his blade comes online? No nano boost to back it up. Cureless has one on the opposite side. No defensive ultimates either for Palisade, so it's simple Cybernetic Ninja on Cybernetic Ninja. And here comes Speed towards the backline. Clomps off of the targeted healing. Actually finds 2. Big damage comes through from Palisades, and Speed's blade calls fight. 56% earned for Audrey-Kel as Palisades get in control.
Didn't even have to use the self-destruct on that. Clomps coming up massive with 2 kills there, assisting their team. Speed able to pick up so much damage with that blade as well. They get recontrol this point. This point number 4 has been absolute pandemonium from both teams, and now it's just going to be who can keep control of it. They should have enough time to at least even get out there, but they do have the self-destruct that if they need to use it, they have it here. Blade for Clueless, but doesn't have any follow-up just yet from that sound barrier or from that Fox Rush, so he's going to have to hold on to it for the time being. There they are, trying to enter the point. Isn't there? The blade actually being used. Can he find the kill?
He's so low.
Somewhere? They can't, but he gets taken down by Rhino. Such a massive pick coming up from that tank. Will they get back into it? They're jumping on this point. There it is. They drop the self-destruct in the middle to force them off of it. Gonna recall that mech right away as Speed is taken out. There goes Quells, King on the chumps. They are trading back and forth between, but can they find the kills that they need? Actually, demeched is the Diva there. Boost finding a kill onto Rhino. That's absolutely massive for the side of Audrey-Kel, as they do have the man advantage on the 5-2 at the moment and keeping Quails alive. Speed is going to be the next to fall, and they finally get it in the 99% before Palisades could pick that up, and now they are on the front foot. But look at that, 3 ultimates for the sides of Palisades.
Yeah, Longhorns, I had no business staying alive. Again, this point will absolutely value for a Lucio that does not touch the ground often. About to have a sound barrier ready for this fight. Nano boost online. It's historically gone to Rhino for this map. Speed, only 44% to the blade. And well, Palisades, you gotta go.
They're in there trying to get the damage, but the sound barriers drop to keep them alive. But Annihilation doing so much damage. Insomniac on the back line. They get the kill, but there it is. Fluff taking down Rhino. Getting the 1 second. Can they get the kills that they need? Now they're trying their best to stay alive. Annihilation coming out massive, though. Is going to get it, but will they be able to finish up on him? They can. And this fight so back and forth will favor Palisades at the very end, though.
Those 2 picks that came through, Audrey-Kel lost their support so early after the first 2 picks came through for them. But the biggest difference was that Rin was still alive, and that meant that Rhino lived to fight another day, has a self-destruct online. This goes the distance. Flashpoint number 5, about to be online. Insomniac to the Tracer. Double ditch effort for the backline dive. Speed's about to have a blade online to back up for the self-destruct for Rhino. What does Audrey-Kel have? A whole lot of nothing.
A whole lot of nothing indeed, and this is it. This Palisades need to get this point. They want to keep their hope to run the states alive here, and right now they're looking in a good position to do it, but they have to stay alive. Insomniac on the Tracer now. Gor's going to be looking for to get that Pulse Bomb online as soon as possible. Speed, though, has to be a little bit careful here. Is going to get back up and get healed, though. There at the moment, Clueless trying to get theirs up. There it is. Blade finally online. A little bit, about 7% until Nano Boost. Can they get that Nano Blade up? Insomniac falls first.
Nano Boost on a Rhino. Just to stay alive. It doesn't go over towards Speed. He's half HP. Careless also has a blade on the opposite side.
Rhino trying to do their best, but there's the blade coming out. Triple kill out. Actually, it's going to be a double for Cureless. Speed getting 1 on the counter, but won't be enough. There it is. Self-destruct having to be used. Can they get back into the mech, though? They're able to find the kill on the Cureless. Both of them trading back and forth. Again, this is only the opening fight for this point as well, and they are going back and forth here. It might be both of them trying to see if they can find it. Quail coming out massive with that double kill at the end is going to allow them to pick up this point.
4 ultimates burn in that fight between the 2 teams, and we just started the capture percentage. Only 12%, and Audrey-Kel have the moment to breathe. Whale's about to have the Annihilation online. Orbital assistance on the opposite side. Double speed boost for Palisades. Rin is no longer on the Ana, so that burst healing's gone.
But look at this sound barrier, 15% away as well, and that's going to be such a massive ult. There it is, a lot of the damage coming out. Quail Still's looking, has that annihilation if it needed to be used. They're already at 44%, but massive. They're going to get the D-Mech onto Rhino. Can they find the kill onto the Baby Diva? They are able to find an annihilation coming out. Peerless going to jump on that backline, get that dash kill onto the Genji as well as the Cassidy, and there it is, a massive team fight. Sunbear dropped to keep them all alive at the end. Massive ults from Audrey Kell. They're at 75%. This might spell the end for Palisades. They don't have any ults online.
Yeah, the sound barrier, it might have been an overinvestment, though. Klomps did offer one up in their own right. Should have just let that orbital assistance come through in the upcoming fight. 97% Palisades need a touch.
They're getting on it. Can they find the kill? Insomniac, can they be able to find
Boost
one?
has overclock.
But here it is, they taking out. There's so much damage coming out. They demech and get the kill onto Rhino.
That could be it.
Overclock out, there it is, just as you said, and the blade, they're finding the kills that they need. Over time, they're trying to touch, but it's not gonna be enough as the kills come out, and Audrey Kell picking up such a massive fight on point number 5 will take the series and book their ticket to States.
I mean, it went the entire distance for a map number 4 as it possibly could. All 5 flashpoints available, Cureless with that final blade, and again, going in towards that fight, they had nothing. The first fight for the final flashpoint existed so long that it took 4 ultimates in total until we finally got the opening capture percentage. If that doesn't state how close this reverse 3-0 was for Audrey Kell, I don't know what truly will. It was a masterclass, but Audrey Kell will be the first team for Overwatch 2 states out of the CMS region, and Palisades are forced to play through the wildcard weekend in 2 weeks' time.
They are, and again, congratulations, Audrey Kell. That was such a massive pickup for them. You know, it has to be such a sigh of relief knowing that you came in as the undefeated team, stay undefeated at the end of the day to move on to states, kind of setting a statement to all the other regions saying, look at us here. You know, we might be the team to beat, and with as well as they were playing, I think they might be. You know, we have some great teams in the other region, but what a series that was. Again, though, Palisades do get to go through that wild card, and as strong as they have looked, you know, they possibly could book their ticket as well to get that wild card spot, so they can move on as well. But let's look at the bracket here. Audrey Kell, again, as you said, had to face themselves, so a bit of friendly fire going on a bit, but taking that win. Of course, they pick up the win on Palisades B before getting to the finals, and then on the opposite side there, Palisades versus Lexington picks up that win, and then as you said, that really close match between Sun Valley and Palisades that we'll most likely see again in the wild card weekend gets them to the finals, where Audrey Kell will pick up that win to book their ticket to the conference championship, and then move on to states, and what a run to do it in.
I mean, what a massive day just of Overwatch action. Again, 3-0s across the board. Thank you, everybody who showed up to play through this conference championships. But, you know, Palisades B, Sun Valley A, and Palisades A, we will see them all again through a wild card weekend. It's a hell of a run, and it's going to all accumulate in towards states where Audrey Kell will be waiting for potentially a rematch or another matchup, depending on how the other regions do break up here for the state of North Carolina. But, yeah, a hell of a day as far as CMS is concerned for Overwatch. We always knew that it was going to be a Palisades team versus Audrey Kell in the grand finals. I truly didn't. I thought Sun Valley really had that bag secured. A little bit more of a bias RD than it is anything. But it was a hell of a showcasing nonetheless. We are not done yet. Speaking of conference championships, it's not just the CMS region. We get the pleasure of watching the Western Grand Finals for Overwatch after a short break. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. It is the final match of our super duper Saturday. Here for conference championships, Overwatch, and college football. They have gone one more series to decide who is the team from with a Western Conference to make it to States.
It is. We have gone through CMS. We have gone through Sandhills, both picking up their winners in Audrey-Call as well as Durham School of the Arts. But now it is down to Western, the last game of the day, to see who will be the third team to get into the conference championship. Let's take a look at the bracket here. As we can see, Gaston Early College actually getting a bye in the first round, then meeting Cabarrus Early College in the second to book their ticket here to the finals of the conference championship weekend. On the second hand as well, Northwest Guilford picking up a bye as well, then defeating Kearns Academy, which I had the pleasure of casting a little bit earlier, is also the second team to make it to the championship finals as well.
Yeah, so Northwest Guilford, Gaston Early College, I'll spare everybody the science. They are the number 1 and number 2 seed. Gaston Early College and Northwest Guilford avoided each other throughout the entirety of the regular season. They both came in towards this tournament undefeated. No maps loss, no series loss. Both of them come into this 6-0. And as far as this tournament is concerned, from the Western side of things, well, no blood has been drawn. We have had only 3-0s throughout every single one of our best of 5s today. Will this be any different between the number 1 and the number 2? Numbers suggest probably, but I've seen a lot of Gaston Early College, and the thing that I can say about these guys, besides having very good DPS players, they are very macroly sound. They have a really good grip about how the game is played. Because they are the number 1 seed, they will get the opening control map pick. They are looking to tango on Nepal.
They are. Northwest Guilford, what I saw earlier, they have a lot of players that can play different roles, so that's how they end up switching up their comp. It's not so much a Serpent player playing a different hero, but they're actually switching up. But actually, so we're moving back. So Swanky Pants did start on control last time on tank as well, so we are kind of seeing that movement back again here. Macro Bolt is going to be on the Tracer, Thigby on that Cassidy, and then we do see Brigitte as well coming out for Northwest Guilford. We didn't see that too much earlier, but it did kind of come out towards the end, which helped them get the win over Kearns.
Eruption Sand is one of those players that we should be on the lookout for. Very tenured Bastion player. This guy simply does not miss. I'm just going to say ILL, because if I say that name way too many times, I'm going to get in trouble. So.
Most likely.
Yeah.
So it is good here. We don't want Andy to get in trouble. We love him here casting with us. But this first fight is going to start. Actually, Northwest Guilford is going to get the high ground advantage there. So they're going to go ahead and take that while they wait for this point to unlock. About 7 seconds left. Macro Bolt is going to have to bolt out of there on that Tracer. Very squishy, but able to use those shifts to get out. So there it is. Actually, a great pickup onto the Reaper there from Legendary. Once again, these supports coming out clutch with some of these early kills from a lot of these games today. So they are going to be able to control the point first. Northwest Guilford coming on there. It's going to get pushed back. Gaston Early College a little bit. We'll have to see how they come back against this. The Ramatra doing so well in the last series that we saw, coming out pretty clutch here in this game number 1 for Western as well.
I mean, look at him just like posted up inside the choke. You feel like by the end of the day, as far as this team fight is concerned, Gaston Early College should have enough oomph to try to push through the front line that is Northwest Guilford, mostly off of the Reaper. The Bussy there with a great biotic grenade, but it mostly comes down to the Sojourn that's just hanging out up top. Already has an overclock. Trying to find the headshots just a bit outside for the past 6 shots. Finally takes down the Bussy, and that means that you finally have the numbers advantage. A whole lot of healing dealt with for Gaston Early College. They call in the orbital assistance as well for Gaston to maybe try to bolster this push, Chris. And it's not really working out in their favor until Hurricane takes down their adversary.
They did, but look at that. Gaston able to get on the point and kind of take a sneak onto it, so they're starting to get it up despite that. There it is, Annihilation online, but they won't need to use it just yet, as they do finally force Gaston off of the point. So they'll get that back with 2 ultimates to spare, the Pulse Bomb online as well as the Annihilation. There we see Rally also getting up there as well. That'll be very helpful for the team. Nano boost, but nothing really to follow up, as that Reaper is about 30% away as well.
I think the best part about Gaston in that last onslaught was they did flip the point, and I know 16% isn't really anything to buck at, but like it's 16% that Northwest Guilford don't have, and it bought you enough time to be able to charge some ultimates of yourself. Terra Surge very close for the Arista of Gaston. They also have that Nano Boost available. I can only imagine that I'll probably go over towards Chief Warlock. Again, Nano Boost on towards Reaper, not as potent as it was back in Season 1 when it first came out, but still very good nonetheless.
course, here we are. We're seeing Gaston trying to push in a little bit there. The pulse bomb being used. Looks like they're going to get some damage onto the Bastion, but not enough there. The Nano actually coming out onto the Orisa there. Can they get the damage that they need? They do have the ultimate ready. There it is being used. Grabs everyone, pulls them down, but a great rally coming out to help keep them alive. Annihilation being used as well. So Orbital Strike from Northwest Guilford are going to counter that attempt from Gaston Early College, and they will get the team kill.
Yeah, that'll be the end of this first stage. Nobody from Gaston Early College is on a fast enough character to try to get here in time. 99% all the way up to 100. And yeah, I mean, the Terror Surge was really good, but Northwest Guilford, from all of their adventures at the early stages of this first one for Nepal, they just have the lay of the land. It's just way too many ultimates. You call in the Terror Surge, the Nano Boost. I would have loved to see go over towards the Reaper instead. Would have probably had a lot more damage, but you know, you got a Brigitte calling in for a rally alongside the Annihilation, which even 1-for-1 for a Terror Surge versus an annihilating tank, you're not going to kill him anyway, so the Ramacha's just going to walk out of there. And then all the healing coming through from the Brig. You also have the Shield Bash that makes it feel like Goats passed for Northwest Guilford as they just lock things up and make it look relatively easy off of the first stage here. But things could change as we move over towards the Shrine.
There it is. Northwest Guilford keeping the same comp, a little bit of a change on Gaston Early College. They're going to swap over to that Soldier 76, as well as that Juno as well onto the second point. So a little bit of the mirror coming out on the support side here, seeing if they can find any success with it. But wow, Northwest Guilford coming out swinging on this point and getting so much damage out onto the enemy team. Chief Warlock taking a lot of damage, is going to have to get out there, is going to have to use that heal to keep them point up. But once again, this Ramasha just standing in point, taking all that damage, and Thigby going to follow up with the kill onto the Anna. Will they be able to find a second? Yes, they can. Eruption is going to die. There it is. The Orisa falling as well. And once again, Northwest Guilford firing on all fronts on the second point, just picking up exactly where they left off on control point number 1 and feeling good on point number 2.
I mean, the Brigitte Juno composition as far as supports is very, very strong right now. I mean, you have the consistent healing out from the from the mace that is from the Brigitte, and then the targeting burst healing as well as consistent damage out of Legendary on the Juno. So Gaston need to take swaps to try to deal with it. Eruption Sand actually goes over towards the Junkrat, trying to quite literally explode the enemies right in the front line, trying to help out this Orisa to get further forward.
There it is. They're finding a lot of success getting the skills onto the end, and once they fall, the rest of the team, there it is. They're both of them trying to come out, the overclock being used, and then Swinky Pants falling up on all that damage from Thigby, getting those kills. Look at that triple kill for Swinky Pants coming out strong already, forcing them back into it, and then getting the kill before Juno can get back into their base there. Look at that. A little bit of the disrespect almost, saying, oh, I know you're about in there, but I'm going to get that kill anyways. Looks like we have a little bit of a frozen screen here, but we're going to assume that Northwest Guilford has kept control of the point right there as they force Gas and Cal back. But there it are. They're back on the point. Annihilation almost up. Swinky Pants staying alive once again. They do have the Orbital Strike that will be used as well. Pulse Bomb coming down. They're actually able to get the kill before the Orbital Strike can come out. They get 2-3 kills. Finally finding some success is Gaston Early College. They finally might be able to get control of this point. A little bit of that last percentage being taken up as the rest of the members of Northwest Guilford fall. And there it is. They're able to stop the bleeding for just a moment. But again, they do have the Annihilation online. We do have a Nano Boost. Possibly can be used with that Soldier 76 when they get the Visor online as well. But right now, they have to hold on to this point.
Surprised Microbolt didn't swap off the Tracer there versus this backline, especially with the bubbles now from Love. Northwest Guilford reintroducing themselves. Here comes the Annihilation, backed up with the rally. Nano Boost over towards Love once again. They've already lost their Juno. Overclock for extra measure coming through from Northwest Guilford. I mean, they already won the team fight. It's just greedy at this point just to get it more in a flashy way. The point will flip. 15% more Northwest Guilford looking to close game.
I mean, just so many ultimates being used there. As you said, they're able to get the kills. Right now, we possibly will see the tire come out, but he's going to get just knocked down by Thigby there before they can even get into the point. Maybe a little bit of an overcommitment by the Junkrat falling, and then it will be Northwest Guilford picking up map number 1.
Wow, pretty decisive. I will say that much. I mean, they got 36%, did Gaston Early College on point number 2, 16% on point number 1. Comparatively to 200%, I don't know if you could do quick maths like me, Chris, but that seems like a bigger number compared to a little one. So,
definitely.
pretty much a statement made here for Northwest Guilford. Gaston Early College, for all intents and purposes, I mean, they were kind of hinted at being the big dog, but Northwest Guilford, most importantly, the way that like both of the supports were playing off of the tank, the DPS could just do whatever the heck they wanted because there was just so much focus in displacement coming through from the support characters.
They were, and when you can just do that as a tank, especially on the Ramatra, you can just sit there and knowing that your DPS is going to get all that damage, they're able to follow up and get the kills. There was really no answer that they had when they played Northwest Guilford, just kind of steamrolled through it. A couple good fights for Gaston, but they weren't really able to find a way into that match. So again, they will be able to choose this next map though. So going into it, they will possibly maybe get a map they're a little more familiar with or something that they may feel a little more comfortable on. But again, we've seen a lot of these teams that despite, not having the map pick, they just roll over whoever does get the map pick. So I want to see, maybe some composition changes coming out, maybe make it a little bit easier for their side to get some of those kills and stay alive. But again, maybe sticking with what they know will be a little bit better.
Yeah, I feel like that there's no wrong picks at the end of the day. You do have the lay of the land. It just can't be escort, can't be control. So push, flashpoint, hybrid, what are you really feeling here? It just mostly comes down to whatever you probably played as much as possible. Have you scrimmed at all as well? That's why we probably have seen a lot of Kings Row. We got the Midtown coming through in our last best of 5 series, but I don't think that there's any wrong answers here. I think you just got to kind of go with your gut, pick a map mode combination that could benefit you to maybe play a little bit more straight up. We know that they love their brawl compositions. We know that it's a little bit more of a standardized setup coming through from Gaston Early College to set up players like Sand over towards the Bastion to try to get a lot of this early damage set up at least for the mortar strikes, but we didn't see any of that back in map number 1. So again, I think that you have the lay of the land, but right at this point in time, as Gaston Early College are still going through the motions on trying to figure out what the map number 2 will be, it's tough to really gauge what went wrong because it generally just felt like a team diff overall.
It did, and that makes it even harder when you go into the map picks because you're not really saying, no, maybe it was the map choice that was wrong. At this point, you're trying to figure out maybe what you're best at. And as you said, maybe if you haven't scrimmed as much, you won't know. But as it looks like they have picked it up, it looks like Kings Row will be our next map. As we said, we've seen a lot of that as well. Yeah. So we're going to jump into that one. But again, right now, we'll have to see how Gaston Early College can kind of flip this into their favor. This is their map pick, so they should come out a little bit ahead. But we'll have to see. Northwest Guilford looks so on top of it in map number 1 that I think they'll be able to carry that momentum over.
Yeah, and Nick and I, when we were casting over our last Kings Row, was all the way back in winners round 1, Palisades B versus Cata A, and we kept on talking about just how crucial those first few choke points are because you can get bottlenecked very, very easily on Kings Row. Just because you win the opening team fight doesn't mean you're out of the woods quite yet. That streets is just so narrow that you can recreate choke points just around the bar, just over by the bookstore, and then not to mention just how deadly that high ground is on top boilers. So we'll have to see. Is there going to be a response from Gaston Early College, who got absolutely millie-whopped in that map number 1? Northwest Guilford have themselves an edge here in the best of 5, looking to go flawless on the season, Chris.
Exactly, and that's how you want to make your statement coming out of your conference. You want to show that you are the best, and what better way to do it than 3-0ing in the finals. So we'll have to see here. Take a nice look at the stat sheets here. Taking a little sightseeing. Love to see it on Kings Row. What haven't really seen too much or anybody taking advantage of that high ground coming out of the attack point yet.
Are you talking about above the in the movie theater?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just like Widowmaker used to. Yeah. It was very, very good in 6v6 back when Widowmaker had like 200 HP. Headshot damage was always very true, and just like the bullet velocity, it was also very. Overwatch 1 just feels like it was eons ago. It was a very different getup here.
True.
We saw it earlier in the CMS one, of course, just like kind of choosing a Widowmaker just to kind of poke out, and then swap right back. That was Palisades B versus Sun Valley that we got Kings Row for that map number 3, but not as influential are super long-range hit scans, not like on a map like Kings Row. So defense set up for a little bit of a standardized brawl. It is unorthodox, but I mean, the Symmetra, Junkrat with the Reinhardt, it makes sense to me. What's scary is the supports. No defensive ultimate here for Gaston Early College.
Oh, there they are on the high ground trying to get some of that damage out, but will they be able to find too much success? There they are. Swanky Pants once again on that Ramacha, trying to get the damage onto the Reinhardt, but he, of course, is so tanky, he's able to live through it there. We have some turret versus turret action as well, as we do have two Symmetras out there going battling against each other. High ground for the Bastion, trying to see if they can get the kills, but just not enough hits yet. Will they find it? Yes, they can. Finally find the kill on to Chief Warlock is Thigby, so they're going to open it up right there for their team. Gaston Early College still trying to ward off this push, but there it is. Northwest Guilford starting to get the cap into their favor to unlock that payload. A second kill should allow them to get that out and force Gaston Early College to the back line for the time.
Yeah, I mean, first team fight, win, get payload unlocked. 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the board for Northwest Guilford. And the most important part is the damage soon after. You already have the Bastion ultimate ready in rear and ready to go. Very close to getting that orbital assistance as well. And we saw how good throughout the entirety of this season since Juno's launch is good at corralling enemies.
There it is. Can they find success? What is massive? But we do actually see them getting underneath of that roof in just enough time to stay alive. But there it is. The ultimates are coming out. Eruption Sand able to get killed. Massive ult coming out of the Bussy. Able to stop that first push with the payload. Gaston Early College finally finding some success with the team fight.
Yeah, Lari Ultimate is extremely overlooked in my opinion. You know, typically you'll see like a Lari players be playing on Flashpoint just because of the pylon and its ability like that. But if you have a very capable support player that can do quick damage, that ultimate is very good. Again, an initial burst of damage, any damage that you do, almost feels like it's a nice little checkpoint in their HP bar that they get executed at. So Orbital Strike now for Northwest Guilford, trying to reintroduce themselves to the fight. Earth Shatter comes through, knocks at least 2 on their back. Can't get the kill though.
Nope, trying to follow up. Macrobolt finally finding the kill on to Chief Warlock. The Busty's going to fall after. There it is, the Annihilation being used. So much damage coming out from Swanky Pants once again. Picking up Tire actually coming out. Can they find anything with it? They're looking for it, and they are going to find one, but it's only onto that Brigitte in the back line, so it's not going to stop the push at the end. Maybe a little bit of a preemptive use of that Tire there as the rest of the team was dead. They're not going to stop the push with it, so I know you got the kill, but
yeah.
What does it really do?
Nothing is the answer, Chris. It does absolutely nothing. It's just a consolation kill. It's just an extra mark on your KD ratio. Chief Warlock does have the Great Wall available, but it's the only ultimate online. Hurricanes very close to getting that orbital assistance. Northwest Guilford, they've proven that they don't need ultimates to win fights.
They don't. And we actually see the swap over to the Roadhog here. We're trying to look to see if we can find some value for it, but not just yet. They're trying to get out there. Comes down to assist the Team Rally, also being used to get everyone alive. Macro Bolt staying alive by the skin of their teeth. Able to find the kill onto Eruption and then get out. There it is. They're able to find the kills that they need. And that may have been the time that they want to use the Tire, but of course it was used already ahead. Pulse Bomb coming out is not going to be able to find the kill onto Chief Warlock, but the damage was done for the moment. Swanky Pants is going to help Thigby find the kill on the Chief Warlock there. Thigby picking up a second onto the Bussy, and they are just moving forward with this payload.
Yeah, they sure are. Second point looking to get captured. Another minute 30 on towards the board. 4 minutes for Northwest Guilford, who had just been on a train wreck from hell since the get-go of this grand finals. They have not relented the pressure whatsoever. You have that blade online, nothing to really stop it on the opposite side besides an Alari ultimate, but that's more of the return damage. And I think that Love is seeing a little bit of frustration over towards the Roadhog, maybe trying to find a couple hooks, but you pull a very angry Omnic, he has an Annihilation ready for you.
And there it is coming out, and they're trying to find the kill. Gonna find one on the turret, but that's not too much. Actually gonna get taken down after a good hook from Love, but will it be enough to stop the push? They're kind of forcing them back for the Rashid, of course, so tanky, even as a support, staying alive there with the help of the shield. Haven't had to invest anything else just yet. They still have the Blade and the Orbital Strike online. Rally just coming online as well. Once the Orisa can get back, they should be able to follow up with this. And again, they're still, you know, the payload hasn't been pushed back too far after this counter push here yet. Thigby doing a good job staying alive on that high ground as well. Nice rewind from Macrobolt to get back to their team. Actually getting some great damage on the back end there. There it goes in with it. Can they find anything with the blade? Oh, actually, Swanky Pants will be the one to pick up the first kill. There it is. The Orbital Beam coming down to assist everyone. Tire actually picking up a massive double kill, though. This fight is going back and forth, and that should be enough to help them stop the push for the time being. There it is, a massive Tire that I like to see.
Yep, takes down both supports. Those are the 2 eliminations that you're looking for. Finds the stacker kill onto the Genji as well. And we've already exhausted 2 minutes. Have Gas in early college off of Northwest Guilford's game clock. But they had to use a lot of ultimates to try to get through that. So they do have at least the Symmetra ultimate online. Swanky Pants did swap over towards the Orisa. Has the Terra Surge more than ready to go. And we've seen how good the rallies have been for Northwest Guilford. These are going to be the ultimates popped and required for the payload to move again.
They do, and Thigby swapping over to that short join as well, getting back on that hit scan character that worked so well for them in map number 1. They're trying to find some of the damage. Actually, a hook onto the wrist. We're going to get knocked back at the same time as Rally comes out to assist their team. There it is, the Terror Surge coming down. They're able to pick up a kill onto Chief Warlock and onto Roadhog. So much damage coming out from all of them. They should be able to find the kill on to this Junkrat. Finally, a counter kill, but it's not going to be enough as that payload is pushing forward and they are pushing to their back. They're trying to contest it a little bit, but with only your supports, it's not going to be enough. There they are, falling one at a time. Let Love unable to get there enough time to contest for a little bit longer, maybe shave off a little bit more time, but Northwest Guilford so critical in that last couple of moments to save some of the time.
Yeah, and I can see the Roadhog pick, again, working in theory. Look, it's 3rd point. You do have the depths where you do have a lot of gold. I hear that there's a lot of gold underneath the map of Kings Run. The only way you can get there is by Roadhog pulling you into the depths there on the final point. But it's just not going to work. I mean, Northwest Guilford were quickly able to read that. There was no anti-dive. I mean, there was nothing stopping the Genji from harassing your backline. And by the time you finally dealt with the Genji, well, Microbolt was there on the Tracer. I understand the Symmetra is there to stop everything up at the front, but with an Orisa who's just going to tank all of those Symmetra turrets, you're going to get dealt with. You have so much consistent healing on the Brigitte. The Gas in early college, their biggest fault so far is just the lack of focus fire. And their original setup, right? I mean, you have the Junkrat, you have the Symmetra. How are you supposed to focus fire off of that? Symmetra's entire gimmick is to get the microwave online. You get that by focus firing at least 1 beam, 1 target, and then it turns into a level 3 beam, and then you melt through the squishies. We never saw that because there was no support from the front line to be able to push a little bit further forward. Roadhog doesn't give that a lot to your team unless he's finding key hooks on backline members. That wasn't happening, so now Love has to really go back to the drawing board because we have to capture all 3 points here if you are Gas in early college just to take this map number 2.
We do see the swap off, so swapping over to the Reinhardt. We also see Chief Warlock moving over to the Reaper as well, so trying to see if maybe they can find a little more success with this comp here. But again, no real change. Actually, Thugby changing over to the Torbjorn there as well. Actually pinning themselves in the backside there, trying to get onto this Brigitte. A little bit of a family feud going on, but unable to get the kill. They're trying to do their best, but moving. The rest of the team is following up. Luckily, they are on that Reinhardt, so super tanky, but it's not going to matter as we do see the first kill onto the Brigitte there. They're going to get them off. No heals coming out. Can they find the kill onto the Reaper? Reaper able to Wraith walk out, save themselves, but nice little spirit to force back just a little bit. They're pushing them back into that choke point to help them out. And look at this. What a spear coming out with the follow-up from Macro Bolt. They're going to get the kill onto the Reaper, following up the only kill set Gasson can find are on these turrets right now.
Dude, Swanky Pants on this, any tank really, has been a massive difference maker. Love was at least able to even up the ultimate charge, couldn't farm it off of the Orisa because it's just spears like that. It's just the 1v1 of holding the space, and so far it's working out so wonderfully. Nobody's gotten back to this Torb.
Torbjorn able to find the kill before getting taken down. Ult came on right as they died, but there it is. A lot of damage is coming out, and finally they're able to pick up these kills onto a couple of the members after the Torbjorn fail. They had the man advantage and able to move forward. They're finally starting to capture this point, but again, you have limited time and you have to get all 3 points and move that payload towards the very end if you want to pick this up. Looking at the ultimates, 2 on the side of Northwest Guilford, with that Orisa almost charged up as well, but we only had the rally online for Gaston.
Watch the ultimate wombo combo here in between Swanky Pants and the Torbjorn. People will sleep. You can get the Terror Surge for the Magma that will be coming through. I can only expect it, especially after the Pulse Bomb did land early.
There it is, so trying to find it, but at the end, we do have Shatter coming online as well as the rally, so finally some ultimates on the side of Gasson. Can they find— oh,
no
what
way!
a spear to stop the Earth Shatter.
Terra
There
Surge.
it is, Terra Surge, as you said. They're following up. They don't even need Thigby's ult at the moment to stop this push. What a crazy series of events.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, that is why you don't Earth Shatter from the top rope. You're very susceptible to getting stunned, and it comes through from Love. Or from Swanky Pants, excuse me. No shield bash required. You still hold on to the rally.
Oh!
Now here comes the Molten Core, keeps everybody trapped in the choke point.
There it is coming out. Will they be able to find the kills? Actually, Torbjorn will be the first to fall. So we do have Eruption Sands following up. They're able to find 3 kills onto Northwest Guilford after all of that chaos ensued. Love able to find a second kill. Hurricane following up, and despite all that, they actually come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, if you are looking at it from NW Guilford's perspective, they did stop investing ultimates. Thug B gonna finally give up Torbjorn. Everybody loves to say everybody's favorite engineer in Overwatch, but over towards the Sojourn definitely makes for a more consistent damage and a better pick at that. You do have double support ultimate online, and that'll enable Swanky Pants to be able to get theirs online. The biggest issue is you are staring down the barrel of a Death Blossom and a Rip Tire ready for Gaston.
There are. We'll have to see. We want to see that like that Say saw in the double kill earlier. You want to get that good one. But there, Orbital Strike coming out to help keep the teammates alive. Death Blossom coming out. But will they be able to find any kills with it? Yes, there is finally one. Will they be able to move on Macro Bull, who has to rewind out, trying to get out as quick as possible? But actually a massive Terror Surge to even up the kills 1-to-1 on the side. Both these teams going back and forth. But it will be Swanky Pants picking up 2 kills. Finally, Eruption Sand finding the kill onto Macro Bolt. But will it be enough as 2 members have finally fallen on the side of Agaston Early College? There it is, Eruption also falling as well. A great stop by Northwest Guilford after that Terror Sword being used.
Trying to reinsert themselves back into the fight early, trying to benefit from the eliminations and the damage that was found at the end of the previous fight. Very close to having an Earth Shatter is Love. Still have that Rip Tire available. Would love to see them use that to introduce themselves in this fight, backed up by a rally. It would make most sense. Northwest Guilford are not in a good place, but Love's shield is incredibly low.
Look at them. They're trying to back up there and see if they can maybe get the Swambo combo out, but the Tire's coming out. Will it be followed up before? They're trying to find the back line. Can they find anyone? They're going the distance, but it might be taken out before it can get there. Swanky Pants on the opposite end is going to find the kill on Eruption Sand, who was immobile during that whole Tire Shatter coming down. Can they find any kills off of it? Wow, there it is. Perfect Shatter, able to help them get that quadra kill out on the side of Gaston Early College. And despite what looked to be a misplay from Eruption, actually turned into a great play from Love.
Another minute 30 added on towards the board. Now just sub 3 minutes. As soon as the gate does come through, Gaston will start their onslaught down the 3rd point. And again, I mean, it's that slight combination that has to come through. Like, look, Debussy with that rally has to get the shield embiggened so that way they can actually stun Swanky Pants from stunning Love away from his Earth Shatter. Has been doing it countless times so far in this matchup. And again, just pushing him back. Terror Surge online, looking to pull them all together. Holding the charge a little while longer. Nobody's focusing him, and the Earth Shatter man is down. Love has to go back to the respawn block.
There it is, forcing them back. See if they can pick up any stagger kills after this. Just, oh, look at that spear. Actually, great block from the Regate there to avoid any dash or any danger. But actually, Thigby coming in with a great kill on to Eruption Sand on that Junkrat. So taking them out. Another great spear coming out once again from Swanky Pants. Orbital almost online, as well as that Pulse Bomb. We do see the rally also being held on the opposite end. Trying to see if Warlock can get that Death Blossom, because they do have the Orbital online. Both of them back and forth. 4 ultimates online for now for Northwest Guilford. They're trying to get in, but there it is, joining in. Will they be able to get onto this point? Death Blossom coming out, but will they be taken down? It got stopped, and here it is. Massive team fight coming out of Northwest Guilford, jumping down the throats of Gaston Early College, who can't seem to buy a kill at this point, and they need to get that payload push, but it doesn't matter. There it is. 4 kills coming out from the side of Northwest Guilford. Can they find the 5th? Yes, they can. And they force Gaston Early College back.
Minute until we call game, and Northwest Guilford will take a 2-0 lead. Gaston do have some tools at their disposal, but it just doesn't feel like that Gaston are reading the room when ultimates are online. I mean, when the Brigitte ultimate is live, I don't know why you thought that going in for a Death Blossom was smart. The Brigitte's shield is so much bigger. It has a higher HP pool, and it can stop you dead in your tracks. It's exactly what happened. Gaston thought they had the plot, but this Earth Shatter needs to be huge.
It does, and it has to be massive with the Riptide to follow up on it. They're trying to get in, but once again, just so much damage coming. There it is, a great kill onto Brigitte, though. Might be able to assist him, but Swinky Pants with the Terraform is going to get another kill to help stop the bleeding just a bit. It's not going to matter. Swinky Pants falls, Macro Bolt falls in succession right after. They still have the Shatter and the Tire available to them. Right now, they are looking in a pretty good spot with 30 seconds left to push this payload up, but they will be met with some opposition as New Guilford comes out right now. Will they be able to find it? They have to find it. Shatter coming out. Can they follow up with the Rip Tire? Will they be able to get the kills? Yes, they can. There it is. 3 down on the side of Northwest Guilford. Swinky Pants trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough as they fall as well. Pulse One coming out, but it's just a little too late here as Gaston Early College is able to move it up. They should be able to get it on, but 6 seconds left. They're going to be with so little time.
Just got to salt 2 more seconds.
Gosh. Can they actually get to it? No, this is crazy. The Wrecking Ball comes out in just enough time to keep him in. Overtime is being forced, but they have to get through the Wrecking Ball first. There it is, Kiriko coming out from Legendary. Can they get onto the point? They're forcing this overtime. This is crazy.
Death Blossom available for Chief Warlock. He's going to rip it over by the point. Should be enough to be able to deal with these last staggery members, and it is. But the reason why overtime is so important, I'll explain it to you swiftly. Because Northwest Guilford had more than 60 seconds, it will be played out for 1 round on defense. That time remaining goes all the way down to 0 for Gaston. They have to full hold Northwest Guilford for 1:38. 1 segment of progression is all Northwest Guilford need on the original capture point that they got in one team fight in their opening offense 8 minutes ago, and they'll go up 2-0. What a stagger. That stall that comes here from Michael Bolt, again, he's been playing a lot of Tracer and forcing in a lot of different issues, but the amount of time that he stalled for getting that overtime was everything. Because now the win condition is that much easier for Northwest Guilford.
Able to blink around on that Tracer was almost the deciding factor, and then a great read from Swinky Pants to switch up to get on that Wrecking Ball. He can just get out there as quick as possible, gets on, and of course just makes it super hard for him to die as well, because he can just start playing, ring around the rosy with that ball there. So great job by them. And then Gaston Early College, what kind of looked like almost a good push at the end, just kind of fell flat. And at this point, do they have enough defense, against Northwest Guilford, who has looked so solid on the attack earlier?
Well, let's look at what they're setting up for, right? They're getting the Alari online alongside of the Juno. They're going for, big ultimate wins. It's just you cannot hesitate with these ultimates. Eruption Sand has been probably the most guilty out of all this. Chief Warlock's on the Reaper looking for a flank play early.
They are, and there
scouted.
they are moving right
you
in.
better run, son.
You have the Ray Form out, but could get hooked. Nope, able to get behind the D.Va in just enough time to stay alive, but there it is, the hook into the trap. Taking a lot of damage as that D.Va having to get back out there. Both of them setting up for this. Oh, massive kill on the Chief Warlock from Swinky Pants. What a hook to help get that kill on to that. That should be enough. 3 members down now. That's most likely. Oh, another great hook coming out of Swinky Pants. Coming up clutch on this Roadhog. There it is. That's it. That's all she wrote.
And let's call a spade here, Chris. This Roadhog pick was disrespectful. It should not have worked like that. It really shouldn't have. Versus a Reaper looking for a flank scouted out. I mean, I'm not too sure if NW Guilford was counting names or they just did not see a second DPS, but check up in the movie theater for one nameplate, gets scouted out. Here's the Bussies play of the game. It was the Sun Ultimate, and you'll see the initial splash, bang, couple headshots here, bada bing, bada boom, everybody goes a boom and straight to the moon. So, hey, look, it's a 2-0 lead for Northwest Guilford, and honestly speaking, it just feels like that they are a class above. Every single macro move, every single counter swap, that much more potent.
It is, and they are just so much more on point with their composition as well. They know exactly when to play, and they play it really well, using the ultimates really well together. They're not wasting anything going out, and it's just a class above right now. If you're looking at this, I don't really know a way to come back, in all honesty. You have map pick again, but this map was their pick as well. And then they just didn't really follow up on it from the side of Gaston Early College. So at this point, what do they do?
I don't know, but it's going to have to be another map pick, and then you have to somehow reverse sweep in a best of 5 versus a team that has gone flawless so far. These are the first 2 maps that Gaston Early College has lost, so we have no tape, we have no footy about what they could possibly do when their backs are truly against the wall, but they got to figure it out, and we got to figure it out as well. As we're going to throw things to a very short break. When we come back, might be the conclusion, might be the extension. We got to wait to find out. It's Western Finals here for Overwatch 2. It is the VESL Fall 2024 season. We'll be right back. What's up, all you goofy goobers? Welcome back here for the VESL 2024 fall season. It's actually the conclusion of our entire super duper Saturday evening. My name is Andy. Joined with me is Chris, and we have been treated to a lot of good Overwatch games throughout the entirety of the day. A barn burner, map number 5 between Palisades, Sun Valley. Then we had the grand finals for the CMS region. We get over towards the Western region, and Northwest Guilford are just unscathed.
They are, and they definitely want to book their ticket. They're saying we're not going to put up any way to lose this, so they're going at it as hard as possible. We're jumping into the map here. As you see, Northwest Guilford up 2-0. They're on series point, and it looks like all they have to do is just win this map number 3, this flashpoint, and we saw how well they did on control earlier. It's basically the same, except they will move in succession to each point after it is taken. But right now, Gaston Early College has yet to find a way to get back onto them. And, well, we see some swinky pants. A little bit of fun chatter in it. You like to see that between competitors. But Northwest Guilford not really moving off of their comp that's been working out so well for them. On the side, Gaston Early College, we saw this a little bit before, moving Eruption Sam moving back to the Bastion. But is this the answer or not?
We'll have to find out. Again, over towards Flashpoint we go here for map number 3. It is the last potential pick for Gaston Early College as they have to do this reverse sweep here. Swanky Pants, farts are no longer with you. He is out of the lobby. But can we continue on with this momentous swing that we have had ever since the gates have opened up here in the grand finals? Point will open up just in about 14 seconds time, and Eruption stands back over towards the Bastion. I think this is a step in the right direction. Play comfort. We got to somehow deal with this brawl.
They are, and right now they're trying to find these kills, some getting some good damage, but Hurricane has to be a little careful as they move back. Latina's actually finding the kill onto Legendary there, so good first pickup kill. That might be what they need to get control of this point at the start. There it is, they take control and force Northwest Guilford back for the time being. They'd be able to say live. Macrobolt also going to use that rewind to get out of harm's way. So right now, Northwest Guilford on the back foot for maybe the first time so far this series. Macrobolt once again taking a little bit of damage, has to get back, but Swanky Pants again on this Ramacha doing so well to tank some of that damage and try to keep them close by to this point.
Yep. Love is farming though. 90% to the good of getting that Earth Shatter. Doug B on the opposite side does find that first pick, and now all of Gaston Early College are dropping like flies. Hurricane just incredibly low. Janitorial duty, it has been called at this hour of the evening for Northwest Guilford. 60% was accrued for Gaston, but Northwest Guilford, they strike.
Great overclock coming out, and now at this time, Swanky Pants able to pick up that Annihilation. Love will pick up the Earth Shatter, but nothing really to follow up on it. You know, you have the Nano and possibly the Orbital Strike, but you're going to want to wait for that Death Blossom to come out more. Annihilation, a little bit or standalone ult on its own, but they're almost having the Pulse Bomb. Is that, there it is, coming out. They're doing the punching. Annihilation coming out. Can they annihilate on their own? No Shatter being used just yet, though. They're trying to look for it. They go in. Can they find it? Not yet. They are able to get 2 kills without it, though. There it is. Orbital Strike coming out to assist them. The Nano was also used on Love to help get those kills as well, and that might be all they need to pick up control again. There they are, jumping up at about 70%, so great use there from that side. Able to keep the Shatter is really pivotal as well.
Yeah, again, I don't know what the actual metrics and numbers are. I know it gets cut off after a while, but Orbital Assistance on top of Nano Boost, 1 cleave from the Reinhardt, that's a lot of damage. Here comes the Mortar Strike. Rally answered back on the opposite side. Northwest Guilford, it's the only ultimate they have. Earth Shatter knocks at least the Ramatra on his back. It's not good enough. Thugby's back on the Genji.
What a great rally coming out of the Brigitte to help keep everyone alive. They should be able to contest this as well. There it is, overtime, but they will get control of it. Again, these rallies have been so massive today, combating against the Earth Shatter. Now Death Blossom is online, but no Earth Shadow to help them with that ult, so it's only going to be used standalone. You know, at this point, maybe they just hold on to it and wait for some ultimates to come up. You don't want to expend it just yet right now, but Northwest Guilford have no ults of their own. They're able to find one without it. Will they jump in here? Great sleep on the Swanky Pants, but he's going to be able to get up, being so tanky himself. Right now, overtime for both teams. They're going in at this, both of them back and back. Will they be able to find it? Chief Warlock will get taken down. It's only Love on this point is going to get taken out, so it will go over to the side of Northwest Guilford, and great start to this map for them.
I mean, that is just a nightmare of Overwatch's past. You're just a simple support and tank trying to deal with a Genji and a Tracer who are just dodging, bobbing, and weaving, and you feel like because you have a support, you might just win that fight, but it feels like at times Thugbeat back over towards this Genji, has active camo at times, just some people unable to see what's happening in their own backline, has a blade for their worth in this upcoming fight.
Pulse Bomb being used, getting a nice kill onto the Bastion is going to help them with this first point. They want to get control of it and take control of this map. What a massive blade coming out. Actually going to get taken down with the trade kill, but still getting the kill onto that. Anna is going to help out the team. Death Blossom online, but not able to use it just yet. They do have the Shatter, so will they use it together? There it comes out. Massive Beyblade with that Earth Shatter is going to help them pick up 3 kills, and they're going to get control of point number 2.
Little rock and roll action coming through from Love and Chief Warlock. There was no rally available for Northwest Guilford, so nothing to stop that in its tracks. Did you use your 2 big ultimates? You're about to have your support ultimates online if you are Gaston Early College, and you're going to really need that Orbital Strike to deal with Swanky Pants on this Annihilation. Is finding tremendous value with it all season long.
All right. We'll have to see how they decide to enter in here right now. They're going in, but they're going to be met with opposition against Love. Trying to get in there. No, not be able to get the pin, but Macrobolt able to find one. Will they be able to get it? It is coming out. Will they be able to find any kills? But they already have the Brigitte and the Genji falling right now. Wow, massive damage coming out. They're able to find the kill, but he's going to get picked up by Chief Warlock. What a sleep! Wow.
Chief Warlock, this Reaper pick has been paying dividends for Gas and Early College, who look like they're coasting towards the second flashpoint capture for themselves. Swanky Pants, tired of just 2 arms, is going to go for 1 giant one over towards the Doomfist.
Yep. Trying to see if they can make any of the adjustments there. Wow, what a pin kill there, getting into it, able to find the kill onto Brigitte. Once again, really good play coming out of Love on the second point. Already has that Earth Shatter back up. Once again, actually a great pulse bomb. Is going to find a kill onto Chief. They're trading kills back and forth, 2 down for each team at the moment. Overtime being held for the side of Gaston Early College. Can they find this point? They need it to even up this map. Nice kill coming out of Love. Onto that. Shatter is going to find 2. Pick those up. They'll be able to pin this Doomfist into the wall. He tries to get out, but it's not going to be enough as they get taken down there. Finally, we see Gaston Early College coming to life, picking up 1 point on map number 3.
I mean, Northwest Guildford hanging around for a little bit too long. I mean, it's already 99-0. At that point, you're just happy to get any ultimates out. Love finds a really good shatter to at least cement the 1-1 tie here on Surivasa. So we move over towards the 3rd flashpoint. Northwest Guildford off of these staggering spawns. Won't have numbers here. Comes the charge in the pit. Oh, he almost read that blink wonderfully, but leaves his team behind. Reinhardt swap here for Swanky Pants as well. True ditto matchup.
There it is, Swanky Pants coming on top with that one. A little bit of an overextension from Love. Spelled doom for them here on this point. It will get capped from Gaston Early College, so they can start on top on point number 3 here. They do have the rally online. Look at those 3 ultimates for Gaston, though. They have the Tire, they have the Nano, and they have the Death Blossom.
Sure do. Surely it's going to be a Nano over towards Chief Warlock. We haven't hit that combination in quite some time. You have the rally available, and a Pulse Bomb about to be online for Northwest Guildford. Microbolt just one clips Eruption Sand and towards the back.
And a follow-up from Thigby. They're going to take out all of those ults at the moment. There it is. They are finding the kills that they need. Going forward here is all. They're just forcing them back. Look how far they are. The Shatter also online there for the side of Swanky Pants, so they have those ults when they are needed. They are just taking them out one by one, and New Guildford, after this switch onto the Reinhardt, are finding a new lease on life. 69%, already 70 for that side. They have some massive ults, and right now Gaston Early College has lost a little bit of steam.
It's about to be 5 ultimates versus the 4 for Northwest Guildford. No Pulse Bomb, but still a Tracer to be worried about in the back line. Here comes the Nano Boost. Immediately over towards Love and just jumps a little bit too far to the left. Here comes the Death Blossom. Would have loved to have a Nano Boost with that, I'm sure. But the Death Blossom doesn't find anything, but the Junkrat finds just about 2. Or Shatter, now used for Swanky Pants, knocks Love and Hurricane on their back. And the point already gets captured by Northwest Guildford, and every single kill that they find soon after for Chris is that much more important, makes the rotation easier.
Love staying a little bit too long, trying to find some extra kills, but the point has already been taken. Get out of there. Get back to your team. You have Shatter. You want to get to this 4th point to try to get the contestant on it and maybe get some advantage onto it as well. He's able to get out, luckily, being so tanky on it, but there it is. As you said, picked it up, but we almost have the Orbital Strike online as well as the Pulse Bomb. Overclock also for the Sorgioran, only with the Shatter for Love.
Last possible point to make a stand. Pin out of nowhere. I mean, it just feels like Love has no idea where he is. Don't pop the Earth Shatter. Doesn't even matter. He's dead. The Bussy does find one on a Thugby, so it is a 4v4. Gaston do capture first. Oh.
Just barely missing that stick, but is going to allow them to pick up the kill on Brigitte. There it is, 2 of them falling on the side of Northwest Guildford. This should allow Gaston to get the man advantage onto this point number 4. They need to capture it. There it is, finally at 30%, but they have to capture this one to keep this map going and keep the series going potentially here. We do have Shatter still online, only the overclock for Northwest Guildford. Tire at about 77%, so they should have that soon, as well as that orbital strike.
Overclock available for Thugby could be influential for this upcoming team fight. Hurricane getting very closer to that orbital assistance, as you were talking about. Eruption Sand down in a horrendous way. Healing not going to be available. Overclock is going to get proc. Thugby already there for the first blood. Microbolt on the pinch for the opposite side. Thugby looking for a little bit more on this off angle. Missing for the last few shots, but Gaston Early College just give it up. Northwest go for the flip.
They are coming in swinging Swanky Pants, able to find the
my
kill.
gosh.
Legendary picking the kill on Love. They're able to recapture the point now. Oh, what a massive play coming out of Thigby with that overclock. Able to pick up a couple kills to allow his team to follow up. We do have Love with the Shatter, as well as Hurricane with the Orbital. We will have the Tire as well for this next team fight, with only the Earth Shatter, possibly the Pulse Bomb as well for the side of Gaston, but they have to play this really well going forward. They need to capture this point away from Northwest Guilford. They can't allow too much of that percentage to tick up here.
It's a big body matchup. Earth Shatters on both sides. Chief Warlock does take down Microbot on the opposite side. Now he can focus everything forward. Here comes the engagement. Earth Shatter, the shield dance. It wasn't there. Knocks down 3. Hurricane is there for the orbital assistance, but maybe just a moment too late. A day late, dollar short type ordeal. Here comes the punch on the opposite side. Eruption Sand. He's putting out so much damage, man, off of this orbital assistance. Finds himself 2. Hurricane takes matters into their own hands, and Gaston flipped the point again.
Massive, able to keep the Earth Shatter and the Tire as well. If they can pick this up and have both of those ults going into the next point, it should give them the advantage to get that cap out first. But here we see the contestant coming out. Northwest Guilford, the Tire coming out, but Pulse Bomb already landing one. Can they find this kill on it? It is going to get stopped though. Great shield coming out, and Northwest Guilford coming out. Massive on top.
Shatter?
Picking up. Will they be able to find anything with it? They are able to get off of the Earth Shatter. This fight going back, but already 3 down from Gaston Early College is met from the 3 down on Northwest Guilford. Both of them going back and forth, trying to get back onto this point. They have...
Thugby, he has Love, he's so low. There comes the pinch. Thugby gets the kill. The point flips soon after. 88% overtime spawn for Love. He's not going to be here for this overtime proc.
They get the hamster
Not like
out
this.
on the way. They get back on it with it. Deadeye coming out, but
He's got
why?
nothing.
You're
He's
running
trapped.
into the enemy team.
Thugby overclocked for 2. There's the 3rd. Chief Warlock not long for this world. And when it mattered most, Northwest Guilford, they arrive. I Love is just a little bit too late to the party. Finds the kill on the Thugby, but the job is a goodin'. A 3-1 end here for Suravasa. A 3-0 in Grand Finals. Northwest Guilford are states bound.
Thigby coming up so clutch in that last team fight, getting those massive kills, and player of the game for sure. Let's watch this one more time. Here it is. Look at this massive team fight coming out in the overtime there. Kill after kill with that overclock. Massively coming out with a 4K to send their team to state.
And like it even goes beyond that too. Like you feel like with the Deadeye in that positioning, you should be fine if you're on top of the stairs. But being trapped around the stairs, you didn't have your Reinhardt available. You didn't have any spacing to be able to fully charge that. It doesn't help when you have a very angry hamster inside of a giant mecha ball just rolling towards your face and just displacing you consistently. It just felt like that. When Gaston Early College finally had the advantage, the plot was there, but then it got lost in somebody's pockets. And Northwest Guilford, the only thing they had to do was rely on what has been carrying them the entire season. Very good mechanical play, very good ice in their veins as well. Thugby, I mean, that guy's a real problem.
A real problem indeed. And then you love to see these changes, but let's go ahead and look at the bracket once more here. Again, we talked about this earlier. Fernleaf, Cabarrus, Gaston in that upper end. Gaston, of course, moving with that bye, defeats Cabarrus to move on to the finals, and then finally defeating Gaston Early College is Northwest Guilford, who had also that bye, defeated Kearns Academy early in the day, but then massive 3-0 victory to send them to states, and they are the Western Conference champions for Overwatch.
We will see Gaston Early College, Kearns, as well as Cabarrus Early College back in towards the mix as far as wildcard weekend is concerned. That's going to get weird. Let's just put it that way, because we have a lot of heavy hitters still looking for that last spot per game. The same thing is going to be happening for college football. Overwatch 2 done, dusted. We got our states for each one of our regions. Same could be said for Overwatch 2. And now we got to wait for the wildcard weekend to be able to see who the other 2 teams will be joining in the mix for states in just about 3 weeks' time. I mean, we were talking about crunch time. It almost feels like yesterday, but we've been here for quite some time. It is truly now. The end of the season is upon us. And if you have to get ready for that wildcard weekend, you got Thanksgiving break. You best be going to the network platform, watch them videos. You better be at your best.
You better be at your best. Remember, Jake videos. Check out some of those team comps. Check out some of the play because you have some time to get for it, and you want to get that wild card spot so you can represent your region as that second part. But again, they have to face a lot of other great teams as well, so you have your work cut out for you. And what a day we had ahead of us. But don't forget, we have Super Smash Brothers as well as Rocket League tomorrow, so you don't want to miss out on all that great action as well.
Yeah, it should be a really good time tomorrow. Top 16 for Super Smash Brothers was our biggest turnout throughout the entirety of the fall VESL season, and everybody loves a good match of soccer. Come on. Is anybody going to beat Esports Legends in the CMS region? I beg for you to somebody fight back versus these guys. They're absolutely gross. We will get all of our conference champions for all 3 regions, for Super Smash Brothers and for Rocket League tomorrow. Same time, same place. You don't want to miss it. Until then, have yourself a good night's sleep and a lot of apple juice in the morning because it's going to be a long day.